Evening. A place called Marlseralg. The doorbell rang, alerting the bartender to a new guest. A dark-haired, middle-aged man walked in. A huge sword was slung across his back. The man was dressed in a long cloak, torn in several places. On his hands and feet from the knee he had a large armor. Of the same material was also a belt. The man was carrying the head of a certain animal in his hands. He looked inside and saw a huge wall-to-wall broadcast screen. There were a lot of people in the bar. The man walked over to the bar and placed his loot next to him, also leaning his sword on the bar. "Old man Cow, how is today's harvest?" the bespectacled bartender asked him as he poured beer into a mug. "Just a little walk with the new recruits through a second-level secret area. Only the fangs and skin of a fanged wolf are valuable." Cow replied and sipped his beer and asked, "By the way, is it starting yet?" "Yeah," the bartender said, and they both turned to look at the screen. The meeting was being broadcast on a large screen. "Place, meeting room, start of the murder trial," announced the voice of the host. A huge number of congressmen were sitting in the meeting room, all looking very gloomy and focused. "End of voting," announced by the host. 325 votes for, 0 against, 0 abstained. 7th year of the new calendar. "A verdict has been passed for case No. 1 on the lost mask," said the host. Standing next to him at the podium was the president of the parliament. Yao, tall, blonde guy, codename Musk. "During the war, a lot of evidence was found that you committed extremely brutal murders. The case of illegal imprisonment and execution of more than 30,000 people during the purge of the highest echelons of the Commonwealth is being considered," the president said to the man sitting in the center of the room. "You have also attacked the friendly peoples of other countries, destroying the strong trade relations between the two countries. In this regard, there is a shortage of food in the northern region of the Commonwealth. In connection with the above crimes, the Hall of the Supreme Council sentences you to the death penalty." The light from the lantern fell directly on the man behind the chair. A guy in a long leather raincoat and a white mask was listening to the president. His face didn't move a muscle. "But for your service to humanity in the fight to drive out the alien invaders, Parliament has decided to strip you of only the following titles: Supreme Leader of the Commonwealth and High Marshal of the Commonwealth. But keep your title of Special Hero. And since you are the only special hero in the entire Commonwealth, if something happens, no matter what, you will be required to return to the battlefield and immediately join the unit," added the president. The bar was watching the broadcast intently. Shopping center. "If not for this mask, who fought alone against alien enemies and mutated monsters and helped people in the disaster that year, especially before the appearance of other heroes, perhaps humanity would have come to an end." A man with a beard expressed his dissatisfaction. At one of the tables, there were 2 young guys near him. "Fought alone. The credit for those battles belongs to all of us, as well as to the hero Yao, who could not be taken away from the battlefield at all," the guy with the white hair retorted. "He's right. It was high time the world got rid of trash like him," the dark-haired guy in the red jacket agreed. A heated argument broke out between the 2 men. "How can you say that? In that disaster, not only ordinary people, even heroes with superpowers gave up. But Musk stood up to the last and was able to save all of us on a day that was called a living hell," the man with the beard shouted. "And then, after humanity outlived the mutants and created its own commonwealth, Musk stubbornly believed that the era of mutants was not over yet, and that humanity was not yet ready for perestroika and a good life," the guy in the red jacket replied and got up from his seat. He even claimed that some Commonwealth heroes were secretly bribed by unknown forces, and he dared to send us all back to these dark times. The dark-haired guy added, "I think he's either crazy or wants to go back to a time when he was all-powerful and everyone admired him." The guy with the white hair added, "No. He's just..." the man with the beard said softly, looking thoughtfully at his beer glass. "Meeting room. Mask, you can leave this place with the honor of a special hero. Humanity will never forget your contribution to the overthrow of mutants. Given your past crimes, within the framework of our law, we can only give you such conditions," said the president. In the courtroom, under dark lighting, lanterns were directed only at the president behind the podium and the convicted Mask. A dark-haired guy wearing a mask sat in his chair and looked at the president. Then he looked around the congressional hall. "What's going on? Didn't I die because of the Night Lord's surprise attack? Isn't this the place where I was judged and betrayed by my own teammates? Is my whole life flying before my eyes right now?" Musk thought. But then a window popped up in front of him, apparently visible only to him. "That's right." The guy was surprised. The pop-up window said, "Main task, human rebirth, help humanity create a new national alliance to address existential crises completed." Choose one of the suggested options. Reward will be awarded based on your choice. In option 1, the hero's path, the emergence of a new crisis, although people cannot understand your behavior. But, being a hero, you still decide to protect humanity, remaining in the shadows. Option 2, the monster's path, the emergence of a new crisis. Stupid human beings cannot understand your behavior, but saving the human race, what to take from these people. They kill their own hero, and then they are crushed with despair. They behave no better than emotionless and useless monsters. Please note that after 20 minutes you will be randomly sent to the level F zone. Who would have thought that? I will be reborn, and once again I will find myself at the crossroads of a historical revolution. This time, I will choose the monster's path. The guy decided and smiled. Musk, does your silence indicate dissatisfaction with the verdict? The president asked. Musk, I must admit that among the heroes you have no equal in this world. But as a leader, you had absolutely no sense or wisdom in conducting politics. And now, sitting here, you've isolated yourself from a lot of people. Over the past couple of years, the Commonwealth has completely destroyed your credibility in the eyes of other people. You are a hero with extraordinary abilities, who in the past led humanity out of darkness, became a relic of the old times, a parasite with an old way of looking at things and a person who wants to be a hero. But you are the stone that does not allow humanity to break out of the shackles of the past and move into a brighter future. This judgment completely banishes you from everywhere, and now you'll just be a harmless statue to everyone. If you dare to disagree with this, you will become for everyone only a parasite of the old days. Who does not want to part with power? Such thoughts swirled in the president's head, while the entire hall of congressmen looked at the hero of the past time with a grin and waited for the answer and sentencing. Objection, Musk said, and the entire audience exploded with indignation. Great, thought the president, who believes that everything is going according to his plan. At the same time in the bar, at the same table where the heated argument had taken place earlier, after hearing the answer, the guy in the red jacket said with a grin, "What did I say? This old man doesn't want to lose his power, and you still think you can keep people around you." He calls him an old man, because usually people of mature age are in power, for example, the president and his entourage. How many people he sacrificed to take the path of power. A similar person deserves a noose around his neck for his crimes. The guy slammed his mug on the table, shouting out his point of view loudly. His hot speech was cut off by the convict's voice from the screen. "I'm giving up the title of special hero," said the convicted Musk. The entire bar, including the guests and waiters, froze in surprise. In the Congress Hall, what did you say? The president slapped the table in surprise. "I said I'm giving up the title of special hero. I'm tired of being a hero," Musk said, getting up from his chair. "Musk, you dare to express dissatisfaction with your pitiful position," the president shouted furiously. "Dissatisfaction? No, there is no dissatisfaction here. I'm even more calm than before," Musk replied as he walked down the stairs. "No, it shouldn't be like this. Don't you have to humbly live out the rest of your days and quietly support people like a nameless hero? Do you want to single-handedly use your power against the entire Commonwealth?" The president thought, seething with anger. "Musk, you don't dare leave like this," the president shouted after the convict. "Is there anything else?" the masked man asked. "Because you've given up your special hero status, you must also get rid of your power," said the president. At the bar, "What does president he mean by that?" a guy with white hair asked. "You can't understand such elementary things. He wants to get rid of Musk's power completely," the guy in the red jacket answered. Another guy sitting nearby interrupted their conversation. "Isn't it just the title that's being revoked? How can you even get rid of the force?" he asked. The entire courtroom watched the trial with bated breath. "What is the rank of the hero Musk?" a girl at another table asked. "If I remember correctly, he's rank 13, the guy next to her replied. Musk was rank 13. That's 4 levels higher than President He Yao, who is rank 2nd, and no one but Musk is able to pass an area above level 10. I doubt that even in the future someone will succeed," a dark-haired man with a sword and a beast head who had entered the bar earlier said. In the meeting room, President He Yao was furious. "Musk, the reason you're in your current positions right now is because the entire Commonwealth has been pouring resources into you. This is the work of people from all over the Commonwealth, all those who sacrifice themselves. You can give up your titles, but you can't just walk around with the hearts and souls of our community. This is a disgrace to us and the entire Commonwealth. If you want to leave, you must give up all your power." He Yao fiercely slammed his fist into the podium. "Give up all your power?" Musk asked, and his entire body began to emit a glowing aura. He was silent, The entire meeting room and everyone who was watching the event in the bar watched with bated breath. Okay, Musk replied and raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand, an energy clot was gathering, glowing with a bluish tinge. I refuse, Musk said. At the same time, a terrible pressure engulfed the entire hall. Help me, asked congressmen, who were literally pressed to the table. The president held onto his podium with both hands so as not to fall from the pressure. What power! Even at rank 9, I have to use all my strength ... to resist the urge to kneel before him, the president thought. The podium broke in half under his hands. The president exuded a red-tinted aura. Meanwhile, under the ceiling of the hall, a huge energy clot gathered above the mask. I can give it back to you if you want, Musk said, and the bundle of energy shot up in a huge, glowing beam, broke through the ceiling, and reached the sky. People saw this beam from all over the city, a mysterious phenomenon. What is it? They asked in the crowd, until someone shouted. A new king-class monster has appeared. Find shelter. The energy didn't stop pumping. Almost all the congressmen died in their seats, some foaming at the mouth, and others with a grimace of horror and suffering on their faces. Only the president held on with all his might. Amazing. I was able to hold on for 10 minutes before all my strength ran out. However, he's just an ordinary person now. Since he is an ordinary person, there is no need to be afraid of him anymore, thought the president. Musk lowered his hand and headed for the exit. Come on, the president thought as he watched him. At the exit, Musk stopped and threw off his mask. He glared at his back. Get out of here, and your end will come very soon. The president smiled. However, as soon as Musk opened the door, he teleported away and disappeared. How is this possible? The president was left at a loss. Random teleportation is activated. A secret area of the 4th level, the nest of a female spider, has been selected. In a huge cave, there was a teleport door in the wall. A group of 4 people entered through this teleportation window. Attention! Today we entered the secret area of the 3rd level with normal enemies of the 1st level, and demons of the 2nd. The last boss will only be spiders guardians of the 3rd level. Our team cutting steel will easily cope with them, because all our participants are not lower than the 2nd level, the commander in front of them informed. However, I've heard that the spiders here are about the size of a person. Is anyone here afraid of spiders? What is it? He asked, glancing back at the team members. Little Ken, don't be afraid, the girl in the gray dress said, looking at the other, younger one in the pink dress. Don't mock me, I'm not afraid. Tiang snapped back. Captain, enough jokes, let's go. I've already spent all my money, so it's time to earn some extra money by killing monsters. The guy said. I agree. The archer chimed in. By the way, today is the trial of Musk. I wish I could see it for myself, the archer said to the boy standing next to him. Watch the broadcast at home. What's the difference? The guy answered him. The girl in a gray dress interrupted their conversation. If the other professionals hadn't left for the trial, we wouldn't have been able to go to this secret area today, she said with a smile. You're right, hehe. The archer agreed. Well, enough talking, it's time to move out. Let's do a good job and quickly deal with this place. The captain encouraged them all. Yes, Captain. What's the matter? They all said in unison. Just as the Steel Slicer team was about to move out, they heard a commotion coming from the portal. Will be someone else? The captain asked, and everyone stared in surprise at the portal where a dark-haired guy with brown eyes and neat features was coming out. He was plainly dressed, regular sweatpants, t-shirt, and blue jacket. What's wrong with this guy? Go to the dungeon without any equipment. The guy with the mohawk was surprised. Yeah, he didn't even bring a gun. The archer chimed in, watching the newcomer. This guy was the previously convicted Musk. But the others did not know this and could not know. Musk looked around and thought, I had already forgotten what the secret areas of the lower levels looked like. How nostalgic. I remember the last time I was here, when I woke up and became a professional. I entered a secret area that had to be completed in a certain amount of time. Otherwise this place would turn into an endless loop. A place where not only humans can't survive, but even the monsters themselves avoid it. And there I encountered an unknown demon deity. After I lost all my powers and returned to the 1st level, the system decided to send me here. I don't know what my choice will lead to, but the past life has perfectly proved that the so-called hero's path is completely unable to save humanity. A cold-blooded monster. I really have something interesting waiting for me. Musk indulged in nostalgia. A window with status information was opened in front of him. Human status, normal. Combination, none. Monster status, undefined. Monster component, missing. Hey, kid, do you want to go through this dungeon? The commander of the Steelcutters team called out to him. Where is your weapon? The commander asked Musk. This is my weapon, Musk replied, showing his fist. So you're a martial artist? Martial artists save a lot of money on equipment by using their body as a weapon. I'm curious to know what your level is, kid. The commander asked amiably enough and thought. This guy dared to come to the third level area. It seems that he is too confident in his abilities. If he's a third level professional like me, I'm afraid he'll get a decent portion of our team's reward. The commander's thoughts were not so pure, but Musk immediately cut off his suspicions. I'm level 1, he answered without hesitation. The first one. Kid, you're kidding, right? Surprised asked the commander, grabbing Musk by the shoulders. Report here on the first level. Tired of living. Damn, that psycho scared the hell out of me, flashed through the thoughts of the commander. However, Musk shrugged off the intrusive stranger's hands. I came here to fight monsters, Musk replied. Fight? Don't be ridiculous. I'm afraid that with your first level, you won't even be able to defeat a healer of the second level. The guy with the mohawk said haughtily. Healer is a game term used to refer to players who are responsible for healing other players. I advise you to stay here and wait until we finish this dungeon and the exit opens again. There is nothing for beginners in the secret areas of the third level to do. You don't have a chance of winning. The archer added. Calm down, I won't get in the way. Musk replied to such annoying guys and came forward. If you're looking for death, I won't stop you. But when you run into danger, don't expect us to help you, the captain said with a smile. Come on, he ordered his squad, and the 5 men set off down the tunnel. Only the youngest, a girl in a pink dress, looked at Musk with interest. Some time later, a girl in a gray dress was hitting huge spiders with fire magic. Explosion. Stop it, she shouted. At this time, the archer was drawing an arrow on the string. Captain, I've got your back, he said and fired at the spider that was attacking the captain from behind. Thank you, their leader said. Die. The guy with the mohawk was wielding a blade on a long staff. There was a fierce battle going on. Musk was looking at all this from the side and thinking about something when a girl in a pink dress came up to him and asked, The captain was too rude to you, wasn't he? She moved a little closer and stood next to the boy. But don't take it personally, he meant well. Still, a novice can easily make mistakes in secret areas. If you don't pay attention, you'll die, added the girl and raised her index finger for the heightening effect of edification. Compared to the old days, today's professionals have become more advanced and careful. They get all this experience through pain and tears. It deserves respect. Musk answered her. Even though you're young, you sound like those top people from the Commonwealth. The girl noticed and smiled. But you're right. When Musk established a policy of enhanced professional training, promotion of division of labor, and collaboration of professionals from scratch, the death rate among low-level professionals began to plummet. Thanks to this, many talented heroes have appeared among the people. The girl continued as they watched the well-coordinated teamwork of the monster fighters. I completely forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yang Qian, a second-level healer. The girl held out her hand. I'm Xiao Qiu, a first-level professional. I have yet to choose a direction. The guy answered the handshake. Apparently, he also left a name in the past, so we'll call him Xiao from now on. You haven't chosen yet? Qiong asked in surprise. No, I'm still thinking, Xiao replied. In addition, such areas as ranged combat, melee combat, magicians, damagers, and others were created by me. Damager, a game term that refers to players whose combat role is to cause as much damage as possible per unit of time. Judging from your build, you don't seem to be suitable for a melee fighter. Usually, only someone as strong as our captain can withstand the attacks of monsters. Have you ever taken a spirit test? You might be able to become a spellcaster, even though they aren't very resilient, but you won't have to fight on the front lines, and there will be fewer wounds. The girl suggested, crossing her arms and touching her chin thoughtfully with one palm. There was an awkward silence. Oh, I'm sorry, do I talk too much? The girl asked shyly. Xiao was too focused and noticed the monster's attack coming straight at them. He quickly grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her to the other side. Hey? The girl didn't understand. The monster landed right next to them. Xiao pulled the girl to him. Noticing this attack, the archer shouted, Shadow Spider. Next to Xiao and the girl was a huge spider of black color with purple growths. Xiao yanked his hand forward, grabbed the spider by one of its limbs, and tore it off. The severed limb, in one motion, he drove it into the spider's head. The monster screamed in pain and died soon after. Xiao and Qian were standing in front of the slain spider, the girl still hugging her rescuer. Be like he's out of this world. This control over the body, the archer said, dumbfounded. Literally, the entire remaining team was in a stupor after seeing the scene. Is this the path of a martial artist? It's too much. The commander agreed with the archer. No, I've seen professional craftsmen. Even they can't do this. In an instant, he shattered the spider's most vulnerable leg and plunged it into its eye. A clear understanding of the monster's structure and your own body. He was completely confident in his abilities when fighting with a high level. The guy with the mohawk said, "There's no danger anymore. Why don't you let me go? You'll strangle me soon enough," Zio said to the girl, hugging him with a smile. Kai and I blushed deeply and abruptly pulled back, covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. Sorry. No, she said. Zio received a notification. Shadow Spider defeated. Plus 500 experience points. Seeing this, the guy thought, it seems that the chosen path of the monster does not affect the level system in any way. The system allows me to not worry about getting new levels, and I can also earn experience points for killing monsters. Thanks to this ability, I was able to quickly rise to the hero rank in my previous life. And now, I think with this feature, I can also quickly upgrade the combat skills that I had in my previous life. Zio thought. His thoughts were interrupted by the commander. You went to fight monsters in a secret area all by yourself. Boy, you're something with something. I'm sorry I was wrong about you. Thank you for saving Yong Kiang Kiang. After completing the mission, we will share the reward with you, the commander said as he touched Zio's shoulder in a friendly manner. It was just a friendly gesture. It's quite normal to help others in secret areas. Zio replied. Why right? The commander replied, slightly ashamed. That asshole. He's doing it on purpose, flashed through the commander's mind. Some time later, after the incident, the steel slicing team and Zio went further into the dungeon. They successfully killed monsters by picking up dropped items. And so, after another massacre of monsters, before entering a darker room, the commander notified the others. There should be a boss ahead. After this fight, we can go back to the real world. We follow the original plan. I take everyone on myself, and you attack, said the commander. Then he turned to the girl in the gray dress who was obviously a mage. Since our enemy is a spider, be prepared to use fire techniques to burn the spider web, he told her. The girl nodded approvingly. It will be done. No, she said. We're moving fast today, and when we get out, maybe we'll catch the end of the 21st century, the archer said, stretching his back. What's the point of watching the end? I can predict the ending for you myself. This hypocritical mask is found guilty, the guy with the mohawk said angrily. I'm just wondering what he looks like under the mask. No one's ever been able to see under it before, right? The archer replied with a smile. I've heard rumors that Musk is actually a woman. Previously, I supported him and considered him a salvation for humanity. And suddenly, he killed everyone in the city of Tuga, said the girl magician passing by the guys. Kiang suddenly chimed in. Don't say that, she said unnaturally loudly. I heard that. Then the city was attacked by an infected demon, which infected and turned all people into monsters, and Mask then had nothing else to do. No, she said. You still support him? You're not a paid person on the internet, are you? The guy with the mohawk sneered at her. And no, I tried to defend myself from the attacks of Kiang, but the conversation was interrupted by the commander. Enough, end this conversation. They found something to fight about. Would you like to arrange a stand-up for our guest? The commander said as he looked at Zio, who was standing by the wall. The team has advanced further. Come on, it's time for this boss to get his ass kicked, said the commander. As soon as they entered the small cave, they immediately noticed an abundance of cobwebs everywhere. On the walls, floor and ceiling. The area really does look like a boss hideout. Hopefully, when we kill him, something valuable will come out, the guy with the mohawk said with a smile. I'm more interested in what's inside the chest that the boss will be guarding, the archer said. I've heard that the bodies of bosses can be sold for a good price right now. The analyst who examines the bodies of monsters is as professional as we are, the mage girl added. Just then, strange noises and rustling sounds came from the corner. It's coming, the commander shouted as he drew his sword. A huge spider appeared. I'll take it on myself, and you attack, the commander shouted as he attacked the spider. The battle began. The guy with the mohawk attacked the spider with a technique from above. Zio dodged the attack. In low-level secret areas, monsters have almost no intelligence at all, Zio thought. He swung in a punch. If you guess correctly, you can get rid of it in 1 or 2. Zio hit the monster's limb and it broke with a bang. Rangers in the person of a magician and an archer finished off the monster from a distance. Killer Kang treated the commander while he fought in close combat and restrained the spider. After some time, the monster was defeated by joint efforts. Carrying his sword on his shoulder, the commander said with satisfaction, Haha, you see, as long as we work together, we can deal with level 3 dungeons without any damage. I'll distribute the final reward the same way I did last time. And don't forget about our little Zio, he said with a winning smile. A 3rd level dungeon. But in the system, this area is clearly marked by the 4th level. Zio thought after the commander's speech. He looked around in the direction of the monster's corpse and thought, but what's even weirder? At this moment, a guy with a mohawk was standing by the corpse. Captain, the secret chest didn't appear, he said loudly. Strange sounds were heard from the depths of the cave. Something seems to be coming. The mage girl warned everyone. A girl in a tattered school uniform emerged from the darkness, wearing a strange helmet. She walked unsteadily, without shoes and only stockings. A girl, her head an astronaut's helmet. The mage was surprised. It looks like the chest hasn't appeared yet, because the boss of the secret area is her, the captain said grimly. The girl in the helmet staggered and walked slowly towards them. So she's the boss. Not so creepy. Even the huge spider was more intimidating. The guy with the mohawk said fiercely. 2 glowing pink dots appeared on the monster girl's helmet. They must have been her eyes. Her appearance and the entire absurdity of the helmet made the situation even more eerie. Staggering, she suddenly abruptly ran towards the people. The guy with the mohawk held out his pole with a point on the end. You idiot. She would have no problem dodging such a direct attack, the archer shouted. But the monster girl had already been stabbed in the stomach. The team was surprised to see what was happening. The guy with the mohawk skewered her without taking out his weapon, then turned to the others. Wasn't it too easy? What is it? He asked uncertainly. Then he turned to the monster and pulled out his weapon and shouted, die. Suddenly, a spider web shot out from the hole that had formed in his stomach, binding his hands together. What the? The guy didn't have time to understand. Todo, wait. He tried to break free, but the monster girl broke his arms, pulling the web in different directions. The boy screamed in pain. Lao Kai, the archer shouted in horror. You can't get rid of such a thick web so easily. The magician, use the flame, the captain commanded. The mage immediately turned her fire magic on the monster. The monster girl was engulfed in flames. Hurry up, save him. Don't let it come under fire, the captain shouted, and the archer rushed to help his comrade, but suddenly stopped. Only the archer said when he saw that the monster girl had suddenly grown an extra 3 pairs of legs. It looked like a human centipede, creepy enough. I've never seen anything like it before. The boss, the captain said, unable to hide the horror he felt. Lao Kai tried to pull away, but the monster attacked him from behind and stabbed him in the chest with one of its legs. The guy died. Lao Kai, trash, I'll kill you, the archer shouted as he prepared to charge. Zio stopped him by grabbing his arm. Don't act rashly. If you get closer, you'll get as much damage from a boss with that much power as a spearman on the ground, Zio said. Oh, you bastard. The archer got angry, breaking free. He's right. We won't win if we attack recklessly. The commander agreed with Zio. How long before the portal opens? What is it? He asked the mage. Through 3 hours. The mage replied in horror. Then we can only fight while we retreat. We will slowly make our way to the exit. And as soon as the portal opens, we will immediately leave here, the commander said, choosing a rescue plan. Be careful, it's coming, the archer shouted. Just then, another stream of spider webs shot out from the hole in the monster girl's stomach. Cobwebs clung to the captain's arm. Captain, the archer shouted as he released 3 arrows in a row. The monster stopped the arrows with a stream of spider webs and grabbed the archer tightly. She was pulling the archer along with the captain. Tulch, the captain shouted as he resisted the monster. However, the archer could no longer defend himself. A nasty spider's mouth with fangs popped out of the girl's stomach. Nuo, the archer shouted, but the monster had already swallowed its head with its teeth. The archer's headless body fell to the ground. Damn it. The captain gathered all his power and hit the monster with all his strength with his sword. Impossible, the commander thought as he saw the result of his attack. The monster girl knocked the sword away with 1 foot. How can a level 4 monster be left without a single scratch after I, a level 3 swordsman, used all my strength? The captain thought. He fell to his knees, but struggled with all his might, getting closer and closer to the monster's gaping mouth. It's all over, the commander thought. Give me the sword, Zio shouted at him as he ran up to him. The only way to survive is to cut off your arm. If you want to live, give me the sword. The commander only thought for a moment, then threw the sword to Zio. He caught it and cut off part of the arm that the monster had captured. The commander screamed in pain. Zio managed to carry the commander away from the monster. Qiang ran over to the wounded captain and began to treat him. The mage's girl was seized with an animal fear. I don't want to die in a place like this, the magician shouted and ran in an unknown direction. Zio Q, why aren't you running away? Kang asked a new acquaintance while treating the commander. Zio was guarding them and standing in the passageway. You can't hide from the boss. She deliberately allows her victim to escape, because the real delicacy for her is a person trying to get away from her in fear. The so-called chosen by the gods monsters feed on the negative emotions of ordinary people. Fear, jealousy, injustice, all these are delicious dishes for them. Zio replied, "Fear, chosen by the gods. What is it?" asked the girl, who had obviously never heard of it before. There are monsters that are chosen by the void gods. After receiving the blessing, monsters gain terrifying speed and strength, and a strange appearance that is beyond human comprehension. Zio replied, "I've killed countless chosen monsters and void gods in my lifetime. But just when I've lost all my power, in the very first secret area, I come across a god-chosen monster. The system has a bad sense of humor," Zio thought. At this time, the chosen monster grimaced in a strange position and began to emit purple smoke from its mouth on its stomach. Smoke began to fill the entire space. "Oh no," Hiller said, "the poison reflection spell." She used protection on Zio, the commander, and herself. The fleeing mage, the first one, was exposed to the purple smoke and fell almost immediately. After a minute, Kang realized what was happening. This isn't poison gas, but a spirit suppression spell," she said before passing out. The god-chosen monster stood in the midst of the purple smoke. Suddenly, she noticed that someone was coming at her. "You're confused because I didn't fall like the others, right?" Zio said as he walked out of the smoke. "Even though I don't have all my powers right now, my spirit is still at level 14. Don't you have a weak suppression of the spirit?" Zio asked the monster. He took a step toward her. "I literally just gained a new ability." "No," he said. A window appeared above his head. "Monster status activated. I've gained a new ability," he said as he transformed into a monster. "So I should thank you. If you hadn't knocked those guys down, I wouldn't have been able to fight you for real. Being only chosen by the gods, you have the opportunity to witness my birth. You can be proud of yourself." Zio reincarnated as a monster said. He's completely changed. Huge horns and hard skin like solidified lava. His hands were pointed like swords, his tail was visible on his back, and his eyes glowed with a scarlet flame. The monster girl sent even more concentrated smoke in his direction. But Zio only got into the runner's position at the start. "Ha," he grinned, and charged towards the monster at the speed of light. The monster girl didn't have time to do anything. Zio stopped, holding one of her legs in his hands. "What a pretty long leg," Zio said, kicking out the monster's leg. The girl released a stream of cobwebs at him, but suddenly she was attacked again. "You can't do anything else but this simple movement. If the gods themselves chose you, they made a huge mistake. No, maybe my standards are too high. You're just a level 4 monster. If your level was a little higher, things might be different," Zio said as he pulled out another leg. "But don't think I'll let you live, either." He lunged at her again, snapping her leg off each time. When it stopped, the monster girl was standing on one leg. Well, there's only one left. You should hurry up," he said, and the monster girl started to run away from him, jumping on the last leg. Suddenly, she also disappeared and the monster girl fell to the ground. She tried to crawl away, but Zio appeared in front of her. "When you were playing with people, you didn't even think that you would ever be in their shoes. Die," he said. Zio crushed her head with his foot. Level 4 secret location. Female spider's nest. Mission accomplished. The mission reward is a spider's paw. The survivors will be automatically teleported out of the secret location. A few hours later, it was afternoon. Kang was walking down a busy street. "Even though it's already been more than 2 hours since I teleported out of the dungeon, it feels like it was just a dream. After we recovered from the spirit suppression, we were teleported out of that location. Since the captain suffered the most injuries, he was immediately taken to the hospital. My sister and I had no injuries, so we were released immediately. But I still haven't seen Zio Q. He can't have died, right?" Kang thought as she strolled through the city. Suddenly she stopped. Ahead of her, she saw Zio standing in front of the entrance to a building. Zio Q, the girl thought. The sun was shining brightly, and clouds were moving slowly across the sky. Zio Q was standing in front of a signboard with advertisements. "After completing the mission, the system teleported me to Daw City. We should find a place to sleep here," Zio thought. There were lists of vacant apartments on the bulletin board. This week's offers: sunny modern town, 1 room of 22 SQ, M32 yuan. The bank of the Moon River, 2 rooms of 62 SQ, M78 yuan. Xinyuan District, 2 rooms 55 SQ, M-71 yuan. Sunny Garden, 3 rooms of 87 SQ, M11,800 yuan. But the rent for 1 room is $3,000 per month. In a previous life, other people did this. As long as I was fighting monsters, I didn't have to worry about money. I don't have a dime in my pocket or anything else. It will be difficult to achieve everything on your own in this society. Xiao was thinking about his financial difficulties when suddenly Kang started calling out to him actively. Xiao Q, Xiao Q, Xiao Q. The girl was actively waving her hands. Seeing her, Xiao was surprised and asked, "Aren't you the healer from the secret location?" The girl puffed out her cheeks at this address. "The healer. My name is Yang Kang. These two Kangs are separated by dashes. You'd better remember by now," the girl said menacingly. "But I'm glad you're safe." She smiled. Noticing the bulletin board, Kang asked, "Are you looking at the rental booth? Looking for a place to spend the night?" "Yes," Xiao said shortly. "Don't you have any friends or relatives in Da?" Kang asked. "Nope," the guy answered. "I see. Da was built only after the cataclysm. It is only 40 years old." Kang said, and the young men walked together. However, thanks to rapid urbanization, the central area of the old town, which was once abandoned, has now become an urban-type settlement. Kang continued. They soon stopped at a gate with wooden doors. "This is my home," Kang said. "Don't worry, you'll have your own room, so you don't have to worry about causing any inconvenience or anything," added the girl. Xiao was surprised to see a coat of arms near the door outside the gate. On the coat of arms was an image of a crossed sword and a torch. "This," Xiao was about to say, but the girl interrupted him. "This medal was given to my father after his retirement. He is not only a hero, but also a soldier. If you compare a level 2 professional to me, my father has incredible strength. He is a professional level 5 warrior who has participated in many battles. For example, in the Battle of Snow Blast, the defense of Yongmen Pass," began to tell Kang. She suddenly became very excited. Dad also said that he fought alongside Mask. Not only did they live in the same camp, but they also ate from the same pot. Kang said happily, "Although he's been telling us about it since he was very young, so I don't even know if it's true or online. Now that I think about it, it seems like one big lie. And he likes to drink, so maybe it's just the words of a drunk. I don't think Max would share food and shelter with a low-ranking officer," the girl added sadly. "Where is your father now?" Xiao asked. "He's gone," Kang replied softly. She touched the medal on the wall. "The prolonged war has left him with excruciating wounds. Although the wounds had been healed on the surface, he had used up too much of his life force. Shortly after he was suspended from the service, he died." "And your mother?" Xiao asked. "My mother died when my sister was born," Kang replied. Noticing the change in the boy's face, Kai and I cheered up and hurried to calm him down. "Don't make that face. All this happened many years ago, and I've already come to terms with it. You can see that I'm fine right now. Let's go in." Kang invited him inside. They entered a small courtyard. "Wait a bit, I'll give you some bedding, but you'll have to get your own underwear or pajamas. The room in the left wing is vacant. You can live there. The room and all the stuff is old enough, so don't worry about it," the girl said, pointing in the direction of the house. "Compared to how I used to constantly live at the front in the past, this place is a real paradise. I will pay for the rent after I earn some money." Xiao thought that a girl in a wheelchair left the house. She was wearing light-colored house clothes, brown hair and blue eyes. The girl looked sullenly in the direction of the stranger and asked, "Who's that?" "Qianlu, don't be afraid. This is Xiao Q, my partner who went through the secret location together. It's his first time coming to Da and he doesn't have a place to stay, so I offered to stay with us for a couple of days." Ken replied, "A partner, but he doesn't look like a member of your previous team. Were you only there with him?" My sister asked incredulously. "How noble of you to bring the man you just met into the house," my sister said sarcastically and went back to the house. "Sorry, Qianlu is generally good. She just immediately gets annoyed at the sight of strangers, because she's a little afraid of them. And also, today is the trial of Musk, whom she idolized from the cradle, so she behaves like this. She apologized for Sister Kang's behavior. "I didn't think I would have so many fans," Xiao thought. At this time, Qianlu was sitting in her room at the computer reading the answers on one of the forums. "Musk gave up his power just like that. Isn't that too much? Its strength is created by combining all human resources. Doesn't he think it's a real waste of our resources? Does he think about us?" As expected, he was a selfish bastard. Although there is no danger of a monster invasion right now, there are still difficult secret locations in the world. Isn't it his responsibility to clean them up? I'll tell you what, losing all your strength is definitely fake. He immediately disappeared at the end of the live broadcast, didn't he? And I think it was an open escape from their own crimes. He knew that he would be severely punished, so he just ran away like a coward. Musk is nothing more than a hypocrite and a real villain. Read the review on the forum. After reading it, Qianlu became angry. What the hell? Don't these fools understand the whole situation? Human resources, not taken by Musk at all. On the contrary, it is humanity that has shifted all responsibility to Musk in order to survive in the dark times. People should thank him. The girl lamented, from the injustice of society. Fools, you fools. She began to scribble angry responses. Suddenly, her sister knocked on her door. Qianlu, it's time for dinner, my sister said. And Zenata, I don't want to eat. Qianlu snapped back. But we have a guest tonight, so at least come down. My sister started to ask, what kind of guest is he, Musk or something? Why on earth should I be happy for him? Qianlu replied, okay. Qian gave up. Xiao and Qian were gathered at the dining table. It's just the two of us eating today. Sorry if the food is too simple, the girl said. It's very good, Xiao praised. In the past, I had to eat monster meat without seasoning, rice, or anything else. Although some of the meat was even better than the most excellent dishes, it still gave the feeling of chewing metal with a bitter taste. Back then, I always thought that as long as I was able to fight the darkness for humanity, any food that was difficult to swallow would be delicious, Xiao thought as he ate. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the host of the program that was playing on TV. Professor Zhang, you must have learned about Musk's disappearance during the morning meeting. The host asked, I think that the federal parliament is already holding discussions on this case. As residents, we should trust this to the parliament, but new hypotheses are emerging on the internet. The professor replied, oh, what are your hypotheses? The host asked him. Musk's disappearance has been linked to an escape from crime, and the agreement to give up all powers was given for the sake of the show. Besides, if he really gave up all his strength, how could he disappear from the eyes of thousands of people? These are just hypotheses, so don't believe it, said the professor. I see. The host answered thoughtfully. I've also heard conflicting opinions from people. Everyone knows that Musk has put a lot of effort into the fight against monsters, and his personal abilities are simply incredible. Will Musk's disappearance affect the peaceful life of citizens? Some pessimists even believe that humanity is destroying itself, said the host. Seek your own death. This is a very funny statement, and an impossible one at that. Because the reason why we, the people, have been able to survive one crisis after another and get what we have today is that we have never relied on the power of a single person, but on our main body, the parliament. Thanks to him, humanity has achieved brilliant victories. Without the planet Earth, the sun would still rotate as usual. And without the mask, humanity will also be able to move forward to glory, said the professor. While listening to the broadcast, Kang started a conversation. Is that even the point? About the mask that is hidden? Xiao Q, what do you think? Isn't this the fourth plate? The girl was surprised when she saw Xiao helping himself to another portion of rice. You're asking me what I think about it. Given only Musk's behavior, isn't television just trying to say that Musk is hiding from crime? And one more bad thing, Xiao replied, but Kang cut him off abruptly. There must be a reason for this. Musk definitely has his reasons, she said excitedly. Maybe, Xiao said calmly. You're so indifferent. We're talking about the mask itself. Don't you care at all? Kang asked. Nope, Xiao replied. If Qianlu sees this program, she'll probably blow up the TV. Kang said, and suddenly, someone outside the door started shouting. You bastards, you think they won't hurt you if you're hiding inside? Someone shouted. It's from the Kaijian Investment Company, said Kang anxiously. Kaijian Investment Company? Xiao asked. Unknown people were breaking into the gates of the house. You think I can't burn this house down? They shouted. Kang abruptly ran outside and opened the gate. Behind them were 4 men. 2 of them were dressed in formal bodyguard suits and stood at a distance. 2 of them were wearing colored shirts and dark jackets. Finally decided to go out, Miss Yang. The scarred man said. You were pretty hard to cross paths with. The second person standing next to me said. Mr. Tujing. I've already made it clear to you that I'm not going to sell this house. The girl said with a frown. You must not understand the whole situation. Your team was disbanded today, wasn't it? I've heard that some people are seriously injured, and some are dead, and even the captain's life is still a big question. The scarred man said. Oh. How did you find out? Kang was startled. The scarred man moved closer. As a premium client of our investment company Kaijian, you should be very interested in working with us. Thanks to our close ties with the state, we can easily get all sorts of information. The man said. Wow, Miss Young doesn't have anything else to rely on. And how do you plan to resist now? With a sneer, the man asked with a nasty lick. The girl cringed. 5. I'll give you 5 more days to think, little sisters. If you do not decide to cooperate with us after this time, then the cases will be resolved in a different way. The man said, if you agree to give this land to the company, then $100,000 will be immediately transferred to your bank account. He added, how much? You were talking about 3 million. Why did the price drop so much? Tiang asked and thought about it. I'm not going to sell this house anyway, no matter how much he calls it. It's not about money, Miss Yang. The real estate market is in constant flux. Yesterday it was 3 million, and today it's already 100,000. This is absolutely normal. Or what? This amount is not enough. As far as I know, to maintain your sister's health, you must have at least 30,000 in your bank account. The man slammed the door with a threatening look. Then Xiao appeared from behind the girl. What does that mean? Who's that over there? The scarred man asked. He rushed in abruptly. Your boyfriend. Oh, I didn't think you liked younger guys, he said and walked over to Xiao. Nice to meet you. My name is Tujing Kenzo, and I work as the head of security at Kaijong Investment Company. I will be happy to cooperate with you in the future. He held out his hand. Xiao extended his palm in return. Watch out. He's a mage who specializes in mental attacks. The girl shouted. Gotcha, Tujing thought and immediately used his penetration magic. Heh. As soon as I enter this guy's subconscious, his mind will immediately be destroyed. Since I'm in such a good mood, I'll give him a little concussion and make him pass out for at least half a month, the man said as he penetrated Xiao's mind. He stopped abruptly. I should have already. What's happening? He stood in bewilderment. He looked back and saw a huge ocean. This is subconscious. The man was surprised. How can a person have this amount of mental power? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. The man was trying to escape, but suddenly a huge wave rose up in front of him. She covered him completely, unable to break free, and he thought, he's on a completely different level. Holy shit, I am being consumed by his mental powers. A man drowning in the water saw huge red eyes looking directly at him in the depths. Monster. Stop it, he shouted in horror. In reality, Tujing's body was passed out, and a second man in a similar shirt was standing next to him. Tujing, hey, wake up, stop it, he shouted. What's going on? The girl did not understand. He realized that his attacks weren't working and decided to blackmail us in this way. She thought, you bastard, is this your doing? What happened to him? One of the bodyguards tried to hit Xiao, but a guy in a colored shirt stopped him. Xi Cage, don't stop me. Don't tell me you're on his side. The bodyguard shouted. Turn on your stupid brain and think for yourself. Tujing passed out when he tried to go against him. Are you saying you're stronger than Tujing? If this guy was able to knock him out, then he's probably a second-level professional, not a third-level one. The guy in the colored shirt said. The third, the bodyguard asked. Okay, then. It seems that we underestimated you, Yang Kang. I didn't expect you to be able to find such a strong backer. But don't think it's over, said the guy picking up his companion from the ground. If you ever hurt our people again, you won't get away with it. No, he said menacingly, and the silence breakers left. The girl looked at her rescuer and asked, why you knocked Tujing out? Yes and no. He asked for it. Xiao replied. I didn't want to interfere, but this guy was persistently trying to get into my subconscious. I couldn't let this happen, Xiao thought. How long have these guys been bullying you like this? Xiao asked. The girl lowered her eyes. About 4 years. After their father's death, they suddenly appeared in front of the house and demanded to sell it for the sake of their investment company. However, we did not intend to do this. These people constantly tried to break into us, often took advantage of my absence, and intimidated my sister. She suffered so much. Fortunately, I became a second-tier professional 2 years ago and joined Captain Song's team. He secretly threatened them, and they didn't dare come here again. To think that those dreadful people came to us as soon as they found out about the captain's condition. The girl sighed sadly. Wait, what about the government? As far as I know, soldiers like you are supposed to show respect and help with their needs. In the past, I was one of those who promoted the policy of special treatment for military families. Xiao thought. Reverence? If the so-called reverence really existed, would those guys have come here? Xiao asked. It is more profitable for the state to be on the side of those who bring income, like the Kaijong Company, and not to fight for the rights of the weak. The girl replied, looking back at the silhouettes of the departing bodyguards. If that's the case, Xiao said, and looked thoughtfully in the direction of the retreating silhouettes. Some time later, Xiao was washing the dishes, and Kang was drying them with a towel. You don't have to do this, the girl said. I was once told if someone helped you, you should do everything you can to show your gratitude to that person. I live in your house, eat your food, so I think it's right to help at least by washing dishes. Xiao replied. You've already been very helpful. If you hadn't made those people leave, I don't know what I would have done. The girl said. What do you plan to do next? Will you join other teams to clear out secret areas? The girl asked. Yeah, and you? The guy answered. Me. I really hope that Captain Song recovers very soon. If not, then I have no choice but to look for another team that I can rely on. You know that. They are always competing with each other, and, unfortunately, very often terrible things happen within groups, such as betrayal and deception. Although, according to Musk, federal law has banned the killing of people in secret areas, but who will monitor this? Qian Qian said. Zio paused for a second after hearing this. Zio Q, if I find a good team, I will definitely recommend you to them. Kyong added. Okay, Zio replied and thought about it. Unfortunately, from the moment I entered the path of the monster, I already knew that no one would fight alongside the monster. Not now, not in the future. His thoughts were interrupted by a window popping up in front of him. On this window was written, Mission Statement, a nocturnal denizen in a secret area of the 4th level. Mission description, this is a simple task, but there is a chance to get unexpected bonuses after completing this area. Requirement, clear the secret area alone. Preparation time, 12 hours. A portal appeared in the huge hall. Zio Q stepped out of it. Thanks to the portal built into the system, I was able to avoid punishment from the parliament. I also managed to get into the secret realm right away. Zio thought. He looked around. This time it looks in the style of medieval Europe. Zio thought, and headed towards the side where he saw the huge stone gargoyles. Zio stopped in front of them. Hey, is that a gargoyle? Zio said in surprise. Suddenly, the gargoyles came to life, their eyes glowing red. Level 3. In their normal state, they look like ordinary sculptures, but as soon as a living organism is nearby, their true nature is revealed. The stone body provides them with high strength, and the protruding fangs pose a deadly danger to the enemy. Monsters like gargoyles have rough skin and a thick layer of flesh, and they are also immune to natural magic. This thing will cause trouble for everyone, regardless of the direction. I think that if Yan Kaiankang's party had come across this creature, they would have suffered heavy losses. Zio sighed. The gargoyles quickly swooped down on him. Zio started to transform and grab the two monsters by the throat. But unfortunately, I've got you, Zio said as he tore their heads off. Zio moved a little further into the hall and was surrounded by a huge number of monsters. Let's all go at once, Zio said. The monsters attacked him one by one, Zio ripping them apart. There were thousands of corpses on the ground. Zio was holding onto the wings of a gargoyle that had its back to him. Are you scared? I remember that a gargoyle doesn't have feelings, right? Zio said and tore it in half. Zio was just leaving when an unknown stone creature with a human body and gargoyle wings landed behind him, carrying a long iron spear. The strongest gargoyle. Level 4. Very different from normal gargoyles. The creator clearly put a lot of effort into this creature, which is evident even from its appearance. Such an elegant creation. Do you have the guts to destroy it? He's a monster, but he looks like a human, and his body is human, and that makes me want to kill him even more. Go ahead, Zio said, and the two of them got into a fight. Some time later, a group of people kicked into the medieval hall. When they entered, they saw an empty, ruined hall with no monsters. The commander, didn't you say that this secret realm appeared no more than 12 hours ago? Are we the first squad to enter here? One of the guys asked. Yes, the people from the inspection bureau promised me that. This place was sealed before we arrived. The commander answered him. The commander seems to be before us. Someone incredibly strong has already been here, said the girl sitting on the ground and looking at something. How? Did you find something? Her commander asked. Commander, look at these two rifts. The girl pointed at the corpse of one of the monsters. This kind of uneven structure usually remains after melee pros fight gargoyles using some kind of blunt object. But usually the impact does not leave such large fragments. So I doubt it. That gargoyle, like a rag, torn up. The girl replied. What? Raw torn up with your bare hands. How is this even possible? No, Commander. Now I have no doubts. Pointing finger said the guy from the team. Take a look. No, he said. High up, the gargoyle leader was stuck in the wall on an iron spear. Its body was torn apart, parts of its wings were torn off, and the end of a spear protruded from its chest. DOS City, Secret Area Control Bureau. There was such a big mistake, why aren't there any results yet? At least 7 teams reported that when they entered the dungeon, they found that it had been cleared by someone before them, and half of the monsters were already gone. What does it mean? So this is our miscalculation. Some team or individual escaped our bureau's monitoring and entered the secret area without registering. A man with a beard shouted at a bureau meeting. In front of him, his subordinates were sitting with their heads bowed. Isn't that a good thing? In any case, the secret areas will sooner or later be cleared by someone. One of the subordinates said. Holy shit, don't you understand? At the very least, this means that some parasite secretly helped another person enter the dungeons, and this is an abuse of official authority. And as a maximum, the entire Federation and even all of humanity may be under threat. If an unregistered user enters the dungeon and just kills the monster, then there is no problem. But what if someone deliberately decided to ambush the party in a secret dungeon? The boss said, "You are a new generation and have not caught the wild times when there was no control bureau yet. The most common cause of death when entering a dungeon is not monster attacks at all, but rather death at the hands of your own comrades. People should not die because of meaningless internal conflicts." The boss continued. He picked up a report showing a secret area with gargoyles. Okay, back to business. According to the data, the original place to enter the dungeon is the level 4 gargoyle realm. Based on the level of the dungeon and the analysis of 6 attempts to enter this area, each professional must have either a strength equal to or greater than the peak level. The boss said, "Chief, what makes you so sure it was one person and not a group?" The girl asked. "Very simple. If it was a group of people, we would have found wounds left by different people on the bodies of the monsters that were killed. But according to the data from the scene, all the monsters were brutally killed, and from their wounds, it can be said that it was one person. Since it was done by one person, after clearing so many areas, he will not be able to use all the loot he has collected. Listen to my order. Keep a close eye on the professional market throughout Da and its surrounding area to see if anyone has recently sold a trophy from those 7 secret areas. If you find something, let us know immediately." The boss ordered. "Got it." The others responded. Da City Market for professionals. "Brother, here's the money, count it. Next time you decide to sell something, don't forget about me," the man said, holding out a wad of money. "Okay," Zio replied. "Based on the boss appearance, I guess I sold things cheap again. But I don't really need such materials obtained from secret areas. As long as I complete the system's tasks, my strength will continuously grow," Zio thought as he looked at the window that popped up in front of him. Task reward, Monster Body Gargoyle Wing. Physical strength +1. This money should be enough to pay for Yang Kang's rent, Zio thought as he looked at the money. Suddenly, he heard Kang's voice. 32 is too little. Take another look. This sword may look old, but it has killed countless monsters. It was at home for many years. I carefully kept it, and therefore it is still very sharp," asked the girl, handing an old sword to the seller. "That's why it's worthless. The blade is full of cracks. It's also too thin. I'm afraid that after a few uses, the sword will break in half. Nevertheless, it is still a material, and it can be bought for scrap metal," the salesman said haughtily. "Metalo." The girl sobbed softly. "My father's sword was called metal." The girl was upset. "Ah, but I feel so sorry for you. Okay, I tear it off from my heart. I'll throw you up to 35. How do you like this option?" the salesman asked. -35. The girl repeated. "Sorry, Faya, I don't want to do this either, but then Kyan lose medical expenses." The girl said goodbye to the sword. The salesman was looking at Kang maliciously. "This girl really doesn't understand anything. I've been working with gear for over 30 years, and I'm never wrong. This sword contains. This is a valuable material that can be obtained in very few secret areas. You just need to extract it from the sword, and then I will definitely earn tens of thousands." "What is it?" thought the salesman, wishing to deceive poor Kang. "Hey, if you want to sell it, then hurry up, or I won't even pick it up for 3,500 soon," the salesman said to the girl. "Wait," Zio stopped her. "Zio Q, do you sell something here, too?" the girl asked when she saw her friend. "I'll tell you about that later," Zio said as he came closer. He looked at the sword and saw its description. Equipment name, S-level professional sword. Description, although at first glance this is an ordinary old sword, but in fact it contains a rare specific metal. However, no one has any idea that this piece of metal was once the blood of an evil deity. I wonder if it's luck or bad luck. "I'll take this sword," Zio said. "You want to buy it?" The girl was surprised. "Brother, I've already made a deal with this girl. You can't interfere like this." Sharply worried seller unclean on the hand. "This money is too small," Zio said as he handed the wad of money to the girl. "You idiot. Just an idiot." The salesman clutched his head. The young people moved away from the market and sat down on a bench. The weather was fine. In Zio's hands was the newly acquired sword, and in Kang's hands was the money that she needed so badly in her situation. "Zio Q, for you, this sword will cost a maximum of 1,500. You've saved me more than once. I can't charge you that much money," the girl said as she handed the money back. "You gave me a place to live, and you've already paid me back for saving you. and take this money as payment for accommodation and food expenses. You are a very tasty cook. Xiao refused. No, that's too much money, but it's enough to rent a whole house. The girl resisted. Then, as your savior, I command you to take them. Besides, this sword isn't as simple as you think. Although I can't tell you the reason right now, its value is much higher than these few thousand. Xiao said as he carefully examined the sword. Secrets? I didn't expect that the sword I've kept at home since I was a child would be as mysterious as you. Regardless of how you managed to get out of the secret area with the spider before us, or how you were able to earn that money so quickly now. Don't worry, I won't ask you about your secrets, I won't pry into your business, and I won't tell anyone about it. But please treat Feiya well. It's the only thing my sister and I got from Dad. Tian Kang said as she touched her sword. Feiya is also free to move and hidden in the dark like a raven. A really good name. Xiao thought. T.S. Feiya, literal translation of soaring raven. I am the most useless and worthless daughter. I didn't even manage to protect my dad's last item. But if I don't, then the money for Qian Liu's treatment. Qian Liu's treatment. Xiao was surprised. Surely you know about the great demon disaster in Da. Tian Kang asked. Yeah, I don't know much. A level 10 monster broke out of the secret area and raged in Da City. It was a great demon. Xiao said. That's right. Neither the city's army nor a professional warrior could resist this monster. It destroyed everyone in the blink of an eye. Thus, everyone joined the battle, both registered professionals and retired military personnel. And only thanks to the sacrifice of these people, we ordinary people were able to get to a safe place. Father, he also died in that battle. In the end, only Feiya was left. The monster's deadliest attack was its radiation. The whole sky was lit up with a dark green light, and every cloud, every pebble, every piece of glass, everything turned green, covering half the city. Tian Kang was telling the story. The whole sky was lit up with a dark green light, every cloud, every pebble, every piece of glass, everything turned green, covering half the city. Ordinary people who were nearby turned into pools of blood and flesh, and those who were a little further away died after a while. And Qian Liu, her legs were grazed by the radiation at the very edge. Tian Kang said, recalling the horror of that day. Qian Liu has a talent with swords, and in elementary school, she could even take down an adult with a wooden sword. Everyone around them thought that Qian Liu would also become a level 5 warrior like his father, and maybe even stronger. Dad said it was like Qian Liu was born with a sword. But because of this monster, now she has to be treated by top-level professionals. Otherwise, the radiation will spread, and eventually she will die, too. I gave up the melee profession that my dad had, and instead chose the healer profession with the highest survival rate. Tian Kang said. Xiao listened carefully to her story and thought, after all, the great demon was dealt with when I was recalled from the front line. Although it was destroyed in a single strike, it still ran rampant for about 10 hours. Such a weak monster could really affect ordinary people a lot, which is why I hate monsters so much. But after the incident with the great demon, that is, Musk agreed with the government to issue money to each victim. In a situation like this, you shouldn't have been reimbursed, should you? Xiao asked. Was this the case? Tian Kang was surprised, but then she just wiped a tear from her eyes. I did, and now I feel much better, as if a stone has been lifted from my soul. Come on, we should get back. Tian Kang stood up from the bench and added with a smile. Didn't you say that I make delicious rice? I think it's time to show my real level. The two young men walked towards the house along a small alley. Two guys in formal suits were walking past them. Can you really find that secret parasite here? One of them asked. Based on the analysis of the chapter, if the fraudster starts selling stolen goods, then this place will be the most suitable. In addition, colleagues have already gone to explore all the underground retail outlets. Let's go, we must definitely find him. The second one answered. Qian house. Qian Liu was in the kitchen, pouring herself a glass of water. These couch troops really piss me off. Wait till I take a sip of water and spit you all up. She was angry at the regular commenters on the internet. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the street, someone breaking through the gate. Who is there hammering? It doesn't seem like a sister. Can it be that the stranger who lives in our house? The girl was surprised. These are representatives of Kaijong Investment Company, shouted from the street. The girl was very frightened. Outside, everyone was pounding on the gate, and Qian Liu froze in horror. She picked up her wooden sword and rolled towards the gate, holding it in front of her with both hands. Suddenly the gate was kicked out. The burglars turned out to be Tujin, who had recently escaped from Xiao, and several other thugs. I knew someone was here. Is that you, the little invalid? The man said when he saw the girl in the wheelchair. Hey, Flawed, do you want to stop me with that childish wooden sword? He laughed at her. Qiang Lu was shaking with a mixture of anger and fear. "You freak," the girl shouted and swung her sword, but missed and fell to the ground. "You freak, the brute." Qiang Lu cursed out of injustice and helplessness. "Wow, that was powerful." The man commented on her attack. Then he stepped on the wooden sword with his foot and contemptuously looked down at the girl and said, "You want to cut me up? I'm standing on my own 2 feet, and you little invalid want to cut me down." The man turned to his subordinates. "Search this place and find me those 2, especially that asshole who dared to interfere with our squad. I'll show him what happens when you insult respectable people." He ordered, and about 10 people with bats broke into the house. "Got it." They obeyed orders. They smashed everything in each of the rooms as they searched for Xiao and Qiang. "Commander, we've searched all the rooms. They're nowhere to be found. They've definitely gone somewhere," the wards reported. "Damn, we're late. But we won't lose either. Take this garbage with you, they've trapped themselves," the commander replied, gloating over the girl. "I'll kill you, you freak. I'll kill you," said Qiang Lu angrily. "See, Commander, you can't do that, it's a kidnapping." "If there's a lot of hype," one of the thugs warned. "Yeah, that's right, too. But if we just leave, they won't learn anything." "Well, I see you're interested in this case, so I'll give you an assignment," he said to one of his charges. "I'm listening, Commander," he said with a smile. "Keep your keys, wait in the car. When they come, you'll drive your car into the yard. This is just a minor accident, a problem with the car. And inside the car are gifts in the form of bags of garbage from all over the area. After all, we are law-abiding citizens." The man laughed viciously as he handed over the keys. "Understood, Commander," the thug said and left. Heavy rain began to fall. Clouds gathered over Da City. Qiang held a small handkerchief over her head as she ran with Xiao towards the house. "Hurry up, Xiao Q. We need to get home soon," she said to her friend. "Yeah, no," he said. After a while, when Qiang got closer to her house, she saw the broken gate and her sister lying on the ground. "The creatures. You are finished, creatures," Qiang Lu repeated as she lay on the ground. Qiang Lu. Qiang ran to her sister and picked her up from the ground. Xiao helped set up the wheelchair. "These are the Kaijong Company's people. Bastards," my sister said. "Let's go inside and you can tell me everything." "Xiao Q, please roll Qiang Lu into the room, and I'll quickly pick up the things from the courtyard, otherwise it will be useless," Qiang asked as she sat her sister down in a chair. "Okay," Xiao replied and was already turning towards the door. Suddenly, Xiao and Qiang Lu heard a crash. They quickly turned around and saw a pile of trash piled on top of Qiang. "Ouch, is this Miss Yan's house? Sorry, I don't know how I managed to dump all the garbage here. Although it's a good thing that it's raining now, you'll just be able to get a good wash. This is your first gift from our Kaijong Company," the thug said and drove off in a garbage truck. Qiang was still standing in the middle of the trash in the rain. "My sister." Qiang Lu started to drive up to her, but Xiao stopped her. The girl begged, but Xiao was adamant. "Let her figure it out for herself. If you go there, you'll only make it worse," Xiao said. The older sister turned and walked into the house without a word. She was crying and broken. Xiao and Qiang Lu were still standing in the courtyard under a small awning. Raindrops beat against the roof of the house. The first person to break the silence was a girl. "But why? Why it's like this? Can you explain it to me? Tell me, is there any justice in this world at all?" she asked the guy. "I've never met him." "No," he said. "And there won't be any in the future." "No," I said. "And honesty, it should be there, right? Don't all the great people of this world want to create an honest world?" The girl did not calm down. "Your worldview is false, and your ideals are false. Even this rain pours on everyone differently. It pours both on the poor and on dishonest people," Xiao said as he picked up the wooden sword in the girl's hands. "This world isn't fair in itself, so stand in the rain of this unfair world. Also unfair." He clenched his fist and crushed the sword with one hand. The girl began to cry loudly, either because of a broken sword or because of an injustice that can't be fought. "Do you understand? For me, the problems of your family are not interesting, but at the same time cause pity and sympathy. I wasn't going to interfere with your problems or your unfairness. I have to spend my energy on much more important things. But it turned out that the problems themselves came to me, and this is a real headache." The guy took a step out into the rain. "What are you going to do?" Qiang Lu asked anxiously as Xiao left. "Deal with them," the guy answered. "Are you crazy? Do you think Kaijong is a small company? Their thugs are level 3 and 4 professionals, and the head is rumored to have already reached level 5. Don't you think my family's problems are boring? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Don't go. If you interfere, you're finished." The girl screamed. "Yes, really problems and really boring. Only, I've always enjoyed getting rid of boredom, Zio said as he took out a new sword from its scabbard. And kill problems, he added fiercely, and the expression on his deathly calm face changed to a more bloodthirsty one. As the clouds gathered, the rain continued to pour down on this horribly unfair world, either trying to wash away all the dirt, or to spite all the suffering souls. One of the tall and prestigious buildings had a brightly lit sign that read Kaijong Investment Company. Several barkers were standing in front of the building. Let's earn a fortune together. May our cooperation be fruitful. The development of this land depends on you. They met an unsuspecting Zio who wanted justice. The place was full of workers. One of them noticed a guy with a sword at the entrance and sighed bitterly. Holy shit, I came to make trouble again, he said to his partner. Heh, as luck would have it, it was during my shift that he decided to arrange problems. The second one answered and both of them went to the entrance. Kid, do you even know what this place is? Put away your weapons, they said to Zio, but the guy walked past them in silence. I told you to stop, one of them said, but a moment later both guards were hacked apart. A task from the system appeared. Quest, Blood Sacrificial Demonic Sword. The longsword that had reaped countless casualties on the battlefield was once again awakened by blood. But perhaps it was the blood of the demon living in the sword. Mission requirement: destroy all unearthly creatures with the help of Feiya. Reward: Feiya will complete the evolution with blood. 4 more swordsmen came out of the elevator towards Zio. He's hostile, be careful. Go ahead, one of them commanded, and all 4 of them attacked Zio. He chopped them down one by one, like a child playing with sand statues. The warriors who arrived after the first group were dumbfounded. Noticing that Zio's sword was stuck in one of the bodies, one of the guards shouted, "His sword is stuck, this is a great opportunity." However, this guy was wrong. As soon as he came up from behind, Zio cut him down as well. The last thing that flashed through his mind was, he's clearly a weapons pro. Why is the fist stronger than the body system? Zio went on. Meanwhile, 3 men were sitting in an office on one of the last floors. One of them was the one who had bullied Kyan Lu recently. I'll take over the house of those 2 sisters in Liacheng district soon. Even after suffering so much, they still hold on. Well, then don't blame me for what happens next. However, there are no such incomprehensible people in the world. Ha ha ha. He spoke lightly. Lie Ronki, you still have a lot of things to do. Once you develop this land, it can be sold for a lot of money. The blonde man sitting next to him answered. Then a subordinate burst into the office. Trouble. There's a killer at the entrance. This man caused a massacre in the main hall. Killed a lot of our people. A guy shouted. How many of them are there in total? The blonde man asked. He's alone. The guy answered. How dare one person come here and kill my people? Does he think he has an extra life? The third man in the green jacket shouted indignantly. Ronki was shocked. Our company's people always check their goals in advance. We never touch powerful professionals or people in power. He thought immediately. Standing up, he said, let's go take a look. Ronki picked up his axe and dragged it scrabbling on the floor. They rounded the corner and heard shouts from the landing. Huh? Said Rongzi, surprised. A guy was standing on the stairs, begging someone to look down. Please don't kill me, I'm begging you. Stop it, he shouted, but in the same second he was cut to pieces. Zio came up the stairs. His murderous gaze sent both Director Ronki and his entourage into a stupor. What are you afraid of? We are level 4 professionals. Let's throw him out together. Bullshit question. Ronki said. Yes, that's right. The blonde replied and everyone prepared their attacks. The blonde man was hoarding ice magic in his hand. Ronki was holding his magic axe, and the guy in the green jacket was pointing the barrel. Level 4 professionals. Zio asked. What? Scary. If you turn yourself in, we won't touch your corpse. To be honest, I still don't understand why you decided to become an enemy of our company. Ronki said. Chief, he's Yang Kang's new friend. It was from him that our guys suffered then. The guy in the jacket said. So it's him. Head Ronki replied. Since there are 3 level 4 professionals here, it will be difficult for me to maintain my human form. Zio said and turned off the light with the tip of his sword. It became dark. What's he going to do? The head asked. Probably trying to surprise us in the dark. Aren't there thugs and stalkers who get stronger in the dark? The guy in the jacket asked, then added, but in the dark, I am a god. Dark vision activation. Thanks to this ability, I can see in the dark as well as in the daytime. The guy activated his night vision and saw the appearance of a monster in front of him. Huh? What is it? A monster. Stop it, he shouted. Seeing such a picture, the guy lost his composure and did not have time to recover from fear as he was already hit by a demonic sword. Joseph, what's the matter? The chief shouted. The smell of blood. Is he hurt? Or dead? Thought the head. Joseph's body fell to the ground, spreading blood. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the hallway. This was enough for the headmaster to see the monster and be able to deflect its attack with his sword. If I don't have time to react, I will die from this sword. He was horrified. Ice arrow art. The blonde man directed an attack at Zio. The monster only stretched out one arm and smashed a huge block of ice. He looked in the direction of the attacker and in an instant, he was dead. What's that sound? The head was shaking with fear. Lightning flashed, lighting up the room, and the head saw a huge monster. A second passed before he realized what had happened. Holy shit. The headman only managed to shout before his head separated from his body. Faye's sword awakened by a drop of blood. Several guards with swords heard the screams and stood in the darkness. What the hell is this? One of them said after seeing the monster's eye. Before the guards could blink, they were already dead. Suddenly, someone turned to the monster itself and shouted loudly. Enough. That someone was the president of the corporation. The man was standing with a sword on the ledge of the stairs. Zio sniffed the air. A level 6 professional? He realized immediately. The man with the sword was also studying his opponent. A monster. No, it's something else. I don't feel the characteristic aura of insanity. Is it a professional with a modified system? No, also not the same. A professional with a modified system will not emit such a demonic aura when turning into a monster. He thought. You're the only person in the world who's capable of being in a state between a monster and a human. If you are sold on the black market, you can fully compensate for all the damage you have caused. The man began to say, going down the stairs. I can't be wrong. This is a real monster, he thought. It doesn't matter if you're a monster or a human. However, you were very unlucky to cross paths with me, said the head of the corporation. The damage you've caused today may be very upsetting to the bigwigs behind me, but such an extraordinary find. Definitely enjoy the bosses who are trying to cross a human and a monster to find a new life. The head decided and immediately used the technique. Greater than I will attack in the head. The head decided. However, the attack was not successful and only grazed the monster's face slightly. It's not for nothing that it's a humanoid monster. Its attack speed is very fast. He was even able to dodge my attack. I've already figured out your maximum, too, the headman said and started to launch attacks one after another. It grazed Zio in various parts of her body, even if the freak is as tough as a cockroach. But this technique, it won't be so obvious. He launched a direct attack that Zio easily dodged. I tricked you, he thought, and with his other hand, he pulled out a revolver and shot Zio right in the head at close range. In many years of fighting, this technique has never failed me. That short distance was enough to blow half his face off. I wish I could catch this new monster alive, but I think even his corpse will be very valuable, thought the head of the corporation, confident of his victory. However, the smoke from the shot dispersed and the man saw that Zio was not injured in any way. The monster's face, with its glowing scarlet eyes showing no emotion, was untouched. The man was taken aback by this combination of circumstances. How is this even possible? He thought. So close. There's no point in hiding anymore. The only explanation for all this is that he anticipated my shot. The man decided and asked, how did you know? 19 rapiers. To be able to hone the 19 rapier technique to such an extent with your level is quite a feat, Zio replied. These swordsmanship skills are designed by me specifically for rapiers. They are simple and easy to learn, and with advanced training, all sorts of changes occur. They are characterized by high speed, damage, and evasion. Allows you to kill an entire army without taking a single damage. Zio thought about the opponent's technique. However, when I created these techniques, I established the rules of justice. Didn't you learn that when you studied them? Zio asked the head. What are you talking about, monster? Are you crazy? This technique was also created by Musk. It means that it can only be used in the name of justice. Isn't it fair to destroy monsters like you? Stop it, the frantic man shouted. A monster? Me? Well, I do not know. What about those people you ruined? Were they also unjust? Zio asked. I don't know what plot of land our company took that you're the owner of. I'm not interested in why you're here, so get out of here. But there's one thing you should know, monster. Human society is continuously evolving, and anyone who will interfere with the world will move forward. It doesn't matter if it's a monster or a human, it's still a punishment. This is an injustice, and I will always stand on the side of justice. This justice, which you, monster, will never understand. The man shouted furiously and immediately charged at the monster. That's how it is, so that's how fair you are, Zio replied. From behind his back, 8 sharp limbs sprouted out and headed towards the man. The man dodged the first attack. What the fuck? He started to say, but couldn't avoid the second one. Sharp limbs sank into his body and pinned him to the wall. It's a surprise attack. What the hell kind of monster are you anyway? The man said, bleeding profusely. Me. Didn't introduce yourself. Zio replied and immediately cut the man apart. I received a notification from the system. Equipment name, Blood Feya. Equipment description. This sword, stained with the blood of a demon, has taken on a new life. A sea of dirty and cursed blood lurks inside him. As long as the blade is in his hands, he will run amok. If the user doesn't need the sword, then it can be placed in the system space and removed at any time. Features. Blood Feya's skill description. By releasing the blood blade, you can easily cut through even the earth's crusts. Feya, is that your current name? Zio asked the awakened blade. There's no change from the outside, though. But when I hold this sword in my hand, it's like I can feel its heartbeat. A magic sword of limitless potential, and I'm a monster of limitless potential. We're perfect for each other. The monster's monologue was interrupted by a subordinate who ran to the boss at the wrong time. The boss is here, he was about to say, but he saw the monster and immediately fell down from fear with screams. No, don't kill me. Go, bloody Feya, said Zio, and the sword struck with such force that it tore a hole in the wall, and the blood of a subordinate who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time flowed out. Outside, a special squad of professionals was already waiting for Zio. Commander Jiang, we completely surrounded the Kaijong Company building. All streets, underground sewers are under our control. We can send people to attack at any time. One of the warriors said. Wait a minute. First, let's try to persuade them to give up. Find out what's going on inside before making a decision. If we act recklessly, innocent people may die. Commander Jiang replied. He looked like an old commander with white hair, a beard, and a mustache. Despite his age, he was in good physical shape. The commander's uniform fit him perfectly. Ugh, the innocents. I'm afraid there are no innocents in this building. But it doesn't matter, it's the responsibility of our federal government to judge them. A person who exceeded their authority, even if they had a million motives, should also be punished. The commander thought, without taking his eyes off the building. The rain hadn't stopped yet, and the situation was tense. Out. One of the warriors said. A human-shaped Zio walked out of the company building. It had the blood of the people he had killed on it. Zio came out and just stood there in the rain. Yang Kang's home. Qian Kang came out of the bathroom and dried her hair. He went to Kaijong Company alone. Are you out of your mind? You can also die. The girl screamed and grabbed an umbrella and hurried after the guy. Sister, wait. I'll go too. Her little sister shouted after her. However, Qian Kang didn't wait for her. The girl reached the corporation building and seeing the crowd came closer holding her breath. City Army. Are you Yang Kang? The soldier asked her. Did something happen? The girl asked anxiously. We need you on a case. The soldier replied. What's up? What's the deal? The girl asked. Do you know this guy? The soldier showed Zio's photo. Seeing a picture of a guy in blood, the girl was scared. Zio Q. What's wrong with him? Is he alive? The girl began to ask. Alive. He is not only alive, but even feels great. The soldier replied. Special Purpose Prison of the Defense Forces. Zio Q was taken to the prison for questioning and further trial. He was sitting in the room, handcuffed. The commander watched him through a special glass. He still won't tell you who he is or where he came from. What is it? He asked the assistant. Yes, sir. Although they confessed to their attack on Kaijong. But the only thing we know about him is his first and last name. His name is Zio Q. We don't have his birth certificate or passport. Nothing that would give us any information about him. He's like a ghost completely hidden from government surveillance. So, after we started investigating Zio Q, we found out that he is related to a girl named Yang Kang. But when we found it and wanted to take it with us, it was a surprise to us that the Secret Area Inspection Bureau's people were also looking for it. According to reports, the Verification Bureau is looking for a secret thief who can bypass their monitoring and directly enter secret areas. It turns out that this person is Zio Q. The assistant read the report. It's really very mysterious. Who is this Yang Kang? Said the commander. According to our data, Yang Kang is a level 2 professional healer, and her father was a level 5 professional. The guy reported. Level 5. The commander was surprised. Yes, previously, he served in the army. But after being wounded, he retired, as his strength was already running out. Initially, according to the political course, he could have served as an administrative official in Da City, but politely declined. And then, a few years later, he died in a battle with a great demon. Yang Kang's younger sister, Yang Qianlu, was also severely injured in the incident. According to the report, when Yang Kang was going through the secret area with her Zhangang team, she met Zio Q, who appeared there without an official request. This is consistent with the testimony of the other survivors of the Jang group. And the reason why Xiao Q went to Kaijong for the mass murder was because he heard that this company was going to take over the plot where Yang Kang and Yang Qianliu live. So he decided to restore justice. The assistant replied, "That's how it is." The commander mused. "He's like a fierce knight with a sword." Someone who had entered the surveillance room said. The commander turned and said, "Head of the department Arthur, come on in. I think we should find out for ourselves," said the boss, looking at his watch. Commander Jiang is a level 7 professional, and department head Arthur is level 6. These two can be said to be the strongest warriors in Da, but it seems that the guy inside ran into some serious trouble, thought the assistant, adjusting his glasses. The glare on the windows prevented others from looking into his eyes more than they should, and almost no one could understand what was going on in this young man's head. The commander-in-chief went into the interrogation room, where Xiao Q was locked up, handcuffed. Xiao immediately noticed the commander. "Is he looking at me like that?" No. He looks at my raincoat. Why, when he looks at that cloak, he looks so nostalgic, the commander thought. Xiao Q, given the gravity of your crime, I think you can guess what the final outcome will be. Either you will be sentenced to death, or you will have to repay the crime in full. Once you are listed in the redemption squad, you will be sent to the front line with the highest level of danger and mortality. After completing a sufficient number of battles and killing a certain number of monsters, you will be able to atone for your crime and return to normal life. The commander started to say as he sat down in the chair opposite Xiao. Even though they say so, once you are listed in the redemption squad, no one will be able to return from the battlefield alive. Most of the criminals are killed in the first battle, and in order to return, you need to participate in at least 100 battles. And for some criminals, this number can be as high as 3,000. The commander thought, it turns out, for you, sending someone to the front line with monsters is a punishment. Xiao asked, since that's the case, no matter what kind of inhumane crime I've committed, there I can completely purify my soul. Xiao thought, judging by your tone, you've been on the front line before. The commander asked, I haven't been much. Xiao replied curtly, who were you there for? Were you a soldier who fought monsters? Or did you have a different role? The other one. After this answer, the commander and the chief looked at each other. There aren't many professionals who are qualified to go to the front lines and survive there. All we have to do is compare the photos and we'll know who he is. The commander decided. You might say so. This is luck. The head of the department, Arthur, and I were already on our way to the monsters' front lines with the garrison, said the commander. I have been on the front line for almost 10 years. This may sound arrogant, but I am considered a veteran, more qualified than I am. It can only be the Hero Mask and the first party who set up this very line of retreat of monsters. Chief Arthur added, this is the Order of Mask, and I used to fight under its leadership. And then we were just far behind him. They stared at his back, said the commander touching his medals. Since you were on the front line, you probably know that the current peaceful situation is very difficult for us. In a peaceful environment, there are many dangerous moments that are invisible to the eye. Even a slightly unstable place can immediately fall into a deep test, especially Musk's situation with the federal parliament. Arthur lost his temper and started shouting. So you got it, huh? That's your way of avoiding the Bureau's monitoring and tricking yourself into entering the dungeon. If anyone found out about this, it would be a real shock to the entire society. Even in the best case, it will cost the lives of many professionals. But more importantly, our usual life will be destroyed, said the boss. Xiao was silent. Even though you have a lot of secrets. But for the federal government, this only means that defeat is not far off. I hope you understand and show some generosity. If you are sent to the federal capital, then no one will talk to you as kindly as me and Chief Arthur, said the commander at the end, and they both left the office. Xiao was left alone, lost in thought. Will they send you to the federal capital? Greater than and I would really like to go back to this place one more time. However, so far, this is unlikely, Xiao thought. System notification. Main task, Rebirth of the Great Demon. Task description. Who would have thought that the same great demon a few years ago still hadn't died? The residual radiation that existed in people's bodies was actually the unstable source of the explosion. If you don't clean up everything completely, then over time the demon will recover from this accumulating and increasing radiation. In fact, if all the radiation in people's bodies was immediately cleared when the demon was first killed, then it wouldn't be able to revive. Then why didn't the federal government do it? The respawn time is still 72 hours away. Mission objective, destroy the new elemental Great Demon. Messiah's Award, the Heart of the Great Demon. Great Demon monster of the elemental level. The so-called elemental level does not mean that the monster will have a high level of strength. On average, the strongest monster reaches level 13, and the weakest monster reaches level 7-8. In fact, I didn't need a system alert, I already knew that this monster would recover, because all this has already happened in a previous life. Some time after my trial, the demon found one infected professional and used him as a carrier to revive himself. It is like a weed. As long as there is even a drop of infection like ordinary grass, it will be reborn with the first spring breeze. At that time, I had just been sent to the front line after the trial. It immediately began to exterminate the entire DA, working as hard as if it had been stung. Even though it didn't manage to do too much damage, I smashed it in one blow. But even so, I was still heavily criticized. Why are you here so late? As the best hero, shouldn't you have appeared as soon as possible? We gave you such a light punishment, don't you know how to be grateful? Isn't the reason the demon came back again because Musk didn't clean it up well the first time? A lot of people died in the crash again. Musk should apologize. Precisely, Musk should apologize. Waves of condemnation. I was forced to come forward again. And I was tried again and forced to apologize to all the people. And in this life, there is no hero named Musk in this life, only Zio-Q is here. Then what does the life or death of these people have to do with me? Zio thought as he pieced together the memories from his previous life. Meanwhile, Commander-in-Chief Arthur were talking in the observation room. Arthur lit a cigarette and asked, "Why were you so nice?" He said he'd been on the front line before. I'm many years old, and it's been a long time since I retired. Now you understand the situation on the front line better than I do. I've never seen anyone this old on the front line, and with such ferocious force. Judging by the injuries of those who died at the scene, it has incredible speed and terrifying power. And it looks like he's got plenty. An extraordinary weapon. At least, he's not just a professional. This is double cultivation, or even cultivating multiple professions at the same time. The commander replied, glaring at Zio-Q, who was sitting behind a thick layer of glass. So he's a genius. Other people spend their entire lives struggling to learn at least one profession and can't always reach even level 6. And he cut off the heads of level 6 professionals at such a young age. Yes, and studies several professional systems at the same time. Arthur breathed out cigarette smoke. A genius. He may be a talent, but he's still an idiot. It's too stupid to waste your life at a place like Kaijong Company. He should be judged by the people of the Federation. We don't need such a genius. The commander answered, strictly following the laws. That's right. After all, the Federation didn't even judge. Compared to him, it's not that hard to condemn this minor genius. Cigarette ash smoldered and fell to the ground, as did a conversation between two veterans of the previous war. Absolutely nothing decisive. The capital of the federal government is Star City. Star City was one of the safest and most advanced in terms of technology and standard of living. Humanity has experienced incredibly dark times, with urban landscapes and metropolitan provinces emerging after urban reconstruction. But at best they were second-rate or even third-rate cities of the 20th and 21st centuries, which were even before the dark times came. However, the Star City, where the capital of the federal government is located, being a symbol of human rebirth, has reached the level off city of the future. A meeting of special importance was being held in one of the main buildings of this city. He's just a wild criminal. Dozens of people were killed overnight, and he also killed a level 6 professional. This is not just a mental disorder, but also a disregard for the authority of the Federation. Are we still able to kill people in such a brusque manner? Officials were sprayed before the president. The president picked up the report. The photo shows a young guy, but he was able to kill a level 6 professional. Apparently, he is very talented, said the president. So what if he's talented? The last thing our Federation needs is such scumbag geniuses. The more talented the criminal, the more dangerous he is to society. If such a blatant violation of the federal order is not severely punished, how can people feel safe? How will they enjoy peaceful labor and peace of mind? He must be publicly punished so that others will not be offended. The official was angry, but there was only one thing on his mind. The Kaijong Company is my source of income and DA, and someone dared to cut it off. Although it is not so difficult to find the white glove, but who will make up for the damage for the lost time? Pia white gloves, legal intermediaries in the transfer of dark money, or legal guarantors of illegal cases. I know. Then send this criminal to the front line by signing up to the front ranks of the redemption squad. The president replied, isn't there going to be a public trial? But then, the official hesitated. The white gloves that I have placed in other places will be seen by everyone. If I can't use all my anger to punish the person who dared to provoke me, I'm afraid those dogs won't be so loyal to me anymore. He was afraid for his dark deeds. Let's not discuss this any further, we have more important things to do. Why hasn't any information about the mask been found yet? The director asked menacingly. The room fell silent. The man couldn't just disappear. He's obviously hiding somewhere. Probably somewhere close to us, somewhere very close. However, it's been so long, but we haven't found anything about the mask. Do you really think that one day the enemy will suddenly appear in front of us? The president asked. The chairman, calm down, everything is fine. Right now, Musk doesn't have any forces at all, so what threat can he pose to us? We tried to calm the president down. No strength, you say. Then how did he disappear from the courtroom in an instant? The president was angry. At that moment, we all felt Musk dispel his own power. What could he possibly do with just a small portion of his remaining power? One of the officials asked. Yes, in addition, the ideas that we spread among the people are very effective. There are fewer people supporting Musk. Even if he really wants to take revenge on us, no one will stand on his side. What kind of threat would a person acting alone pose? Another agreed. As long as it is not under our control, the danger is still there, said the chairman. On the other hand, I am now the chairman of the parliament and have the greatest power in the entire federation. Nothing can stand in front of me. But really, for the chance to kick that pesky mask out, I've given a lot of money and power to the council members here. The chairman thought. Let's summarize. For the benefit of everyone, you need to find the mask and take it under control. Okay, let's move on to the next questions, said the president. The front line of monster retreat, as well as weakening the suppression of high-level secret areas. The number of monster incidents increased by 32% compared to last month, the first time such an increase has occurred since the formation of the Federation. One of the congressmen reported, "These bastards can't do anything without Musk. Couldn't even hold out for 1 month." The president sighed, minus 32%. Then didn't we push Musk too hard? It doesn't really matter whether Musk plays the nominal role of savior or not. In any case, he won't interfere, said someone from the parliament. Are you questioning our collective decision? The president asked. Are you ... The official backed away. Can't our federation survive without Musk? Don't you believe in yourself? After all, we still have a large defense army, maintaining order in every city. Now that peace has been established, I'm afraid that their combat strength has significantly degraded. In this case, it is impossible to waste the Federation's budget and do nothing at the same time. Mobilize the army's elite and send them to vulnerable areas, the chairman ordered. Maybe, better not. After all, the defensive army is the last line of defense for most of the cities. They are needed to prevent monsters from attacking from secret areas or elemental levels. I'm afraid to send troops just like that. One of the officials was about to challenge the decision when another attacked him. You speak so well, but is it really because you can't pocket money from the military budget? The Federation City Defense Force buildings are supplied by your family's company. Reducing the army will simply harm your life. Someone said, just like you. This is slander. The first official was angry. That's enough. It has been decided that the defensive forces will be mobilized and dispatched. Now that the monsters don't appear anymore, and the elemental demons haven't been seen for many years, reducing the defensive forces is simply necessary. By the way, deliver this criminal as soon as possible to the Star City. Just make an example of him, so that others will not be offended. The president decided. Dahi City Defense Forces Building. Yang Kang and Kang Lai were standing in front of the building's entrance, being escorted by the assistant commander. Okay, now we've checked everything out. All this really has nothing to do with you, so you can safely return home. If anything happens, of course we can call and get in touch with you. If nothing happens, you will be called to court as a witness, the assistant said. What other witnesses? Kyan Lu asked. To accuse the criminal who committed the terrible crime? Of course. We are just putting all the materials in order, and a case will be opened against him very soon. This is a major precedent that has attracted the attention of an entire federation, so you too should. The girl began. The terrible crime. Where did he commit the crime? He clearly wanted to punish those bastards. Kyan Lu replied sharply, but the blood of several dozen people is on his hands. There's nothing to discuss. Killing people is a terrible thing to do. The clerk said, did the dreadful Xiao Yu kill the most honest and respectable citizens? These thugs terrorized quite a few families, ruining and destroying them. If we talk about a terrible crime, then they are the main criminals themselves. The girl in the wheelchair answered loudly. You're right. These people had indeed harassed many families, and every single one of them was a murderer. The commander chimed in, coming closer to them. Commander Jiang, the employee asked in surprise, and Cayenne Lu clenched her teeth in anger. But even if they had to be torn to pieces, then we should have tried them first, not tried them for lynching. The commander said to the girl. Then why didn't you condemn them? Asked Cayenne Lu. Like sunlight, which varies in intensity from dim to bright, there is also a light in the world that dispels darkness only temporarily. The commander replied. So we had to endure this darkness. The girl asked. The world always needs a sacrifice, said the commander. Really, can't we resist this darkness? Cayenne Lu asked with some hope. A gust of wind played with the hem of the commander's cloak and the girl's hair. The commander paused and answered. Your personal confrontation will be unfair. Even if you can't resist it ... then the world itself is a mistake. The girl shouted. Cayenne Lu ... My sister was worried about the girl. I've been through so many situations where nothing could be done. Right now, I can't be as indignant as Cayenne Lu, thought Cayenne King. Sister, we're going home. The girl said. Okay, Ken replied meekly. The commander and the soldier's girlfriend watched the sisters leave. If she can get up, it will be fine, said the commander. Why do you say that, Commander Jiang? The girl asked. Although they usually say that anger is a sign of helplessness and not a source of strength at all. Only, if this power source had a rating, the girl would clearly have the highest level. If only I'd had the same power when I was young, the commander said as he watched the retreating figures. The girl asked the soldiers and thought, what's the use of empty anger? She wouldn't go any further than a wheelchair anyway. This is the so-called useless rage. The young sisters had already come home. Cayenne Lu, you rest in your room for now, and I'll go clean up the yard. And about Xiao Q, I'll figure something out, Kang said, leaving her sister alone. The girl was looking ahead. Sunlight glinted off the blue irises of her eyes. If there are places in the world where the sun's light doesn't reach, then I'll cover them myself. If the sun doesn't illuminate dark corners, then the existence of the sun is also not necessary. The girl's voice changed. She was shaking all over, but she got to her feet and started walking. In the hallway, the older sister was cleaning up the trash. Cayenne Liu, I forgot. The room is also a mess right now, Kang was saying as she approached the porch, when suddenly her younger sister came out to meet her. You got up. Kang cried out. My sister, rather, run, Cayenne Liu said, and huge branches suddenly burst out of her hands, glowing with green light. Defense Army meeting room. This is a scandal. A third of the army has been mobilized. Don't they realize from above that this can cause a lot of trouble? Lao Yuan, stop whining. We haven't been mobilized. That's a good thing. By the way, the front line is also a mess. The order was issued without a declaration of combat readiness. A fifth of our company has resigned in the last 2 days, and there are still people who are considering whether to resign or not. If the requirement to send people to the front line is mandatory, I'm afraid that all these people will just run away. You're right. I heard that half of those selected immediately decided to quit as soon as they found out about it. The level of danger here and on the front line is very different. Officials and other big shots were talking about urgent matters. Today, all the officers came here just to chat. The commander started to say, but suddenly felt something strange. This aura, and not wrong, he said, looking out the window. Commander Jiang, what's out there? The young man next to him asked. The aura of a great demon. The commander replied menacingly. A great demon? No way, Commander Jia, you're joking, right? The great demon was destroyed by Mask long ago. Right, Commander Jiang. You probably made a mistake. You can perceive the aura of a great demon only from the remaining materials, so you can say that his aura is unfamiliar to you personally. All subordinates and other officers began to deny the obvious, and a commotion ensued. The commander smashed a stained glass window with a punch. Activate the emergency plan. Evacuate the entire DA population. I take full responsibility, the commander said and jumped out of the window. DA City lived at its own pace. There was a newscast on the big screens. A pretty presenter was talking about the latest events. 3 days ago, thanks to the timely response of the city's defense forces, a criminal hiding in the Kaijong Company building was captured. No, she said. Near the pedestrian crossing, near the flower beds, a guy was standing. Spring has come. I wonder if the flowers bloomed so quickly because of the warm weather, thought the guy watching the roses, but small buds bloomed right in front of his eyes. The guy didn't understand. While he was trying to figure out what was wrong, a bee flew up to the flowers, and the wind scattered all the pollen. The pedestrian light turned green, and people began to cross the road in the right direction. "Brother, it's already green, let's go," called the guy standing near the flower beds, a guy in a blue jacket. He touched him on the shoulder, and when his brother turned around, he saw that his whole face was covered in flowers. Monster, the boy shouted, and in an instant, the touch turned him into a pile of rose petals. An unsuspecting girl stood nearby. The wind carried the petals to her. She caught them and thought, how beautiful. And then there were more of these flowers, a huge ball of petals and people with flowers instead of heads. There was a general panic. "Don't panic, I'm already here." An unknown guy with a sword was running towards the monsters. "This is a professional. We are saved." People rejoiced, and the guy swung and hit a huge pink ball. A monster that chooses to fight a master like me will only meet its own death," the kid said haughtily. However, he immediately noticed that he was infected when his hand turned into green roots. "Didn't I kill him? So why? Is it an infection?" Fiona shouted. "Green glow coming from spores. Really? Isn't that a great demon?" People understood. The entire street of the city was flooded with pink flower petals and monster people like a tsunami. "What's going on here? Where did so many demons come from? What are the monitoring bureaus doing anyway?" asked the soldier who was heading along with the commanders. "Commander Jiang, this can't be the second coming of the Great Demon. Those affected by the Great Demon's aura would rot in the blink of an eye. However, right now, they didn't rot or disintegrate, but instead transformed." "The flower demons," the subordinate said, "even though the influence of the aura is different from what it was in the past. But the intention to destroy and distort all living things is exactly the same." The guy thought. A team from the army landed on the roof of the building. "Flower demons, appropriate name, but common sense doesn't apply to monsters. They can evolve and change beyond our imagination. Everyone take the street under guard, watch them from afar and don't let them spread. Be extremely careful. Do not come into contact with infected people. They are extremely contagious. The commander gave the order. That's right. The subordinates reacted and started to execute. Everything was green. "Help me, save me," people shouted trying to escape. "They're eating people," others shouted, and behind them, flower-headed monsters were engulfing people. "Get down, stop standing, get on the ground, quick." The commander commanded and began to fill his lungs with air, after which he exhaled a powerful volley of fire to the whole street and burned half of the man-monsters. We are saved." People were happy, but the ashes from the burnt plants started to stick to them, and these people also continued to turn into monsters. My face," the man shouted. Flowers abruptly grew out of his face until he completely transformed into a flower demon. The commander, who was watching, decided ash. It contains the aura of a great demon. The city was surrounded by demonic vegetation, and chaos reigned everywhere. "It's just a green hell," Chief Arthur said in horror. "Everyone stop using fire spells. Don't attack those infected with fire. Better focus on making sure that none of them fly out of the zone. They are extremely contagious. Even if it's just a small piece, it will easily infect and merge with civilians," said the commander of the city's army. "Commander Jiang, what's going on here?" Arthur ran up to him. "As you can see, disaster." "Arthur, you personally participated in those events? Did the great demon really return?" the commander asked Arthur. "Without any doubt, it's definitely a great demon. However, how could he come back?" Arthur asked. "Immortality. Only a very small number of demons possess it. Even if you cut them into pieces and burn them to ashes, they will still be reborn. Even in nature, there is a similar creature, a jellyfish, which, after reaching puberty, returns to its younger version, and then the growth process begins again, and this can continue indefinitely. And if it is not eaten, or it does not die from the disease, then theoretically the jellyfish can live forever. The fact that this type of monster has immortality was discovered only a few years ago. And since it's very rare, it's no wonder you don't know. Moreover, immortality is relative, and there is no such thing as eternal immortality. After all, if the habitat is completely destroyed, even the strongest demons will not survive. I didn't realize that the great demon was not only a disaster, but also an immortal. So it's likely that the aura he left behind was the reason for his resurrection. And it is different from the one that just corroded and turned people into pus. This time, she is able to mutate peddlers, as some demons can. Things got even weirder, told the commander. "Those damn bastards." Arthur was suddenly angry. "What do you mean?" the commander asked him. After Musk destroyed the great demon, he told officials that they were responsible for solving this issue, to heal the victims of all manifestations of radiation, to completely get rid of all traces left by the great demon in Dawes City. They immediately agreed and even issued a military order guaranteeing this. But soon after Musk left, these same people completely forgot his instructions. Not only were they unable to get rid of the destruction left by the great demon lord, but they also embezzled the money that Musk allocated to provide comprehensive care to the infected. And the victims, instead of careful care and treatment, received only an even more progressive infection. If they had followed Musk's orders from the start. Arthur complained about the greed and vanity of the officials. Arthur, we'll discuss this matter later. Your monitoring bureau is able to track the energy fluctuations of secret areas and monsters. So what's the current situation? Did the great demon's aura reach other places as well? Where is the epicenter of energy fluctuations? Are you able to determine exactly where the great demon is? The commander asked. His expression was stern and focused, showing that the commander could take any risk to protect the city, including his own life. Why would you do that? Do you really want to get rid of it alone? Commander Jiang, this is too dangerous. The great demon is a real natural disaster, a 10-level monster. Arthur shouted, hoping to talk some sense into his companion. I feel like there aren't any level 10 monsters in Dawes City yet. No, even the 9-level ones haven't appeared yet. Right now, the great demon had just been reborn, and it had definitely mutated. Therefore, now is the best time to eliminate it when it has not yet entered full strength. Moreover, the great demon doesn't have any outstanding combat skills, but its ability to infect is incredibly strong, which is why it was assigned the level of natural disaster. In short, if we don't destroy it now, we'll have to pay a much bigger price later, said the commander. You, take care of yourself. Don't get infected by the aura of the great demon. I'll ask a subordinate from the monitoring bureau to send a map of the energy fluctuations, said Arthur. In the Star City, breaking news. In order to strengthen the positions of the military on the front line and to ensure the safety of citizens, according to the decision of the council, part of the city defense forces will be deployed to the front line. Breaking news. In the southeastern administrative region of Dawes City, in the 3rd province, a natural disaster-level monster is believed to have appeared. Local authorities are still coordinating their actions, the newsreader said. In Star City, news quickly spread on the internet and fans of discussing everything in the comments found a reason to get together again after the topic with the execution of Mask. Rock enthusiast, Dawes City sounds familiar. Isn't that where there was a natural disaster a few months ago? Young practitioner, I checked everything. It's true. One day, a great demon that destroyed almost half of the city was defeated by Mask right there. Long Di Quan, what about Musk? Why can't he figure it out? Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Jin Changyung, have you already forgotten? After all, Musk has given up his hero status, and he has also lost his powers. Do you still think he can do anything? It seems that someone is stuck in the past. Brant Big Root, man, he's got us all fucked up. He's hiding somewhere and laughing at us. One for all. Are you saying that if Musk has decided to give up, then he will? Is this even possible? Predictions at home. Wanjiu, soon the government will announce that Musk will arrive later and deal with this monster. Twilight Rider, I just got an evacuation notice and left right away. However, I managed to take photos from a close distance. The city defense forces were waiting for this green hell to descend on them, and then they were attacked by some humanoid flowers, like real zombies. Drunken Master, is this arboretum really a natural disaster? Why do I feel like I'm seeing some kind of humanoid demons? Penlala, it's too much, don't you think? If this is indeed the case, then doesn't it mean that tens of millions of square meters have been affected by the disaster? Windy, can you tell me more? Is the situation under control? This is a prophet for agriculture, who has information about natural disasters. Twilight Rider, sorry, I got in the car, now I have some free time. Nothing is under control. There are more and more monsters, and the defense forces are simply not enough. Even with the help of professionals, the monsters are moving further and further. And yes, they really are people, they just turned into walking flowers. Some say it's because of a mutated great demon that was destroyed some time ago, and now resurrected. If last time it mutated from a person that was infected and could infect others, now the great demon is able to turn people into monsters. The commander of the Dawes City Defense Force personally killed a great demon. It's him, they wrote on the internet. Meanwhile, almost the same thing was being broadcast on the news. The commander of the Dawes City Defense Force has taken the initiative to single-handedly take on a horde of monsters. According to information from a reliable source, the level of monsters caused by a natural disaster is low. The energy fluctuations from monsters correspond to level 7. The commander of Dawes City had become a level 7 professional 8 years ago, and he had managed to achieve a lot in that period of time. For example, he participated in a battle against level 8 monsters. Our channel has contacted the media of Dawes City, and we will broadcast what is happening there live. Commander Jiang definitely deserves the title of a level 7 professional. These monsters can't even catch up to him. He stopped. Had he discovered something? A cameraman filming everything from a helicopter was commenting on the battle. The commander stopped in front of the epicenter of everything. The main monster was standing on one of the buildings. "Is that you?" the commander asked. The girl standing on the flower smiled. It was Qianlu, pretending to be a god. "Do you think you can make people worship you just because of that majestic appearance? I've seen a lot of people like you," the commander said. "Some monsters specifically imitate religious images that have been on Earth since ancient times, and which were worshipped by people. When such monsters first appeared, these tricks really made some people think that it was all a punishment from the heavens. Some fanatics are even willing to offer their necks to be killed under the spell of these monsters. There is no question of resistance. But when they realize that these monsters are not gods at all, but only pretend to be them, people quickly abandon this blind faith. Commander Jiang, be careful. According to the energy fluctuations, the monster standing in front of you is the resurrected great demon. Don't be deceived by her appearance. She is a real monster and the worst enemy of all mankind." Arthur was speaking through the radio link. "I know. I didn't expect that in just a few hours when I didn't see you, you would turn into a monster," the commander said, looking at the girl who had just recently been in a wheelchair. "Do you regret it?" the monster girl asked. "I'm sorry." The commander clenched his fists, and lightning flashed around them. "My only regret is that I didn't kill you when you were still in the wheelchair," the commander shouted. A lot of energy was concentrated around him. Lightning flashed here and there, and a little later, he quickly attacked the monster like lightning, taking off half of its head. Wow, Commander Jiang definitely deserves the title of a level 7 professional. The monster didn't even have time to react. The cameraman filming their battle commented. The commander stopped. The blow didn't affect her, he thought as he watched her regenerate. Ticklish, the monster girl said after completely regaining her head. The helicopter was hovering right over the scene of the commander's battle with the monster. There was no trace of the once infirm disabled girl. The girl's body was half covered in grass, and there was a flower where one of her eyes should have been. She quickly recovered from the commander's blow. What a fast regeneration. The commander was surprised, but the cameraman filming all this madness was no less surprised. This is crazy. She just had half her face blown off, so why is she still alive? Isn't she just a monster? The operator shouted. What do you think of that? The commander did not give up and launched another attack. This time, his punch hit several parts of her body, holed it right through. However, the girl did not make any attempts to evade, or anything like that. It just kept coming back, time after time. Is the light that dispels darkness really that weak? What is it? She asked the commander. Danger. I feel incredibly dangerous, thought the commander and hurried to climb higher and away from the monster. Is that all your speed? The girl asked behind the commander's back. He launched an attack and escaped again. Is she faster than me? Thought the commander, but the girl again beat him to it. And you want to dispel the darkness with so much power. Funny, she whispered in his ear as she suddenly appeared at his side. He attacked her again and tried to gain distance for himself. People who are waiting for you to do it are afraid that they will die faster before you do anything, said the girl, chasing the commander. How is that possible? The operator was surprised at what was happening. It doesn't actually move at an incredible speed, and just changes the location with the help of plants. Jian understood, and the girl was still smiling, enjoying her strength. Commander Jiang, retreat. Hurry up. You can't win. It can't be killed until all the humanoid flowers are destroyed. So no matter how many times you attack it, it won't die. Now you can't do it alone. We must use weapons of mass destruction to destroy the entire infestation area. Arthur shouted over the comm. Are you still thinking that I can escape from here? Jian said to Arthur. It's pretty smart to stop flapping around knowing that all your efforts are in vain. The monster girl said. The wind was blowing. Everything was shrouded in impenetrable greenery. The commander took off his raincoat and took one last look at the medals he had received from Musk. He carefully folded the cloak on the ground. The state you're in right now, isn't it called a cornered animal? The girl asked. The commander took a fighting stance. He began to concentrate his energy, and after a while, instead of blue lightning, scarlet lightning began to gather around him. No. This is my way to die with dignity, said the commander, and from it, a scarlet pillar of concentrated energy rose into the sky. Everyone knows that professional elementalists can't completely neutralize the effects of an elemental, so using elemental forcing can lead to death. Really, Commander Jiang is planning to commit suicide by using forcing. What is it? The dumbfounded operator asked. No, it's not suicide at all. This is a complete release of vital forces, the burning of which increases the level. How Jiang, are you crazy? Arthur shouted, not understanding what was going on in his friend's head. Meanwhile, Jian suffered several burns. Full release. Increase the full body combat capability, bordering on death, in order to bring the strength to the maximum possible. With the release of such power, the 7th level can be compared to the 8th. But due to the fact that every vessel, every cell of the body is on the verge of overload and decay, after using this technique, professionals turn into ordinary people and can get sick. Some people are even paralyzed because they can't lift a finger. Am I right? The former Qian Lu smiled. The commander quickly launched an attack. Useless. As long as I can move my mind, I won't be killed. Paramesh. His punch is faster than my thought speed. Monster thought as soon as the commander took off half of her body. The infection continues to spread, but so far the lightning is coping with the infection. It feels like every piece of skin is being destroyed and then restored again. A never-ending cycle of pain, thought the commander. It was obvious from his hands that he had contracted a demonic infection. Great. Commander Jiang has injured an elemental level monster. He's incredibly strong. This is the power of the City Defense Force commander. The monster was killed in just one hit. The ignorant operator rejoiced. No, the great demon is still alive. Our energy fluctuations have not disappeared, but their frequency is increasing. He's getting stronger. It's not a great demon, Arthur said suddenly. Boss, what are you talking about? His subordinates asked. Have you ever heard the legend of the giant Antaeus, dating back to before the Dark Ages? Legend has it that as long as he stands on the ground, he becomes invincible and can constantly draw strength from it. This mutated great demon is actually Antaeus. Tens of thousands infected in Da City. All of them are sources of his power. If you don't destroy them all, you won't be able to defeat the great demon either. Arthur was shocked, or rather shocked, by what was happening. She is one and yet there are tens of thousands of her. At the tracking bureau, everyone was alarmed by the chief's reasoning. It's one, but at the same time there are tens of thousands of it. What is it? One of the employees asked. Suddenly, the huge energy tracking screen started flashing red. Energy score increases at an incredible rate. He had reached the maximum fluctuation level of the red secret area. The boy shouted. It has now become a level 9 natural disaster, and its power continues to grow. Da City is finished, said Arthur. At this time, a half-burnt commander was standing on the battlefield. It's unbelievable. It turns out that human professionals can reach this stage by burning themselves. And Yevda also fantasized about being big and strong. Travel the world with a sword at the ready. Why can't you dispel the darkness you so confidently spoke of with such power? Why did you let so many innocent people fall into it? Why did you let them die? Qian Lu asked in her monster form. Tell me why. The question echoed in every flower that surrounded them. Outside, the army was holding the barrier with all its might, between the infected part and the rest. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, one of the soldiers was saying. But suddenly, the flowers that had been bursting out until recently retreated, and went to the very center to their owner. They retreat, the soldier said. Did we survive? I thought that was all. A friend answered him. Ha. No, it's not over yet, the first soldier said, looking in the direction of the battle. What the hell is this? The soldiers were surprised. All the vegetation that had just spread out gathered at one point in the center, collecting Qian Lu's huge body. The girl became as tall as a 30-story building. Next to her head, the commander was standing on the roof of the building. You're asking me why? All because of the cursed world. And in this fucking world, everyone is used to death. The commander shouted as he gathered all of his remaining power into a single attack. He gathered a huge lightning arrow in his hand and attacked. Of course, being alive is nothing new either. The monster girl held out her hand. Blood-red lightning lit up almost her entire limb, making it impossible to tell what had happened at first glance. Did the man win, or did the monster still manage to win? At least in the news they decided that the commander won. There is a breach. Listen up everyone. Commander Jiang has defeated the monster. With his grand and triumphant victory, Commander Jiang proved that humanity still has a chance to overcome all these horrors. There is consistency in everything. First the eyes, then the fingers, then the breath, and last of all the waiting. The Special Forces officer pulled the trigger and a shot rang out. It's crazy. Sergeant Ha, do you know you've hit the bullseye again? A senior officer approached the sergeant with target sheets. Sergeant Ha, I knew that when I fired. The Special Forces officer replied and saluted. Okay, can we clean up? The man began sorting through boxes of ammunition. By the way, how many times have you missed? If he missed it all, the man asked, rearranging the boxes. Well, don't you think it's weird to shoot every day and not get a 10? The sergeant replied. Awesome. The man was genuinely surprised. Two men were shoveling boxes in the room. You're pretty sure you'll get the highest mark in shooting, aren't you? The senior officer asked. Oh, I don't know. Special Forces and Marine Corps soldiers have been using snipers for decades. The sergeant replied. Hey, why aren't you sure? We need a victory. The man roused the sergeant. Sergeant haw and haw, I'll do my best. The young man replied loudly and prepared to catch the box. He only managed to touch the box for a moment. An explosion. Darkness. The young sergeant's face and body are covered in blood. He lies at the site of the explosion and hears his name called. Come to your senses. Haw and haw. In haw. Wake up, shouted the senior officer, hugging the sergeant. If life deceives you. A woman sits by the bed of a sergeant in the hospital, clutching her head. There's a story on the news about an explosion. Announcer's voice. A top-notch soldier was injured in an explosion at a military base. Newspaper headlines. Is it a good idea to use old-style ammunition? Announcer's voice. The repetition of accidents in the army over and over again. Will there be a solution? Don't be sad, don't be angry. The wheelchair sergeant was shouting and holding his head. A letter lay beside it. Recipient, Sergeant Ha and Ha, 29 years old. Title, Notification of Compensation. 1. Wish you and your family all the best. 2. You have duly retired from military service due to an injury. Your health insurance that you paid for during your military service is valid. 3. However, based on a medical examination that confirms that the patient is able to maintain the functioning of the hands, face, and brain, as well as the fact that the accident was caused by the patient, your case cannot be registered. There was also a hospital bill nearby. Reconstructive surgery after nerve amputation. 2,000,000,001. On the day of despondency, accept it. The sergeant is learning to walk on the simulator, shaking all over. The day of fun, believe me, will come. The sergeant falls from the simulator to the floor. The heart lives in the future. The sergeant hits the floor with his hand. The present is depressing. The sergeant is leaning against something in a dark room, and a woman is crying outside. Everything is instant, everything will pass. The sergeant doesn't give up. Whatever passes will be nice. A.S. Pushkin. The sergeant finds himself in an unknown space. He is drowning, and many hands are pulling him down. Help me. The sergeant asks for help, and suddenly someone grabs his arm and pulls him out. Sergeant Ha was on his knees, shaking all over. I'm alive. Suddenly, when he looked down, he found that he had no legs. No way. My legs. My legs. In the dark, someone touched his face and whispered in his ear, you want to walk again, don't you? If you make a contract with me, I'll make you start walking again. Make me a walker. The sergeant was surprised, looking at the outstretched hand. He held out his hand in response and barely had time to touch it when he suddenly woke up abruptly. It was a dream. The sergeant was trembling. A young man with light brown hair was standing next to him, smiling. What is it, Hyung? Did you have a nightmare? The sergeant started. Ah, you scared me. Stop it, he shouted. Why are you so scared? Have you completely forgotten your brother's face? The guy tried to calm him down. How tired are you? You didn't even notice me dragging you, said a smiling guy with blonde hair twirling a helmet in his hands. Moved me. Wait a minute. What is it? What is it? The sergeant asked, only realizing that he was inside some kind of bizarre capsule. This is a popular virtual reality game capsule right now. While you were sleeping, I was able to collect it. The guy sitting across from the capsule answered. You bought this thing without even consulting me, and you installed it in my room without permission. The sergeant demanded angrily. Don't worry, my aunt paid for it. The capsule cost about 10 million won. The guy answered happily. What? 10 million? Where does this money come from in our house? The sergeant was startled. Quiet. Auntie bought the capsule for you. We're all worried. The boy grabbed the sergeant by the shoulders. Wouldn't you worry about a man who almost died in an accident and now won't even be able to get a job? So just accept it. You can even earn extra money in the game. Menacingly added the guy, putting the helmet on the sergeant's head. But still, is 10 million won a joke for you? The sergeant resisted. Wouldn't you like to start walking again? The guy interrupted, and the sergeant remembered his mysterious dream. Just in a dream. I'll help you start walking again. Let's log in. Just don't be stupid. My brother snapped his fingers. What are you doing? It won't open. What username are you talking about? As the sergeant shouted in disbelief, he heard the system's voice. System. Speech recognition is complete. Bright light and the sergeant was falling fast. System authorization. The sergeant landed on something and found himself in a pleasant, barely glowing space. What? Did I fall from above? What is this place? Eh? The sergeant suddenly found himself standing on his own 2 feet. Just a minute. Am I standing? A bright light appeared, and the sergeant squeezed his eyes shut and heard a pleasant female voice. Welcome, stranger. A beautiful girl wearing a white dress and bright red hair appeared. I bless you for joining Midrose. It feels like something is missing. The sergeant screamed and got into a very strange pose. Why am I naked? All newcomers from Northeast Asia take this pose. The girl replied calmly. Relax, I've seen things like this many times. What is she talking about? The sergeant thought and suddenly realized. Are you an artificial intelligence? What is it? He asked. Cool, huh? The girl spun around and continued, holding the planet in her hands. So, to start a new life in the world of Midrose, tell me your name. The sergeant considered. She asks for a nickname. My name is Ha and Ha. I will use my real name and my appearance. The guy answered. I can change your appearance, body, and even race. You're not going to change anything. The girl was surprised. Yes, I feel confident about who I am. I want to walk around the world on my own 2 feet. The sergeant replied. I get it, stranger Ha and Ha. Congratulations on your first step in Midrose. The girl smiled and directed the glow in her hands at the guy. He was wearing peasant clothes. I wish you everything you want in this world. Bright light filled the space. I'll look forward to the day we meet again, said the girl finally. The sergeant was in a free fall over a small village. I quote him falling again. At this time, a demoness with burning eyes was singing in another place. There were 7 magic bullets. 6 of them will be directed wherever the shooter wishes, and the 7th will be directed by the devil. The demoness took a step, and white feathers glowed on the floor. 6 bullets will hit the target, and the 7th will go where I wanted it to go. The gunslinger was tempted to cast magic bullets. The white feathers started to burn. We'll meet at the gates of hell soon. Chapter 2. The sergeant was falling down. Suddenly opening his eyes, he realized that he hadn't crashed and was standing in the middle of a small village. What? He was standing by the fountain. All around us, life was booming. There were a lot of oddly dressed people and flags. This? A game? The sergeant said in surprise, looking at his hands. And my character? The sergeant was in shock, but then he heard the voice of an artificial intelligence. Are you really happy with your appearance? You can change your body, race, and even your face, reminded the girl. I'm not going to take a selfie or anything like that, so I don't need to. I just need to be myself. The guy politely declined. My goodness, where does this unwarranted self-confidence come from? What narcissism? The artificial intelligence laughed. That's not the point. The guy was confused. I just wanted to feel it again. My own body that can walk. The sergeant hopped from one foot to the other and swung his legs wide. In reality, I can't do that. And here I can even run. I never thought I could be so happy. Just because you can move your legs. Is it really that touching? Someone said to the sergeant. The sergeant turned. I've met a lot of people at Candle Castle, but this is the first time I've seen such a sincere stranger. The tall guy with red hair continued. I'm someone who helps newcomers adapt to this world. At first, the bewildered sergeant suddenly realized abruptly, NPCs. What do I need to know to adapt to Midrose? This is my first time here. The sergeant asked. A stranger with teeth. Great. First, I'll tell you some things to be careful about. The red-haired and tall NPC guy began his story. You know that people can't run forever, right? If you don't rest properly, you won't be able to move again. Started training NPCs. Sergeant Ha and Ha understood at once. He talks about stamina. Okay, if you understand everything, let's continue. Do you see that girl over there? The NPC pointed at a blonde woman in a pink dress with a basket full of red apples. Yes, the sergeant said. I'm going to go over and touch her breasts. The NPC suddenly issued. So, come over and... What? Hey, said the sergeant, dumbfounded. It's illegal. Police over here. The sergeant grabbed the NPC guy. I give up, I give up. The NPC shouted. Others noticed their strange behavior and gave them questioning looks. That's right, it's illegal. Midrose is a place where common sense works. If you commit a serious crime, you will be kicked out of the city. And for catching a criminal, you can get a reward. That's what I've been trying to explain to you. The red-haired guy said to the NPC. Oh, that's right. But if I was forced to touch her breasts, I would still be banished, wouldn't I? I almost became an accessory to a crime before I had time to complete my training. Sergeant Ha and Ha was taken aback. You pick up on the fly. I don't think you need to explain anything else. Well, let's go to the Northern Training Center. You can get your next lesson there. After these words, the red NPC sped off in an unknown direction with the words TC. What a pity. Not understanding what the new acquaintance's behavior meant, the sergeant couldn't help but think, is this game okay? He said north. Is it there? Without thinking, Ha stretched and immediately ran. Great. I'm running. I can move. I'm moving around. I can go anywhere I want. Filled with happiness, the sergeant recalled his suffering and despair in the hospital. Woo-h-h-h-h-h-h-k-i-i-i. He sprinted, bounced, and drew puzzled glances from passers-by. Novice runner. Description: increases when running fast. Automatic activation at 0% stamina. Effect: Ben doesn't spend stamina for 5 minutes. Running speed increases by 7%. The sergeant suddenly received a notification from the system about the appearance of a new skill. 10 grueling runs where I can get an achievement. Well, not bad, thought Ha and Ha. Great, I'll run further to the training center. The sergeant stood puzzled in front of the large archway. Strange, familiar place. And the squad logo is similar ... he thought. On the archway was a signboard with the image of a sword. Everyone around them was practicing hard with live dummies that looked like a garden scarecrow. Yes, that's what it feels like. Ha rejoiced as he held the sword in his hands. It doesn't matter if you don't have any combat abilities. As long as you have the desire to live in Midrose, the god of battles will guide you in the right direction. The coach, a man with a scar on the bridge of his nose, shouted. The sergeant was practicing swordsmanship on a wooden scarecrow. My body moved on its own. Is this an auxiliary combat system? He thought. At this time, the coach continued to instruct the other players. Gather your strength and hit. A couple of people were arguing nearby. Who are you going to hit? It's still not my body. What will you do? Watching them, Ha couldn't help but think, however, this is strange. Other players look so awkward. It feels like the battle system is being played with users. The sergeant settled into a fighting stance and concentrated on his training. And if you imagine that this is reality and try to attack the enemy. He swung his sword, and there was a cracking sound and a crushing shockwave. Unexpectedly for himself and for everyone watching, the sergeant found that he had destroyed the scarecrow. The scarecrow? He's dead. How did he do it? I think his critical strike is more powerful than anyone else's. What? Didn't he come here last? All the players who witnessed this event were gossiping, while the sergeant himself was thinking of only one thing. Did I do this? Initial critical strike. Description: the skill of defeating an opponent with accumulated power. The direction of the skill is important. Effect: attack power is increased once by 130% of the maximum value. Area of use nearby. Mana 30. Reloading 10 seconds. A new notification from the system indicated the achievement. Awesome. The scarecrow went to another world. Are you sure you used the skill you just learned? Share it. How did you do it? Other players were perplexed. What? No, just, well, use the skill. The sergeant was embarrassed. A new notification was received from the system. Another achievement. Cool shade. Ha and Ha rejoiced. The notice read, congratulations. You have mastered the basics of combat without making a single mistake. However, don't be overconfident. For each stone, there is a mason's cutter. Effect: muscle strength +3, intelligence +2. That's right, standing out too much isn't a good thing. A talented soldier should be able to spin like a round stone. The sergeant thought, is it time to choose a profession? Ta-dam. We met again. An artificial intelligence girl with scarlet hair was standing in front of the sergeant, smiling. You make it sound like we haven't seen each other in a long time. And in fact, not even a day has passed. Ha replied. Well, Koreans are the most active. You play games all day, don't you? In any case, what kind of weapon would a model student of Candle Castle want to choose? What is it? The girl asked, and in an instant the swords appeared in front of the sergeant, so different and beautiful that his eyes ran away. After selecting a weapon, confirmation and transfer will occur, so choose carefully. The AI warned him. I didn't even expect that the choice of weapons would be so large. The sergeant was shocked. There are some people who can't make up their minds in a day. It's so annoying. The girl subtly hinted. Maybe this staff. The boy just reached for the blue stone staff. There's no need to choose anything else, just grab it. He thought. Suddenly, an artificial intelligence called out to him. Stranger. What? The sergeant said. Look around and choose a little slower. The girl pointed a finger at the gun. Behind her was the shadow of a demoness. The guy looked in the direction of the weapon. This is a musket. Chapter 3. This, not a modern gun. It looks like a mute on Mi Garant. But not so high-class equipment, the sergeant thought, reaching for his weapon. Do you know what that gun is? The girl asked, smiling. I don't know the model name, but it's a musket that fires lead bullets. It appeared around the end of the 18th century. Older than Napoleon himself. The sergeant was already examining the rifle in his hand. The girl looked surprised and clapped her hands. After all, you are a true model student of Candle Castle. This is the correct answer. You're so good with guns. Noticing a small stone, the sergeant was surprised. Wow, it really has a flintlock. He thought. Can I take one shot? It seems that both lead bullets and iron ones were suitable for him. I wonder what kind of bullets are here. The guy asked, taking aim. Of course, the girl replied. Ta devham. In front of the sergeant appeared objects and a notification near them. Gunpowder -1, smoke powder 1, iron bullets 1, ramrod 1. Realism should also be in moderation. There are 2 types of gunpowder and a ramrod. The sergeant was surprised, looking at the new items. Great, let's try a shot. Activate the combat power system. Charge the powder bottle with flammable powder. Add the remaining gunpowder. Insert an iron bullet. Push the ramrod down so that the bullet fits snugly against the gunpowder. After all the actions, the frustrated sergeant fell to his knees. It took a full minute to load the gun, but somehow, why is it so heavy? Ha and Ha wondered. Weight of one gun 5 kilograms. Alright, I'll try to shoot. If I hit the target, it will be a victory. The sergeant asked again. Distance of 40 meters. Take aim. The sergeant fired, and in an instant everything was enveloped in smoke. Why is there so much smoke? The guy was perplexed. Looking closer, he noticed an absolutely complete scarecrow from 40 meters and did not hit. The sergeant looked surprised. The girl artificial intelligence did not lose the moment to play a joke. Mamas, have you even read the manual for the gun? Musket shots fired at a distance of 40 meters have a 50% chance of hitting the target. She explained. I'll try again. The guy persisted. Charge the powder bottle with flammable powder. Add the remaining gunpowder. Insert an iron bullet. Push the ramrod down so that the bullet fits snugly against the gunpowder. The gun is charged in 61 seconds. The sergeant was bewildered and in despair turned to the girl. Hey, what the hell? Is it definitely made for shooting? For a beginner, 1 shot per minute is too much, she explained. What about the other long-range weapons? The guy started considering other options, among which were block bow for testing, attack power 15-30, range 50 meters, attack speed 15 rounds per minute, required conditions, muscle strength above 10, arrow. Description: the block bow made from animal tendons is comfortable to wear, but quite heavy to pull on. Longbow for testing. Attack power 19-38, range 65 meters. Attack speed 12 rounds per minute. Required conditions: muscle strength above 10, agility above 10, arrow. Description: longbow spends less power and shoots farther and harder. Green clothing can add an extra touch. Crossbow for testing. Attack power 30-60, range 30 meters. Attack speed 7 rounds per minute. Required conditions: muscle strength above 10, agility above 10, bolt. Description: lightweight and easy to use. If you master the bowstring drawing method, no one can beat you. The sergeant was puzzled, having also read the description of his musket. There's a limit to everything. This is too much for a gun expert. Is it all about the maximum level? Musket for testing. Attack power 233, range 40 meters. Attack speed 1 shot per minute. Required conditions: muscle strength above 10, agility above 10, gunpowder, iron bullet, ramrod. Description: 1 shot, 1 death. Whether it's an enemy or a shooter, if I hit it, I'll survive, but if I can't hit it, I'll be dead. I isn't the condition too strict. The sergeant turned to the girl's artificial intelligence. This is for the balance of the combat aid system. The girl smiled. And if you turn off this system, will something change? I told you, you need to balance the system. If it is intended for shooting, then you need to increase the range of the shot, or increase the probability of hitting. The guy didn't stop. It is required to maintain the balance of the combat assistance system. This time, the girl answered more sternly. The sergeant thought, maybe the system is not able to give an answer to this question. Or should I find the solution myself? I asked the developers for a game, not reality. Good, we will learn gradually. If you fire 10 shots per minute or increase the probability of hitting the target to 80% or higher, then it would have a good attack power. Alright, exit. Complete the game. Ha and Ha decided to quit the game. When changing a class, you can't log out of the game. The AI informed him. What? You can exit the game after selecting a class. The girl repeated. What is this? Let me go. The guy started to yell, but the girl just threw up her hands. I told you, you can only exit the game after choosing a class. The guy thought about it. I can't even find out which class will be the most profitable for me. Everything is too realistic. There is no way to increase the probability of hitting the target and the charging speed. No, I'm not playing for fun. I need to earn money. The sergeant was at a loss. He had a choice to make. 1 shot per minute, 50% chance of hitting the target, or master of firearms plus excellent musket plus high attack power. I've decided. Goodbye musket. Ha was determined, even though he didn't hide his disappointment. You're giving up the musket, and from the rod, and from the staff. The girl asked. Yes, the boy replied, reaching for his staff. I'm you. Before he could answer, he immediately began to fall into the unknown. Chapter 4. Inha, wake up. Stop it, shouted a woman near the sergeant's capsule. The guy coughed, and the woman took off his helmet. Are you alright? Do you have any pain anywhere? The woman asked, looking very calm. Mom, Ha was surprised. What? Yes, it's alright. What happened to you? The sergeant wondered. You were moaning so much that I decided to pull the power cord out of the socket. As soon as I pulled it out, you woke up. A caring mother explained everything. Why? I had to forcibly log out of the game. Iha thought to himself as his mother hurried to make sure that he was in good health. Are you sure you're okay? What is it? She asked again, stroking her son's head. Of course, Mom. It's all good. Next time, press the call button when you wake me up. The sergeant reassured his mother. My mother was leaving the room. I'll go and you rest. She said one last thing, closing the door behind her. Good. Iha waved after her. Great. This is definitely a profitable game. If only I choose the right class. The guy began to reason. Postoiteka. I was forced out of the game. Did she say that I can't go out until I choose a class? What happened to my class then? Ha started searching the internet for the answer to his question and came across the answer of one of the users. Subject. I was thrown out due to disconnection from the network, then connected again. But for some reason I became a druid. While I was choosing a class, I was thrown out of the game. Now I became a druid, and I wanted to become a tank, so I specifically chose rust giants. But my first skill was summon crows. It's crazy. Answers. 1. Tisk sorry. In order to make a new character, you will have to wait. Either 3 months or 5 months. 2. The giant druid. And the raven is probably the size of a giant's finger. 3. I'm in Japan. I was thrown out because of the earthquake. But even such excuses are not accepted. 4. In America, they say the court's opinion has already been released. Google's victory. 5. You can just jump into a fountain and shout 10 times, I'm bald. 6. You can't do that, otherwise you'll really die. 7. Such assholes are the worst. There are those who fall for it. Ha read everything carefully and was very much puzzled. What is it? Delete a character and wait 3 months. Are you crazy? Sergeant Iha frantically tried to remember his last actions in the game while holding his head. I was definitely holding a baton in my hand. Everything will be fine. I need to go back to the game and I will be a magician. Great, go ahead. Ha immediately entered the game. And to my misfortune, I found that I had already become part of a certain profession. Some musketeer. The shooter. Name, Ha, race, human. Class, musketeer, level 1. Rank, none. Achievement, 2. HP, 160. MP, 50. Stats, muscle strength 13. Dexterity 13. Intelligence 12. Health 13. Mental strength 10. Not a mage. Other players were watching the scene around them. And there is such a class musketeers. Oh, he must be crazy. At this time, Sergeant Ha quickly regained his composure. If that's the case, I'll be a musketeer. I'm not sick to delete a character and wait 3 months. At this point, a notification came from the system. You have received a skill. Great. Check the skill. You have learned the skill. You have learned the skill of attacking with a gun and sword. Gun and sword attack skill. I only have 50 mana as it is, and you're offering to spend 50. Iha complained. Novice musketeer skill. Description. As you master the skill of owning a musket, the charge speed and probability of hitting the target increases. Effect. Additional increase in the probability of hitting the target 0%. Additional charge speed increase of 0%. Newbie gun and sword attack. Description. This skill allows you to attack with a mana effect. It is recommended to use only as a last resort. Effect. Converts 30% of the musket's attack to a melee attack for 15 seconds. Mana consumption, 50. Break, 5 minutes. It means that if you shoot once and miss, you should use the sword skill. It's only one time. It's not a musket, it's just a spear. Sergeant Yeehaw was sad as he lay on the ground and hugged his musket. I haven't seen a musketeer in a long time. Someone called out to him. Who are you? The sergeant immediately jumped up and looked at the stranger incredulously. You can immediately see that the NPC. I'd like to know the capabilities of a stranger who's got a new class. The NPC began, but was interrupted. Don't worry, what should I do? The sergeant flared up. You know, we need to catch a rabbit. The unknown NPC replied hesitantly. Come on, P got it. The system issued a new notification. Wild rabbit hunt. Description: wild rabbits have appeared outside Candle Castle. Destroy the monsters that devour the crops and animals. Content: rabbits. Reward: increase the level of intimacy with all non-player characters of Candle Castle by 10%. Increase the level of intimacy with the security of Candle Castle by 15%. 50 copper coins. Do you accept the assignment? Yes, no. I'll try this stupid assignment once. Decided and haw. The sergeant found himself on a green field, and there were other players there as well. He spotted the first white wild rabbit. You'll be the first victim. He started to load his musket. Powder charge, smoke powder, iron bullet. Push, quickly in a minute. Swarming guy that even a wild rabbit was embarrassed watching this picture. The sergeant aimed, calm your breathing. But get it. Shot rang out. The rabbit jumped back, and smoke filled the area. Hit it. Had he missed at this distance? That's 35 meters. The sergeant tried to see his victim. However, the sergeant missed the target. The rabbit was very angry and looked menacingly at his abuser. He missed. The sergeant was frightened. The rabbit was running towards him at full speed, and he was trying to load the musket at full speed. But he doesn't have time. The rabbit hit him at full speed. Sergeant, it's a little off. They might kill me while I'm charging. Yes, and some kind of rabbit. Ha and Ha wondered. Quickly catching himself, he decided to run. It's time to go. And the sergeant ran at full speed, his heels flashing. I've run away enough, what? While Yeehaw was turning around, he noticed that the rabbit was catching up to him. Blow. More and more. The rabbit was relentless. The watching players were surprised. He doesn't seem to have any mana left. Isn't that a magician? I think he's holding a staff. If a rabbit catches him, he'll have to finish playing. Users reasoned. Uo. Khayay. The sergeant was being beaten relentlessly by a wild white rabbit. I spent half my health. Is there really no way? The sergeant started to say in despair, but then he grabbed his musket and started to fight back with it. He waved his musket and sent the rabbit flying far away. Go ahead, the sergeant shouted. Fool, you can't just shoot with a gun, you filthy rabbit. And Ha rejoiced, barely able to stand on his feet from a strong tremor. Die. The sergeant swung his musket and attacked the rabbit, and the rabbit returned the blow and hit the man in the jaw. There was a serious fight going on between the man and the rabbits. Just at this moment, two characters were watching them, an archer and a swordsman. Why, do you think he can catch this rabbit? If he has a gun, isn't he a marksman? I finally caught that damn rabbit. Happy and Ha. He was standing there, battered, with a fallen rabbit in his arms. Sergeant Yeehaw was out of breath and extremely scared. How could I have missed? If I missed, I could lose my life. He complained. Those with high stamina won't die so easily. Why do I have to be a musketeer to catch a monster in close combat? While Yeehaw was thinking, he noticed a female player with a sword. Blow. She was very good at handling rabbits. Just like a low-level monster, it's easy for her. What kind of discrimination is this? Said Sergeant Yeehaw, taken aback. All right, I won't lose to anyone, not even this system. I'll show everyone what I'm worth, the sergeant decided. The sergeant sat in his room and searched the internet for any information about his weapons. The main factors affecting the trajectory of the shot and the speed of the bullet. You need to know the range of the shot by experience. The musket is smoothbore, so it will probably be difficult to catch a few shots. And how did people use it before? Wow. The bullet's movement energy exceeds 15 joules. Considering the ballistic coefficient, the range of the shot will be about 350 meters. Although, we must not forget about external factors. Can I make the bullets smaller? By enabling the help system, you can get one shot in 1 minute. The target hit rate is 50%. Do you need slicing? Ha was at a loss. Maybe before I get used to it, the baton will be a more effective weapon. At that moment, my mother came into the room with a plate of treats in her hands. Son, what are you doing? Take it, eat some fruit. Mom came closer and stroked her son's head. Son, are you in a good mood today? Yeehaw replied. I should have bought you some fruit earlier. Mom waved to her son as she left the room. Don't sit too long at the computer. Okay, go to bed, Mom. The sergeant replied. I'm not hungry. This is not the time to think about anything else. You need to earn money as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I can't become a prosecutor. Mom, I will become a musketeer who will earn good money. Filled with hope and a sense of duty to his mother, Ha sank into his thoughts while sitting on the wheelchair. If I collect 20,000 gold coins, that's 2 billion for real money. Get out, I can walk again. Already in the game, a few players completing a mission heard the sound of a gunshot and got scared. My god, what is it? The sound of a gunshot. Is there a gun in Midlord, too? Wow, it's really a gun. What is this man doing? Fills the gun with mana. The unwitting audience was perplexed, while Yeehaw was busily reloading his musket. Reload. Recharge. Great. 3 seconds faster. What is it? He rejoiced. The watching players were very surprised. He charged it for a full minute. Is it really one shot in 1 minute? I couldn't live like this. During this time, you can catch one more rabbit. He's probably going to give up this game soon. Let's go catch hares. That's right. He doesn't even hunt, just shoots at a tree. The players made their conclusions and went home. At this time, Yeehaw was working hard on something and thinking and didn't hear anyone around him. Everything went almost exactly as I expected. I will create a series of shots and be able to increase the accuracy of hitting the target. More importantly, the destructive power is just right. And Ha opened the character window. I have 23 bullets and a powder cap left. Now I have to engage in a real fight. After some mental preparation, the sergeant hid in the bushes while watching a wild rabbit. This time, I'll take him down with one shot. What is it? He rejoiced. The distance is 130 meters. The westerly wind is about 5 meters per second. Place on the right. The sergeant was preparing when suddenly the rabbit noticed someone's presence and tensed. Now, the shot boomed. Yeehaw tried to see his target. Hit it. I have a good feeling about this, he thought. But as it turned out, he only slightly grazed the beast on the back paw, which seriously angered him. Again, the sergeant had to use his musket as a club again against the little monster. A little later, it worked. It worked. From 100 meters away, the sergeant did hit the rabbit with a bullet and was wildly happy about his success from the bushes. What's all the hype? He was surprised to find how many notifications came from the system. Achievement F. Effect, Dexterity +1. WAH. So abruptly received achievements. Achievement with Muscle Strength +3, Agility +7. Character Window. Character Window. Hall of Fame. You are the third user with the achievement. Muscle Strength +6, Dexterity +14. Hall of Fame. The effect is already twice as high. Achievements added 42p to me, so you can say that I reached level 8 by cheating. Sergeant Yeehaw rejoiced until he discovered a detail. No, the flintlock was also something that could only be used at the right moment. I'm not done yet. The guy was perplexed. Later, he decided that it was easier to use the weapon as a club. I'll use my weapons as I see fit, so I'll break the breach. The other players watched with interest and even managed to give Sergeant Yeehaw a nickname. That bloodstained butt came in. Why doesn't he use his gun? They reasoned. 2 minutes to recharge, 8 seconds to capture. Yeehaw sat on the ground completely exhausted. Why is catching these rabbits so much faster without a gun? Somehow, I caught them. The sergeant was suddenly enveloped in a glow and received a notification that his level had increased. Oh, you have reached a new level. You so fiercely beat with this weapon. One of the players praised Yeehaw. Oh, thank you. The sergeant was embarrassed. That man's nickname was Bloodstained Butt. I think he's a marksman. I've heard that his shooting skills are also excellent. Passers-by continued to gossip. At this time, Sergeant Yeehaw had already set off further while thinking about his plans. I'll go on a quest. I'll buy some stuff and practice. Rabbit skin +1 divided by inventory. Rabbit quest completed. Did you survive the ferocious rabbits? A man with a beard asked as he handed Yeehaw some coins. Oh, yes, something like that. Will you be completing this quest again? No, you have completed the quest. Ferocious rabbit hunt. 50 copper coins earned. Level of proximity with NPCs in the castle. Candlesticks increased by 10%. Level of proximity to the police station. Part of the Candlelight Castle, increased by 15%. Great. I have 19,999 gold, 99 silver and 50 copper coins left. Cheered up and haw. Rabbit skin +1. The freshest rabbit meat. Mom I just needed it. Oh my god. I haven't seen such good rabbit meat in a long time. The middle-aged giant woman behind the counter cheered. -7 copper coins for one carcass. Eatery. Sacred Grill. Madam Lu. Stranger, will you help us? A giant woman leaned toward the sergeant. What should I do? Since this is a meat joint, of course your job will be in the meat industry. Oh ho ho. Another quest. Thought in Ha. Help in developing a new menu of the Sacred Grill one. Madam Lu is enchanted by the meat you brought. This person can probably get the black-haired rabbit meat as well. In order to make this place the best meat joint in Midlort, it needs you. Task: fresh rabbit meat, black-haired rabbit meat. Reward: a special dish from Madam Lu's new menu. Do you accept the quest? It's a related quest. The sergeant guessed. What's that black-haired rabbit meat? What is it? He asked. I've heard that among the ferocious rabbits, there are some whose skin is dyed black. They say this meat tastes great. We'll only know about it when we try it, explained the owner of the establishment. Something like a black pig. Thought in Ha. They'll try. The sergeant replied. My God, it's nice here. If you hang a bag on a tree outside Namun, one of the rabbits will smell it and come running. Don't miss it. The diner owner stammered. Oh, good. Exactly. They only come out at night, so don't waste your energy during the day. The giantess grabbed his hands in a rush. Ha ha. Good. You'd better not fool me with fake meat. Those who joke with me, I chop off their hands and feet. She threatened with a huge knife. Her kitchen knife is bigger than a long sword. Scared and Ha. Of course. No kidding. Then I'll look forward to the loot. Ask you. Okay. The sergeant came out of the diner. Buy bullets and gunpowder first. The count status at. Rad for the quest 50 copper coins plus. Rabbit meat sales 77 copper coins. Coins equals 1 silver and 27 copper coins. In the armory, a man with a monocle greeted Yeehaw. Black powder 10 copper coins. Incendiary powder 6 copper coins. Ammo 3 copper coins. Total 1 silver and 26 copper coins. Whoa, why is it so expensive? The sergeant said indignantly. That's why we don't have many musketeers. The salesman just sighed. -18 copper coins for one shot. How then can a musketeer earn money? I play this game in order to earn money. Why is it so difficult? Yeehaw complained. Why don't you start farming? If it's too expensive for you, you can use Kreven's gunpowder, which can explode at any time. The seller advised. With these rabbits, there's nothing but losses. What kind of nonsense is this? If I buy 7 rounds of ammunition, I only have 1 silver coin left. Rabbit meat equals 1 copper coin. Ammo per shot equals 18 copper coins. Then catch them. Am I a musketeer or a gunner? The sergeant began to think about how to get out of this difficult situation. If I'm short of bullets, I can use a baton, but the meat will be in a terrible state. Thinking about the quality of the meat, the sergeant couldn't help but think of the owner of the diner with her huge knife. Give it to me. 7, please. He pulled the bag of coins, barely holding back tears. Oh, thank you, visitor. If you need anything else, be sure to come to our store. The salesman answered him. You don't happen to need hands. Before Yeehaw could finish his thought, the salesman quickly interrupted him. What kind of work can I entrust to someone who is sorry to buy 7 caps of gunpowder? Ho-ro show, the sergeant demanded angrily. I knew I should have been a mage. You don't need money to use magic, do you? Yeehaw mused as he left the store. Why on earth wouldn't he trust me with Robbo? Wait a minute. There are certain conditions for getting a quest, right? The police platoon leader saw my level and gave me a quest. Then Madam Lu gave me a task after seeing the meat I brought, right? But I couldn't get the quest from that shop owner. So, you need to meet certain conditions that the NPC requires. Damn it, I still need food. Damn developers. Yeehaw remembered, clutching his stomach. Energy reduced by 40%. When energy is reduced to 30% equals penalty. Maybe we should have a bun. The sergeant started toward the bread sign. Chapter 5. I'm sorry. Sergeant Yeehaw went into the pastry shop. I'd like to buy a couple of buns from you. A girl with a pigtail was sweeping the floor. I'm sorry, but we're already closed. No, she said. But, I'll be quick, the sergeant said quickly. Okay, the girl agreed. If I didn't make it to closing time, what would I have to do? Obviously, you won't be able to buy any food after sunset, thought Ha and Ha looking at the counter. The girl at this time put up a plaque with the inscription closed, saying, We're closing up, closing up. We need to choose something as soon as possible. Why is everything so expensive? Yeehaw was surprised as he looked at the prices of confectionery products, and the fact that there was 1 copper coin has already been dismantled. What is it? He asked dejectedly. Yes, unfortunately, we haven't been able to make many buns lately. Rabbits, they ate all the wheat, shared the girl. Wait a minute, if an NPC says that they are experiencing some difficulties, then they want something. Maybe she should take advantage of the fact that she doesn't have enough flour. The guy realized, I exterminated some rabbits at the request of police platoon leader Zayat. What about exchange meat for buns? I think it will be beneficial for both of us. Iha tried to suggest. Oh my god, really? You are already about the 20th person to offer such a service today. However, since rabbits breed quickly, it won't do me much good. If we continue to agree to such persuasions, then our institution will simply go bankrupt. The girl replied, clearly annoyed. Why is this NPC so smart? The sergeant thought. I understand that there are many homeless people wandering around, but I also received an assignment from the owner of the sacred grill. I need to catch a black-haired rabbit. Tried to correct the situation and haw. The girl looked surprised, but then just laughed. My god, this is a joke. You're not that capable. Anyone who can catch Black Angus will have enough to eat anyway. Forgive my bluntness. No, she said. Then the guy handed her a smelly bag. Then can you take a look at this? Madame Lu gave it to me, said the guy holding his nose. Oh, I'm sure Anilu did that vonism. Please get this away from me. It looks like you're a real craftsman, since Anilu herself confided in you. Then can I ask you for something, too? The girl asked and our sergeant was very happy. Eh? What exactly? Nothing special. As long as you catch the black-haired rabbit, you will be able to fulfill my request along the way. Since Anilu trusted him, then maybe I can. There are special herbs that grow on place of defecation of a black-haired person, a rabbit. However, their location is. The location must be kept secret. Content, Pewak herbs. Reward, 1 bun from. Flour obtained from Pewak herbs. 30 copper coins. Do you accept the quest? If the developers are crazy, then the NPCs are crazy too. Along the way, do you collect a grave for which you need to risk your own life? Is my life really worth a Pewak herb roll and 30 copper coins? The guy mused, but his thoughts were interrupted by an NPC girl. Can you do that? What is it? She asked. By Black Angus, do you mean the black-haired rabbit? Said the guy. Yes, that's right. Rumor has it that he was the reason why ordinary rabbits went berserk. This rabbit is called Black Angus because of its ferocity. The girl explained. Software, I see. I want to help you with this passing case, however. Iha hesitated. Eh? What is it? The girl asked in surprise. I'm so hungry I'm afraid I'll faint before I leave here. I think that by eating a piece of bread, I will have energy. The sergeant was saying sheepishly, begging for bread. The girl noticed the rumbling in the sergeant's stomach and continued the conversation incredulously. But, what if you eat my bread and just run away? What is it? She asked. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. The sergeant hastened to reassure her. The girl took pity and offered him a contract on new terms. What do you think of that? Reward 1 flour bun. Pewak grass, 30 copper coins, plus 15% increase in proximity with. Everyone is happy in the Castle of Candles. Equals reward. Sweet crunchy and 3 jokes. Restrictions. Bring herbs before opening. Bakeries in 12 hours. In case. Failure. Level of affinity with Ho. Zayakoi Bakery reduced Naya 20%. Reducing the level of proximity with everything. Myth in the Castle of Candles by 10%. Plus 3 buns. Then the difficulty level will be higher. And also, if I fail, then the level of proximity will drop significantly. The sergeant was surprised. I'll give you the rolls in advance, the bakery owner said, and Iha agreed. Thanks, I'll do my best. The sergeant left the bakery very sad and surprised at how delicious the buns were in this world. The bakery owner waved after him. Then I'll trust you, Mr. Ha and Ha. I received a notification from the system. Skill received. Beginner's bidding. Description, high risk, high return. Once cornered, you can get an additional reward. It is important to remember that you should not be stubborn and insist on negotiations with the interlocutor, but bring him what he wants. Effect, during the use of the skill, depending on the level of proximity, transactions for items with NPCs are possible, increasing the ability to change the terms of the transaction by 20%. Don't be stubborn. Just like in reality. I need to get this damn herb in 12 hours. Damn. Sergeant Iha was walking through the streets eating buns when he suddenly heard voices. A group is gathering. Anyone who wants to catch a black rabbit, come here soon. And Ha listened. The black rabbit. He moved closer to the group of players. Can I come with you? He asked. The players looked at it carefully and asked, what is your profession? Mush? No, I'm a marksman. Sergeant Iha replied. And judging by your equipment, you don't have any money. And you're going to come with us. Judging by your boots, you haven't even reached level 5 yet. It's the rabbit boss. How can you help us? The players replied haughtily. Openly ignored. Iha thought, but the players didn't let up. If we die, we won't be able to complete the quest again. It will be safer for us to look for players with a level equal to ours. If they die, I won't be able to complete the quest anymore. I didn't have such conditions. The guy thought about it and decided to clarify. What kind of quest do you do? We collect rabbit hair. I don't think this quest has anything to do with you. The players answered him and tried to brush him off faster. Aha, I see. Thank you. They have a different quest. Well, at least I got the information. At the moment, I have met those who need meat, herbs and wool. Just 3. And I would do well to get at least 4 quests up to level 10. Fought the guy walking through the night town. 1 rabbit per bullet. I have 12 hours left, so let's start our quest. The sergeant was inspired. He went to 3 other shops, a clothing store, an armory, and a jewelry store. I got 3 more quests, and raised the skill level. Beginner's bidding, level 2. Description, high risk. Refund, being cornered. You can get additional information. A reward. It is important to remember that we must not be stubborn and insist in negotiations with the interlocutor and bring him what he wants. After catching 1 rabbit, I will complete 5 tasks at once. Happy and haw. Great, now the difficulty is increased to hard. Only 4 hours left. After a bit of practice, Yeehaw leveled up. Character window. Name, Ha and Ha. Cassock, human. Profession, musketeer. Level, 50%. Nick, no. Achievements, 4. 1, 200, Mr. 70. Muscle strength, 23. Dexterity, 35. Intelligence, 12. Physical strength, 13. Willpower, 10. Remaining points, 10. Did I hit the gun too hard? The breech became somewhat weak. If it breaks, I'll be impoverished. Yeehaw was thinking as he was getting ready for the road, when he suddenly heard familiar voices. Hurry up, otherwise we will all die. Not yet. These are the ones ... the guys I met at the fountain. You need to attract his attention. Another 30 seconds. Mr. Archer, come here. Otherwise, you will die. There was a fierce battle going on. Quickly, Mr. Archer is dead. We've got his attention. Dill, get ready. Damn it, and this is a quest for Levla who. Fix it. Quick, shoot. At this time, our sergeant calmly analyzed the players and their abilities while sitting in the bushes. Is this a magic attack? So they're magicians. 1 per attack every 15 seconds. Or 20. They attack once every 20 seconds. Compared to my 1-minute cooldown, it's very fast. Thought and haw while the other players fought with a huge black rabbit and clearly lost to him. Here he comes. Black Angus. The group scattered in the confusion, and Ha saw that there were 2 huge rabbits on the battlefield. Your division. Are there 2 of them? So there are a lot of Black Angus. Honestly, I'm going to go so crazy soon. Thought Yeehaw. If your level is higher than the 5th one and you die, then the level goes down. Asshole, I know that myself, shouted the players running away from the black hairs. The little rabbits hurt my lower back, and if one of them hit me, I would definitely break something. Somebody help me. Let's run. Players asked for help, but I've already made a deal with 5 NPCs. Even if this rabbit was alone, how could I deal with it? In addition to everything else, except for the diner, I must bring everything I promised within 12 hours. If I fail, then minus 10% of the level of proximity with all NPCs. And if you combine 4, it will be 40%. They won't let me go to the village then. Anyway, I'm a musketeer. I fight with a gun. If I hit it right, I can take down 1 rabbit with the first shot. And I can do that, because this masterfully created world is like reality. Therefore, along with me, my shooting skills were transferred here. After much consideration, the sergeant decided to join the battle. Character window. Move all remaining points to dexterity. Well, let's try it. Get over here. Yeehaw shouted to the players who were being chased by the demonic hares. Chapter 6. 55 dexterity points only. Up to level 9, you need to increase your dexterity. This will also increase my attack power. It won't even be a bronze level anymore. Even higher. 1 shot. I have to take 1 down with the first shot. If I can't, then everyone will die. Great. The gun is loaded. It remains only to insert. While the sergeant was collecting his thoughts, 2 huge animals also ran in his direction along with the 2 escapees. Help me. Save me. Wait a minute. Why are there 2 people here at once? What do I do with 2 of them? One in one direction, the other in the other. Yeehaw was confused when he suddenly heard a young girl shouting at him. Hey, you idiot. If you're going to save me, then save me already. You're making too much noise. What are you doing? Maybe you can get out of there already. Should I shoot this woman instead of a rabbit? Don't worry, everything is fine. Oh, when the target reaches the desired distance. Yeehaw took aim and waited for the beasts to enter the kill zone. Shot. The bullet passed close to the girl's head and hit one of the rabbits directly. The girl noticed this and froze. What is it just now? What is it? She thought. The guy running next to her could not be saved and he ended up in the clutches of the monster. Iha ran over and grabbed the girl's hand. "What are you doing? Let's run. Otherwise, he'll eat us too." They were fleeing death, and the mage girl's mind was filled with the picture she had just seen. Did I see something wrong? I definitely saw him kill a rabbit in just one shot. Iha was thinking of something else entirely. When can I recharge? How did he do it? Does he have a high level? Who is this guy really? The girl thought about her savior. I was going to help both of them, didn't even think that guy would get eaten so quickly anyway. We need to get away from that rabbit. After that, find time to recharge. When they turned around they saw the beast coming at them. He's already devoured it. Flashed through the thoughts of Iha. This is where I'm going to die. What is it? He thought. A girl in a white dress was standing in front of them, and with her arms outstretched, she flew up into the air. Get down. The mage girl shouted to her rescuer and covered him with herself. What? The guy was perplexed. At this time, a girl in a white dress and blue hair shot ice arrows towards the beast. It started to freeze, frozen it. The sergeant was surprised. Tell me your name quickly, the girl magician in the funny hat demanded. Oh, why do you need a name? I'll include you in the team. Speak quickly, she demanded, her hands catching on fire. I must repay the debt. And ha, and ha. The guy shouted. Okay, the group is formed. And now, die. The girl directed the flame in the direction of the rabbit monster and it literally burned down. Catch something caught, however. The sergeant was a little puzzled. But then I received a notification from the system. Level up. Great. New level. Happy and ha. But then remembering his quarry he quickly caught himself. If we burned it down, then the items also burned down. The girl in the hat was already sorting through the loot. Let's see. Item. Wait a minute. You decided to take everything for yourself? Iha asked. Of course. I delivered the final blow. Then what's mine? Scared and ha. Back there. Take it. Is that fair? The girl asked, pointing at the rabbit that Sam Iha had killed. After the commotion, while heading towards the city, Iha noticed that the girls he had previously met were following him. Why are they following me? He thought. My name is Ram Hwa Yon, the mage girl said. I didn't ask, Iha said dismissively. And the girl Ram Hwa Yon continued. Oh, I see. Ram Hwa Yon of Hong Kong. Don't you know the snow mage Ram Hwa Yon? Hwa Yon was surprised. Do you know the Ha and Ha of South Korea? The guy asked. Who's that? Well, we don't know each other. 1-on-1. Take your Ram Hwa John or whatever it is and leave. It was fun to hunt together, Iha said and hurried away. Something's not right here. How could he kill Black Angus with one shot? Even though his physical condition is fine. While Hwa Young was thinking about this, Hwa Young had already called out to the guy. The Puek grass is that way. She pointed a finger to the side, and the sergeant quickly thought of another quest. Chapter 7. How did she know? I didn't tell anyone. Did you really fail the task? While the sergeant was thinking about how he could have given himself away, Hwa Young was puzzled. Puek grass. What's that? The quest item is what he was looking for. Don't worry, you can tell the players about it. Hwa Young hastened to reassure him. Is he acting so weird because he's afraid we'll steal his item? The girl in the hat asked. Most likely, Hwa Young said. You killed that monster with one shot. I watched you from afar. How did you do it? The girl in white asked directly. Since you mention it, Black Angus was in full health, so how did you finish him off with one shot? The magician in the hat chimed in. I guess I got lucky. Ha was also embarrassed. Then he noticed new notifications from the system. Achievement, Black Rabbit Hunter. Congratulations. You were able to kill the Black Nagus, the king of mad rabbits. Effects, Strength +1, Agility +1, Intelligence +1, Stamina +1, Willpower +1. Achievement, One Hit Wonder, Black Angus 0. Congratulations. You killed Black Angus with one shot. Are you still not ashamed to hunt in the noob zone with your level? Make way for future generations. Don't you think you deserve a reward for such a feat? Effects, Strength +2, Agility +2, Intelligence +2. Title, knows a little about weaknesses. You start to understand a little more about critical hits and instant kills. Effects, Agility +3, Intelligence +quest completed. To our safe return. The three players were already sitting around the table celebrating the successful completion of their quests. But who are you really? Iha asked, remembering that even NPCs behave differently around his companions. You really don't know anything. Hwa Jong is ranked 5th in Asia and 9th in the world. A famous player. I think I'll introduce you again. I'm the pyromancer Ram Hwa Yon. And this is Ram Hwa Jong, the cryomancer. Isn't the title of pyromancer too much for someone who was just running away? The guy was surprised. This is just my class. There's nothing I can do about it. The fire mage was angry. Ahahaha, probably humiliating. Iha replied. Alright, tell me, how did you manage to kill Black Angus with one shot? HWA Young asked. I fired. It die. The sergeant said. Stop fooling around. What's your level? You have to be high level. The girls persisted. I really need to tell you. Iha tried to evade the question as HWA Jong chimed in. Instant kill. 6th level, agility 55, attack power 223. Other skills don't change anything. Even with critical damage, it would be impossible to kill such a target with a single shot. Other than instant murder, there's no way to explain it. The ice mage gave out her reasoning. How is that possible? After all, he also raised the level earlier. Did he kill level 5 Angus? The pyromancer was surprised. How does she know? My stats, items, and even skills. Iha thought as the girls continued to talk about him. Like I said, the answer is instant murder. In order to kill Black Angus, you need to be at least a swordsman or a warrior of 90. The ice girl continued. You mean 90% of the force? Pyromancer asked. No, not power. Minus 90 levels. The girl gave out, which greatly surprised both her friend and the sergeant. He remembered the description of the achievement. You still not ashamed to hunt in the noob zone with your level. Make way for future generations. Oh, so that's what the achievement description was about. While Iha was thinking about it, the girls were chatting animatedly. Then they looked at each other and carefully looked at the guy. Okay, Ha Iha from South Korea, would you like to join our guild? The fire mage girl asked seriously. What? HWA Jong, who is ranked 9th in the world, is a guild master. We are quite famous. Are you calling a level 6 player? The guy denied. You can always lift it. Mag persisted. Is it okay that I have beginner's gear? We will provide you with the best clothes for your level. I don't know how much you have, but... The guy wanted to object, but he was quickly rebuffed. Very much. The head of our guild is ranked 9th in the world. You realize what it is. I refuse. Iha suddenly blurted out. My mother taught me not to take candy from strangers. He added after. Your mother raised you well. The blue-haired girl remarked as she sipped her drink. Would you turn down such a great opportunity? HWA Yon jumped up. That sounds too attractive. The guy answered. Despite our master's fame. HWA Young put her arm around her icy friend's shoulders. So what? Iha answered again. Do you even know the rank of our guild? The fiery girl persisted. Quite tall. Probably. What? Ha Yon was angry. I need to do my own investigation. You can't buy something at the first store you see. You can always come back if the first store turns out to be the best, the guy reasoned, which angered the fire mage even more. Okay, that's probably better than blindly saying yes. Contact us if you change your mind. Ha Yon agreed. Of course. Iha replied. I'll pay the bill. Let's go. HWA Jong. The fire mage called out to her friend. Okay. HWA Young started to get ready. Oh, and thank you for saving me. The fire mage went to the cash register and paid the bill. Keep the change, let's go. Oh, see you later. Appa, the ice girl said goodbye. What? Appa? Iha was surprised. Only son attended only boys' school, served in the army. Oh, what kind of people did I meet on my first assignment? But finally, reward time. Iha went to the quest shopkeepers for his reward. That red eye. You really did it in one day. The owner of the jewelry store rejoiced. If there are any other suitable tasks in the future, please give them to me, I'll be fine. Asked Ha. Of course. How can I not believe in someone who could kill Black Angus in a day? Agreed the hostess looking at the new preem. Notice, you have completed the quest Strange Collector Seeks Red Crystal, plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle, plus 15% to proximity with the owner of the accessories store. You have received 90 copper coins. Black Angus's claws, unbelievable. I'll make a great weapon out of them. The owner of the armory rejoiced. I wish you good luck, said Iha. Notice, you have completed the quest Carefully Crafted Blades, plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle, plus 15% to proximity to the owner of the gun shop. You have received 80 copper coins. Level up. New level. Iha was delighted with the achievement and went to the next store. This is what I've been looking for all along. How can it look so perfect? Thank you, Mr. Ha and Ha. I'll make the perfect coat out of it. Here's a bonus to your reward. The owner of a clothing store was spinning around with a black rabbit skin. Thank you very much, ma'am. Notification. You have completed the gorgeous black coat quest. Plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle. Plus 15% to intimacy with Portnoy Sandy. You have received the usual set of quilted armor. Your trading skill has reached level 3. Hard work pays off. I even got new clothes and all the NPCs became friendlier to me. Happy and Ha trying on new clothes. Welcome to Annie's Bakery. Oh, it's you Ha and Ha, come on in. The owner of the pastry shop greeted him cordially. Dressed. What a great baking smell. Aha, just baked it if you want. Should I try it? The hostess handed out fresh bread. I'd like to save some money. Haha Yeehaw replied. Money? Are we really strangers? You've offended me a lot just now. Not understanding the NPC's behavior, Yeehaw thought, but we don't know each other. Take your time. Enjoy the bread. I'm sure you didn't even have time to eat breakfast. A girl was pouring milk for the sergeant. Since you insist, thank you very much. Yeehaw agreed. About herbs, do you have them? The girl asked happily. Sure, here they are. The boy held out a small bag of grass. Hooray, Huak. Grass. The girl sat down on her knees with joy and held the bag high. Yeehaw was shocked. Is it that delicious or something? No need to dramatize. Notification, you have completed the quest. Plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle. Plus 15% off proximity to the bakery owner. You have received 30 copper coins. Your level is up. Sure, don't you feel that rich aroma? Anyone who loves baking will immediately become addicted to even just the smell. Annie, the bakery owner, was saying. It's just grass, which grows on rabbit poop. Shut up, what a poop. What? Surprisingly, she exhausted me. The sergeant went to the diner to the owner of the giant. Oh, what guests. So the rumors were true. The owner of the eatery said with a knife in her hand. Was there a rumor? The guy asked. Of course, I even heard that you went to the bar last night. You can't hide anything in this castle candle. I even found out about your successful hunt. The woman got her meat. Don't you want to give it to the chef for inspection? Yeehaw asked. I'm dealing with you, so I'm confident in your abilities. The woman smiled sweetly. 70% of closeness plays a role. Thought Yeehaw. Wow, so this is black rabbit meat. The woman was holding a meat slicer on a wooden board and was genuinely happy. Notice, quest completed, you have received 50 copper coins. Oh, I'll even give you a bigger reward. Please wait for me here, I'll prepare a meal for you. Ask the hostess of the establishment. There is still a reward. The guy was happy. How long will it take? Yeehaw asked. I can make it quick, but... The beginning was the owner of the Sacred Grill Eatery as the quest window appeared. Help create a new menu for Sacred Grill 2. In order to become the best restaurant in the whole world, one more dish is required. I'm sure Mr. Yeehaw can handle it. With roasted wings and grilled Golden Eagle mountain bird meat, Sacred Grill Restaurant will definitely do its job. Golden Eagle meat reward, Madame Lu's special lunchbox. I knew it. There is a second quest. I think Mr. Ha can handle it. I need the meat of a golden eagle that lives in the mountains nearby. The last quest in Candle Castle, Boss Split Eagle. Chapter 8. Restriction. Level 10 is required for the last quest of Candle Castle. By the way, lunchbox again. The gift of the Sacred Grill. Yeehaw asked. As you know, Candle Castle is located in a remote village. I'm opening a second store in the capital. And to do that, I need Golden Eagle meat, explained the hostess. Do you need a gift for the second store? I was surprised and if I want to do the big thing. Oh ho ho, you know what I mean. The woman winked. I see. Then you will definitely need a Golden Eagle. You still need to complete this task. The guy answered. Damn game creators. And then there is corruption. It was spinning in Yeehaw's head as the hostess came up to him with a ready-made treat. Ho ho ho. Whoa, everything is ready. Appeared. I wonder if all the rewards are edible. Thought in Special lunchbox. Black Angus. Special lunchbox made by Madame Lu from the Sacred Grill. Lick your fingers. Just delicious. Black Angus meat will make you stronger. Effect. Agility +1. Stamina +2 permanent boost. Save me. The guy didn't have time to finish when he suddenly realized what this reward is. It's me. Dexterity +1. Stamina +2. How cool. What is it? He rejoiced. Well, this is an unusual lunchbox, isn't it? The owner of the giant was touched. Level up by 0.6. In addition, if it is an excellent level, then the third one from the top. The price of a +7 endurance ring was 5.5 million won. And if you sell it on the cheap, you'll get more than 3 million won. Blurred in money, dreams, and if you take it and sell it. Hey, what's that label? Looking closely at the label tied to the blue cloth of the lunchbox, Yeehaw became despondent. The label read feature not for sale. I can't sell it. I can't sell it. This is not equipment. There are no restrictions on use. Complained and Then the owner of the establishment called out to him with a question. Not bad, is it? Oh ho ho ho. How bad it is there, madam. This is the best thing in the world. And broke into a tight-lipped joy. It can't be helped, but this is also a good catch. You need to be more modest, otherwise you can lose everything, he thought. Chapter 8. Then the Golden Eagle Madame Lu began, but Sergeant Iha interrupted her. I'll get it, as soon as possible, he blurted out and gave a real soldier's salute. Great, I've completed all the tasks, Iha thought as he left the sacred grill. The hostess waved after him. Character window. He opened his stats. Character window name. Ha and Ha. Race. Human class. Musketeer. Level. 8 rank. Someone who seems to know something about weaknesses. Achievements. 6 XP. 250 divided by MP. 100 strength. 26 agility. 61 intelligence. 16. Plus 6. Stamina 14. Willpower 1. I'll get the other quests at level 10, with only 2 left to go. If I catch the Golden Eagle, I'll be able to get out of the beginner village. Iha mused as he sat on a bench in a small square. Beside him was his musket, and on his lap was a special treat from Madame Lu, which he was just opening. Well, how Deka will try. He brought a piece of meat to his mouth. What is this? How can it be so delicious? Thank you, game developers. So delicious that I'm going to cry. Is the meat as elastic as real meat? Our hero's taste buds melted from the incredible taste of special bento. Iha really was almost crying with pleasure, and the promised performance really started to grow. I feel like I can catch a few more black anguses. It remains only to raise the level. The sergeant cheered up as he finished his bento. Great, now for the hunt, open your inventory. He gave the command to the system. We need to buy shells again. Number of remaining bullet sets, 5. So all the musketeers will die out, gentlemen developers. And Ha was annoyed. He didn't want to spend any more money, but there was nothing else to do, so he went to the merchant's shop to buy equipment. In a merchant's shop, how do you do? He went inside thinking, the level of intimacy has become higher, maybe they will give me a discount. I came for the powder. The merchant was lying on the sofa, writing in a small notebook. You're welcome, the merchant replied casually, which offended the sergeant. He's even too lazy to meet a visitor. The proximity level has increased by 15%, and he is lying down trading. And Ha was perplexed. I came for the gunpowder. The musketeer had no time to repeat himself when the salesman barked back at him. Well, you need 8 sets this time. Or judging by the clothes, will you buy not only 7, as last time? 1 set of only 18 copper coins. The salesman was still lying on the couch with his legs dangling, and Ha was clearly annoyed by this behavior. But he didn't show it. Is the price the same? Musketeer asked, hoping for a discount. She couldn't have changed. And why are these musketeers needed? The merchant snapped, turning away from his customer. Speak more politely, Iha mentally demanded. In the corner of the room, Iha noticed boxes of defective goods and decided that if they were defective, they could buy them cheap. There's only 1 musketeer in that village. He also noted, mentally, I have 37 sets, and we still need to leave it in reserve. He mused, analyzing his future hunt for a huge eagle. There are 23 sets of gunpowder to start with, the sergeant asked, reaching for his bag. Let's see, 23 sets are 4 silver and 14 copper coins. Counting and Ha out loud. Ho ho ho, if he wants to buy 23 sets, it looks like things have improved a bit. The shopkeeper gloated as he carried the boxes of gunpowder behind the counter. What's that smell? The merchant abruptly approached the sergeant. I had a meat lunch recently. The guy became timid, and the merchant did not stop grabbing him and looking for the source of such an attractive smell. No, it's not a meat smell, he continued. Hugh, why are you groping me? The sergeant tried to pull away. That's crazy. What's that smell? The merchant's face was distraught. Let me go at last, asked Ha, when suddenly the merchant said, bread, it's bread. Is this an unusual bread? Iha thought about it and remembered something. Wait, bread? Really? Oh, so this Pewak herb bun was in my bag. Iha replied loudly, holding up a large bun. Did you say Pewak herbs? The merchant was surprised and quickly clung to the sergeant and began to beg him. Tear off a piece for me. I don't want to, was unwavering and Ha. I'll pay you. 50 copper coins is enough, the merchant pleaded. I tried so hard to get it, and you offer me some 50 copper coins. 1 silver coin, then. The shopkeeper asked. 5 silvers, will that do? Set the price and Ha. You rascal, I won't buy it. I don't have to eat it. The merchant was angry and turned away, barely holding back tears. Oh, really? Activate the bidding skill. And Ha activated a special skill he had developed. The bidding skill is activated. The level of probability of convincing the interlocutor increased by 21%. They say the Pewak bun is so delicious. Iha started to advertise, but there was no response from the merchant. It didn't work out, the sergeant thought. But at that moment the shop owner began to make contact. A Pewak herb bun like this is very hard to get, isn't it? He began carefully, reached a critical point, thought the sergeant, and broke into a smile, like a fisherman who caught a fish on a hook. "How much are you willing to give?" Yeehaw asked. "How about 2 silver coins?" the merchant suggested. "Hey, for that delicious bread." The sergeant hesitated. "A few more sets of bullets, then," the merchant added. "Why are you kidding me? 23 sets are worth 4 silver and 14 copper. Yeehaw replied. "No, what a man. Throw off at least a little." The shopkeeper pleaded. "-5 silver coins. The musketeer has set the price. Maybe I'll drop 5 copper coins for each set." The huckster prevaricated. "-5 silver coins," was adamant in Haw. "I don't think the discount worked." The merchant was upset. "Then 100 barrels of gunpowder," suggested in Haw. "Hey, the thief." The owner was angry. "Though, what did you say? What is it?" the musketeer asked. "No, nothing. 70 sets. Please," the merchant pleaded with the last of his strength. "-70 sets of this." "Well, then, I'll only take 70 sets. But in return, introduce me to the gunpowder seller." Yeehaw agreed and made his own terms. "Okay," the merchant agreed. Dom and Haw. "Super. It was the coolest deal ever. You need to try harder to earn a lot of money. Then I can help my parents too." Happy and Haw taking off his helmet. In a wheelchair, he rolled over to a small table where instant noodles were being brewed. He decided to check out the task and its price, and started to look through the Midrose news feed when he came across an interesting story on the TV news. "Hello, this is Midrose Today. Reporter Han Kyung-hee. What news do you have?" Yes, there were many amazing events in Midrose today. The reporter began his report. While eating noodles, Yeehaw was surprised by the excitement and popularity of this game. "Wow, they're already showing Midrose on the news," he noted. "So, first news. These are changes in the rating. The top 10 in the world, which for some time was in one place." He continued his story. "There's something else interesting. It is said that in one of the villages for beginners, the castle of KZND, the snow mage Ram Hwa John appeared." Hearing the familiar name, Yeehaw focused. "What? Ram Hwa John? She's very famous. But not just Ram Hwa John. Another person is said to have appeared with her, presumably Ram Hwa Yeon, the eldest daughter of Hong Kong's second largest company, Ramlong." After saying that, Yeehaw froze in place. "Ramlong. It's one of the most powerful companies in Hong Kong," he shouted when he heard the name of a famous corporation. "What were they doing in the beginner village?" "According to our data, they arrived to hire one of the Korean users. Search for employees in the novice village. Then we included an interview with an eyewitness from the game. Exclusive. Interview with an eyewitness. Ram Hwa Young was very shy." An unknown user of the game began to tell lies. Who else was shy? Yeehaw was indignant. It is assumed that the meeting was deliberately held in a small village with a small number of people. If Ram Hwa Jong herself decided to hire a user, then the user must be outstanding. However, his identity is not disclosed. Still, the face remained a secret. Yeehaw was ashamed as he recalled his level. "It's a pity, but it's true." After hearing this, the sergeant calmed down a little. "What an ablay." Before Yeehaw could say it out loud, the reporter continued. "However, we have information that this person used a long weapon that looks like a shotgun. A gun-like weapon. Eyewitnesses say that it is not a staff or a rod. I wonder who the Korean is. Will that user appear again in Candle Castle with a long, gun-like weapon in his hands?" This was the end of the story, and Yeehaw fell out of his chair, spilling noodles with the words, "I quote am missing." Chapter 9. Sitting at the computer in his room, Yeehaw searched the internet for information about his recent meeting with 2 well-known ladies. What's the fuss? Oh, is that the time? On the tab trending, Mocha Natan Naskatuv, did the Ram sisters appear in the Castle of Candles? The title of the video screamed, showing the Ram sisters sitting at the same table as the sergeant. -1.800.000 views and 72,000 comments. Ha was also surprised. Recent comments on the video. Kim Newbie 2 seconds ago. Fuck off. Couldn't you have taken a closer look? It's a pity that the quality is poor. Middle US 15 seconds ago. They use protection so that you can't screen rankers like Ram Hwa John. Therefore, they will not be visible if you shoot closer. This photo was also taken from afar and just zoomed in. This video was posted just 2 hours ago. Yeehaw was annoyed at his newfound popularity. Butterfly on a flower field 12 minutes ago. They're so cute, it's crazy. Like dolls. Very beautiful. 7 responses. VTS rules. Of course, like a doll. While they change their appearance. Boom boom VTS rules. The Ram sisters have changed their appearance. Haven't you seen them on the TV news? In real life, they are even more beautiful. If they've been scouted, they're rankers. If you look at the Korean top 10, you can find Isn't there a separate guild for Koreans? Why do Korean rankers join the Hong Kong guild? Everyone is weak before money, and it's not as common as in Korea. In any case, because of the money, I give a tooth. Are you sure there's a ranker sitting across from them? The quality, of course, is Jackal, but his items are generally shit. He wore it on purpose so that no one would know who he was. They don't even sell it in the store. These are the initial subjects. Maybe it's just some new trash. Lol. I met the Ram sisters, and Adama is so fucked up. Lol, at the very least, this shaming of Korea is just a laughingstock. Isn't that a gun right there? Musketeer. Ha 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 ha, musketeer ha. Lesser than this is definitely fake. Who in their right mind will play as a musketeer? This was the opinion of the public and the network. And Ha was certainly hurt by this, and to some extent, he was glad that he was mistaken for a fake. It's a good thing they think I'm fake because of the initial subjects. He decided, and began to think aloud. I understand why the Ramron group became famous, but there is very little information about the Ram Sisters Guild. If you join a guild, it will be much easier to level up, but the conditions are so good that it's suspicious. Judging by Ram Hwa Yon's personality, if I refuse, I'll be in trouble. Drooped and Ha, but not discouraged for a long time, decided to return to the game. First of all, we need to raise the level. Already in the game. Here are the fox skins assigned to me. A very shabby but satisfied musketeer was pointing at the pile of hides. Why so fast? The customer was surprised. Notification from the system. The quest Smart Animals is completed. Level of affinity with the Castle of Candles NPC increased by 10%. Level of proximity to the Candlelight Castle Public Order Unit increased by 15%. You have received 50 units of coal. You have received ordinary leather shoes. Hell, the level isn't going up. Iha thought when he saw the notification. At this time, he was distracted from his sad thoughts by a knight. I don't feel comfortable asking someone who just finished a task, but such a capable young man. The man began, but Iha answered before he could finish the sentence. Oh, the wolves, the sergeant asked. Exactly. How did you know? The foxes came too. I'll catch them. Iha answered immediately, not wanting to waste any time. I googled it and found out all the quests. The answer to his awareness was simple to the point of banality. Quest, a pack of animals. Because of the wolves coming down from the mountains, the foxes are moving closer to the village. Eliminate the wolves to bring peace back to the village. Be careful, they live in packs. You may need to. Help from your friends. Goal, wolf skins. Reward, NPC affinity level 10%. Level of proximity to the Public Order Protection Unit 15%. Weapon repair coupon 1. 50 units of coal. Turns out there's even a gun repair coupon. Iha remarked after reading the quest conditions. Yes, the time for repairs is slowly approaching. The knight replied. I can fix the butt of the gun so that it doesn't rattle anymore. Iha mentally rejoiced and enthusiastically went to complete the task. I'm going on a mission, he said to the knight one last time. Good luck, Ha, and Ha. He said goodbye, and the sergeant set off. After a while, he found himself in a foothill area in a green clearing. There was a wooden sign in front that read as follows. Watch out, lots of wolves. It is recommended to play in a team from here. Finding players is not an easy task. It's a bit difficult to deal with the 8th level alone. Iha remarked and sat down, leaning his elbows on the aforementioned sign. And if you find a team, the sergeant started to imagine, as he immediately imagined that he was dragging all the players down and hindering them because of his long cooldown and low hit rate. Damn cooldown in 1 minute. What's so good about it? It's too bad that wolves don't move alone. We should wait until they split up. The musketeer came up with tactics, pressing himself lower and lower to the grass and moving almost crawling. The foxes needed 13 sets of gunpowder, 71 sets left. 11 bullets and the wolves are finished. I'll raise the 10th level and spend the rest on catching the golden eagle. He calculated his equipment. No stray wolf anywhere. While Iha was thinking while hiding in the grass, there were sounds of fighting nearby. Magic rocket. I've attracted 3 wolves. I'm handing them over to the tank. I'll distract them, starting in 3 seconds. A team of other players also completed a quest here. Oh, teamwork, Iha remarked. Earth tremble. Magic rocket. Energy lightning. Just in case, I'll check it out in advance. So there were a few mages and a player in knight's clothing fighting on the field. Everything around them was covered in lightning and flames directed by the mages towards the wolves. Seeing such a picture, Iha was filled with envy. The wolves are just melting. How enviable, he thought. I'd better go find some loot before I fall apart completely. Musketeer decided, and crawled off in the other direction. After a while, he found what he had been looking for so long. There was one wolf running away from him. He had bright red eyes and gray skin. Found it. The sergeant rejoiced and began preparations. I'll show you the results of my training, Iha promised. While Wolf was enjoying his run alone, the sergeant took a bite out of a bag of powder, poured it into the gun, blew it out, tapped and aimed. In his mind, he thanked the commander from the movie series, from which he had learned new tricks. Thank you, Commander. Thanks to you, I did it in 1 minute. The sergeant exhaled and fired. A musket rattled, and the bullet hit the wolf squarely in the head. That's it. Iha was overjoyed and was about to get out of his hiding place. Awed first, alone. Then he saw a second predator near the animal's corpse. He was running furiously toward the shooter. Unexpected. Where have you been hiding all this time? Thought Iha. The musket will soon disappear. It is necessary to avoid a collision at close range. Just give me a minute. The sergeant quickly repeated all the necessary actions and at the last moment, barely managed to aim. CHUERT. We need a scope. Then he noticed that the predator had stopped. What is it? Why isn't it getting any closer? Really? And Ha just had time to realize how the wolf dodged in the other direction. He's trying to get out of range. Has he learned this yet? The sergeant realized, watching the predator and its neat but deft actions. It's hard to hit a moving target. If you move from left to right, you can dodge even at this distance. The target was swerving from side to side as it approached the shooter. The tension was growing by the second. Maybe we should quietly distance ourselves and attract him with this. No, you won't be able to pick up the loot. You can't do that. In this case, there is no choice. The wolf was coming. Iha summoned up all his courage and stood up abruptly, shouting, "BAM!" and fired right at the moment when the predator was pouncing on him. The bullet only grazed the wolf, but it still died. Oh, they die even if you just hit them. The sergeant breathed a sigh of relief. He crouched down beside his quarry, leaning on his rifle. Based on the fact that he reacted to the sound of the gunshot, which I imitated with my voice, he's a bit stupid. It turns out that I'm smart because I waited before the shot was fired. System notification. Musket mastery increased to level 2. More wolves are there. Not anywhere. Iha was looking around and didn't notice a huge shadow creeping up on him from behind. Wow, how did you do that? What's the matter? They called sharply to the sergeant as he gathered up the items. Okay, I'll take the item. And this ... the musketeer hesitated. Another user, the sergeant thought, but he saw two huge monsters in front of him. Chapter 10. Weva. Mobs. They're monsters. Iha got scared and started loading his gun at full speed in fear. There were two people standing in front of him, not counting the little raven. Although he probably looked small because of the giant on whose shoulder he was sitting and a huge green lizard. Wait a minute. We are not monsters, but users. Suddenly the lizard was alarmed. Don't shoot. The giant moaned pitifully as he hugged his crow. Oh, the lizard and the druid. I saw you on the official homepage. Iha remembered and at the same time calmed down and started to walk away, saying, I thought you were mobs. What? Wait a minute. Lizardman shouted after the sergeant. The sergeant returned to them and decided to be a little more polite. Sorry, I thought there were monsters again. He apologized to his new acquaintances. It's okay, everyone thinks so at first, the lizard replied proudly. It's alright, the druid added kindly. Suddenly, the lizard's expression became somehow predatory and vicious, rubbing his palms together. He said, Kai, let's get right to the point. Are you hunting alone? What is it? He asked the sergeant. Oh, yes. From such pressure, Iha even got a little confused and thought, why does he have such a malicious expression on his face? And he speaks suspiciously politely. Oh, are you so strong that you could catch two wolves at once? Just asking. Kai. If we have the same levels, would you like to hunt together? Kai. The lizardman spoke as it slowly approached Iha. It's scary. Don't come any closer. Why is he laughing like that? The sergeant was afraid of a new acquaintance. Do you want to join the team? Iha asked. All wolves walk in threes, and we're only at level 9, so it's a little difficult for us to hunt them. New acquaintances began to explain. From the outside, their conversation looked like extortion or hop-stop, but it was just a polite offer to play together. It takes you more than a minute to recharge, right? Won't you die if you are attacked by a mob? Notice the interlocutors. Politely points out my weak spot. So they followed me, and Ha was annoyed by this well-pointed fact about his not-so-strong side. This man, he thought, looking at the lizard. The green monster was quite tall and looked like a small dinosaur. The lizardman was wearing a dark purple hooded hoodie. His hands were bandaged and his belt was tied with rope. What happened recently is just luck. Since we have almost the same level, I don't lose anything. Decided and Ha. Is it okay that I'm level 8? What is it? He asked his new acquaintances. What? Lower than ours. Kai. I thought you'd be taller. However, let's hunt together. Kai Kai, the lizard replied. I'll draw the attention of the wolves and attack them. Master Druid Tank and Healer Tank. All you have to do is destroy them one at a time, and the job is done. Amphibian described the plan, pointing a finger at his friend. By the way, the druid was also quite tall. On his head he had a small crow, and her hair is tied up in 2 small pigtails. Everything seems to be well distributed. Iha thought. Nice to meet you. My name is Ha and Ha, the sergeant said. My name is Bimi. I am a poison mage, a master of my craft. The lizard replied. I'm Jin Kong Kong. I'm level 9. The druid replied curtly. Mr. Jin Kong Kong, what is your profession? I decided to clarify and Ha and thought. That's weird. Why did I get such a familiar feeling? After that, the sergeant finally noticed the bird sitting on Jin Kong Kong's head. Wait a minute. A crow? Well, the druid hesitated and hesitated. It's that person. A druid fused due to an electrical failure. I remembered in Ha entries that I read on the forum. You're the one who became a druid because the lights went out, right? Ha, are you from Korea? The druid was taken aback by this bluntness. You've even started to go bald because of stress. I've started recovery therapy. The giant replied sharply, and then fell to his knees and added in frustration. It's alright, I'm used to. Because of this incident, I even got paid off. And I'm from Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh City. The look suits me right. Lizard chimed in cheerfully. Vietnamese plus lizard plus master of poisons. Tank and healer poison slow but accurate shooter. It's a good combination. What's really depressing is that I'm the only one dealing damage. Iha was thinking about the new team. Well, let's try it. Stretched out his fist and Ha. Yes, the druid agreed, holding out his hand as well. Yes, Kai Kai Kai. The lizard joined in. Here and now, a strange team of players who think each other is pathetic has surprisingly formed. It was in the middle of the first special operation to capture the wolves of the new team. The sergeant couldn't concentrate over the croaking of the druid's crow. Kar Kar Kar. It sounds like the annoying voice of a 3-year-old. Why do I hear KWA? Musketeer was getting more and more annoyed. Poisonous saliva. A lizard attacked and actively spat at 2 wolves, which made them very angry. This is crazy. This isn't funny anymore. Iha thought as he watched the lizardman attack. Stop laughing, otherwise my hands will start shaking. If the wolf dodges, I'll lose a whole minute, and Ha couldn't help but laugh as he watched his new teammates. He took aim and fired. BABAMS. The sergeant hit the wolf that the druid was fighting. Another wolf was advancing on the druid, but the hero hit him with a powerful blow with both hands on the head. And at that moment the lizard pierced the stunned predator with a knife. Another wolf appeared behind them, but Iha managed to shoot it and save his comrades. Surprisingly, our communication is effective. Decided and Ha. System notification. Musketeer skill has been upgraded to level 3. The level has been upgraded. Iha gained a new level and a golden badge with white feathers appeared above his head. A lizard approached the sergeant. Kai Kai, congratulations on your new level. Ha and Ha. He congratulated the sergeant. The hunt just went really fast. Thank you. The musketeer was embarrassed. That's because Mr. Ha and Ha have a high level of attack power, and Jin Kong Kong did a great job as a tank. Lizardman praised his teammates. Oh, come on. I just have a big body. The druid replied modestly. And they know how to behave in society, said the sergeant. I've collected all the items for the quest, the musketeer said. Already. However, they don't make sense right now. If you get up to 89% experience, your level will increase. When the level rises to 10, you will be able to start the quest with the split eagle so as not to waste time. You can immediately go to it. Then, let's level up, they said in unison and went on their way. Hey, look, there's another team with different player classes. Our new team was noticed by 2 other users and continued to observe their strategy and teamwork during the hunt. Does he fire a gun? This is the first time I've seen a musketeer, noted by observers after seeing in Ha. Wow, they hunt pretty well. It looks strange, but at the same time normal. Maybe they have good compatibility, they reasoned. Meanwhile, our team's hunt continued. Poisonous saliva. Beamy lizard attacked the mobs. Watching such a well-coordinated work, Iha thought our team is strange, but strong. Mr. Beamy, amazing. How do you manage to cast on the go? The druid asked his amphibious friend. Kai Kai Kai. Yes, somehow it turns out by itself. The lizard replied. Then the sergeant broke in. Is casting on the go that cool? Iha asked as he fired at the mob at the same time. It's like running around with a full glass of water without spilling it. The druid replied, holding the body of the slain wolf in his hands. Is it Visagno? Iha was surprised and pondered. Come to think of it, so is Ram Hwa Jong. I cast it on the go. Still, it is on the 9th place in the top in the world. The sergeant recalled his friend, and then suddenly it dawned on him. Hey, wait a minute. What makes the top 9 of the world? Maybe that lizard. Phew, we need to get laid, the druid said while sitting on the grass. The sun was already setting, and everyone was resting. Not far from the druid sat Bayomi. Nice work. What percentage of experience do you have? The lizard asked. 0.69%, the druid replied. Even if you start the quest with the golden eagle at level 10, you need 12 or 13 to complete it. Let's start by raising our levels to be more confident. Let's wait until your Ha and Ha experience level reaches 87%. Kai, lizard suggested. The overall level of a 4-person team is 14, and a 5-person team is 12. Alright, however, he wants us to go after the eagle when I reach level 10. Yes, we all have almost the 10th level. Go after the eagle with such a team. Iha pondered over his teammate's suggestion. Let's get started. Bayami suddenly rose from the ground. Yes, said Iha. Until late in the evening, the team continued to earn experience points and catch wolves. Minus 88% experience. I used all the bullets. Happy and Ha achievement. I'm level 10 and have 28% experience. It will be difficult to raise it again. The druid said. I'm also at level 10 with 42% experience. Should we go to the village and recuperate? Lizard suggested. As expected, they are on the same level. Noticed mentally in Ha. Come on, come what may. The sergeant replied to the lizardman's suggestion. All 3 of them were pretty shabby. They returned to the village and went straight to close the quest. We've collected the wolf skins. 3 men were standing in front of the knight. Oh, it's you, Ha and Ha. Just look at them. Such an unusual team. The NPC was surprised. Great, I have a new level. Now I have 10 euro. What? And Ha saw something in the notification window. Chapter 11. Pack of Beasts. Quest completed. Affinity with all strangers in Kendall Castle increased by 10%. Proximity to the Kendall Castle security team increased by 15%. You have reached 100% proximity with the Kendall Castle security team. Minus 100% proximity. Ha was also surprised. Achievements. Honorary Master of Kendall Castle. You have defeated all those who threatened Kendall Castle. Hidden bosses and Black Angus. You spent a lot of effort defending the village. On behalf of the security team. Appointed Honorary Master. Reward. Strength +2, Agility +2, Intelligence +2. A crowd of users gathered around Iha, noticing the new effect. What's the effect? Is it because the level has gone up? They whispered. Awesome. The sergeant was surprised, watching the strange glow around him. Reputation increases to 30. National public value. Kingdom of Pubile increased by 100. You get 50 copper coins. You get 1 coupon for repairs. Weapons of Kendall Castle. I'm so worried. I need to escape. Let me pass. Iha was trying to get out of the crowd. Software. Let's go together. The lizard went after him. They were already outside the village. Since this is a beginner village, it's so easy to attract attention. Iha said as he settled down on the grass. There's nothing you can do about it, Kai. Because everyone sees getting a reputation for the first time. But how did you manage to achieve 100% intimacy? The lizard asked. How did you know? Iha suddenly became alarmed. What kind of lizard is this? He thought. Me. This bright light, the effect of enhancing your reputation. Easily found over the internet. The lizard was taken aback. And yes, so there is such information on the internet. The sergeant replied with a smile, although in fact he was seriously thinking about this question: how did I manage to achieve 100% intimacy? But even if you complete all the quests, doesn't it only increase to 60%? But how to reach 100%? The lizard was cleaning its dagger and couldn't understand such an unexpected breakthrough. I don't understand either. Laughing and Ha. This is a worthy reward for my efforts, he thought, remembering his adventures, fighting the Black Angus, a chain of quests with small shops, negotiation skills. At level 5, I did other things, such as completing a quest with a rabbit. Iha replied. It seems that other strangers are also given quests. Noticed the druid, and at that moment the lizardman was so surprised that he already dropped his dagger. What's the matter with you, Mr. Beamy? The druid asked him. Neither. Nothing special, Kai. The lizardman waved it away and glanced sideways at Iha. Did he mean that he caught Black Agnes at level 5? Lizardman thought. Our team returned to the village and began preparations for the upcoming hike. Iha went to a merchant's shop and bought some equipment. Terribly expensive. However, if you use this method, can get 40 sets. The sergeant thought as he walked away from the satisfied merchant. Then he went to the knight for a new quest. Ha and Ha-kun. One last request. The knight began, but the sergeant quickly cut him off. The golden eagle. I knew it. Really. Honorary master's degree even when he asks for something. Then, the knight was saying, but Iha was clearly in a hurry. I understand you, please hurry up. The sergeant asked, have you become so impatient? The knight was angry, but still showed the quest right away here. Lord of Mount Candle. The reason the wolves came down was because of the eagles on Candle Mountain. You must kill a group of golden eagles and their king. Target, golden eagle wing feathers. Reward, increased affinity with the Candle Castle security team by 14%. Letter of recommendation from the Musketeer Academy. 90 copper coins. You can no longer increase your affinity with the Candle Castle Public Security Squad. The reward has been changed. The national public value of the Kingdom of Pubile will increase by 30 units, 90 copper coins. Since proximity has reached its maximum, does the national social value increase instead? Iha was surprised. The friends gathered at the village gate. Did everyone get the quests? Iha asked. Even the crow is full. The druid replied. I have also finished my preparations. The lizard added. Then go ahead. Let's go and try to finish the final exam. He asked the team, and there was a high mountain ahead. In front of the mountain was a forest, through which our heroes went to meet their new achievements. Along the way, they met other users who passed the same quest. Failure again. Only the tank died, right. What should I do? Wait for a tank from the reserve. Are you crazy? Why do we need to wait 48 hours? Let's just ignore it. Servant Wolf doesn't even give you experience. Are you out of your mind? What should we do if they follow us? Just run away is enough, because you brought them all in, and the tank died. The players swore along the way. Terrible atmosphere, decided Nha watching the quarrel of users. You didn't get anything wrong. The plague. You? Did you just call me you? So what? You want me to apologize? Unknown users were quarreling, and the team and Ha thought it's time to create a new group for the battle. There were a lot of people at the foot of the mountain, some preparing to complete the quest, some selling useful tools. Come and see. Sold potion XP soap bubble, 30% for 10 minutes. Scroll for sale. The fire arrow, 80 units of silver per sheet. I have a potion that restores 25% MP. Damn it. Looking for a group of level 11 magicians. A solid tank. After seeing the whole show, Yeehaw was shocked. This is crazy. No, he said. If the group does not have good interaction, then at least the clothes should be fine. The lizard replied. The strangest thing about our team is that when we interact, we are the best team, aren't we? The druid asked, giving Yeehaw new food for thought. The group of 4 that fought earlier also said that the tank died. Even though they had everything, but they still failed. Will they try to attack the 3 of us as well? The sergeant was wary of the words of other users and suggested, hey, what about creating a full party? Yeehaw asked, who are you going to put in here? Kai. Create a mess in the interaction at the 10th level. The lizard rejected the offer. We can only use this method if we get to the boss. The sergeant thought, but the lizard added, don't worry too much about it, Kai. What? Ha was also surprised. Why did I choose such an ugly character? The amphibian winked conspiratorially. Well, there must be a hidden place that even this lizard believes in, Yeehaw thought. Then I'll leave it to you, the druid said. Kai. In that case, I'll only trust Master Ha and Ha. The lizardman added. How burdensome. Well, shall we go? The sergeant asked, and the 3 of them moved toward the bluish teleportation window. Somewhere on top of a mountain. Attacking. Ram Hwa Yon screamed as 3 wolves ran towards her. Out of the way. My sister pushed it away and began to concentrate the ice crystals in her hands. Frosty fog. She waved her hand and the wolves froze in the ice block. Me. I'll finish it. The pyromancer sister was eager. Take care of your mana, they don't give you experience anyway. Hwa Jong quieted her. And what if they don't give you any experience? The eldest ram was sad. Look at them, they don't use more than 1% mana. Hwa Jong pointed her finger at the wolves that had been pierced by ice arrows. Is this a high level? And you're saying that you want to save mana, so you have to keep the initiative in your own hands. The ice mage said, since you're here, we'll quickly complete the quest. However, you are a sister, you must complete this. Got it. Let's deal with this quickly. Create the strongest magic spell, Hwa Jong said. Oh, from here. Isn't it too far away? The fire sister hesitated. Create a spell, Hwa Jong said, and started chanting her spell in another language. Everything around her was glowing, and as she continued to cast the spell, she raised her eyes to the sky. There, huge eagles were hovering right above the girls. A snowstorm, Hwa Jung said, and instantly dozens of sharp ice spears pierced almost all the huge birds in the sky and they fell down at her feet. Sister, finish it. Hwa Jong said as she gathered the material. See you later, the ice mage added as she entered the portal. Fire arrow, and Hwa Yon finished off the birds. Instance dungeon. Kings of Mount Candle entrance. Sergeant Iha was already climbing out of the portal when he heard his comrades talking. Jin Gong Gong, do you have all the water skills? The lizardman asked the druid. Water skills. There are some, but I can't use them during combat. If you hit it, everything will shatter, the lizardman remarked. It's fine, it's enough that you can use them at all, the druid replied. Does he know the skills of other specialties as well? Only the newcomer Iha was surprised. Master Ha Iha, it won't be bad if you follow behind us. The lizard asked. Should I be behind you? Iha asked. If you look at it, you will understand everything. The lizard replied. Chapter 12. The lizard lifted its head and began to make strange noises. What is he going to do? Aya thought for a moment, but then the lizard started spitting on its body. Poisonous saliva. The lizard covered itself all over with its venom. What is he doing with his body? The sergeant was already afraid. Come on, Mr. Jin Kong Kong is using a spirit that will apply unity with nature, and Mr. Ha and Ha will follow from behind. Amphibian said. The musketeer still didn't understand what his companion meant. Us, after all, the wolves are attacking. No, he said. Just watch. They will never reach us. Kai Kai the lizardman said confidently. This is where the servant wolves' territory begins. If you manage to destroy at least 5 of the most aggressive individuals, they will come to an end. We'll have to cover about 20 before we get to the Golden Eagle. What the hell are we going to do? Thought Iha as he moved forward. Ahead of them, the group saw a huge and very vicious wolf. Apparently there were a lot of them. They're here, Iha shouted. Mr. Bimi, there's a wolf, a wolf. I told you, just watch, said the lizard and confidently walked straight into the bushes where a bunch of servant wolves were waiting for them. What are you doing? Why did you go there? Does he want to run away while I shoot? Panicked and Ha. The wolves were growling at Bimi, and he was giving off a strange smell. But then they just stopped paying attention to him. Kai Kai Kai. I knew it. The lizard rejoiced. How did you do it? Iha was confused and hid behind the druid out of fear. Google has created an artificial intelligence that is close to reality. Wolves see us as food. However, they won't touch dead prey, right? In addition, Lizidia has a certain resistance to poison, so I chose this particular race. Mr. Chin Kong Kong can disguise himself as a tree because of the spirit becoming one with nature. It will cover Mr. Yeehaw, so it will be difficult to recognize your smell. The druid became like a tree and the musketeer was surprised at such a good plan. Yeehaw was amazed and thought so this is how racial advantages are used. In addition, he knows about the skills of other professions, a game in which you need to find system gaps in order to find your weaknesses and strengths. Goopal realized a strange power. What's the crow in the background? A crow appeared in the sky, cawing loudly and calling for its master. The druid froze in place. Mr. Jin Kong Kong. Crow, crow, you will make a call. You made the call. The servant wolves finally saw the 3 of us thanks to the crow, and they surrounded them and were ready to attack. If that's the case, we need to leave, the lizardman said. Too much? There are more than 30 of them. Frantically searched for options in Ha. Sorry, it's my fault, so I'll take the hit. Go away, and I'll hold them off, the druid said sadly. Mr. Jin Kong Kong, thank you. The lizard thanked him. No, it's my fault. Don't worry about me. Take the tank and finish the quest. Then see you in 48 hours, the druid said finally. But we can't just leave him here to die. We've been playing together for so long. There must be something. The musketeer tried to find a way out. Don't ignore what I said, the druid repeated again. What are you talking about? Don't worry about anything, the lizard replied. Artificial intelligence that is close to reality. If we find a breach in the system. Wait a minute. What if? Yeehaw came up with an idea and hurried to implement it. Mr. Jin Kong Kong, don't attack them. You're sorry to say goodbye, aren't you? Yeehaw said as he pulled out the powder bottles from his pocket. If we delay, the wolves will attack first. I'd rather not. The druid tried to dissuade him. If we live together, we must die together, Yeehaw said as he pulled out 2 bags of gunpowder from his stock. Do we have a way? There's only 1 musket for everyone, Lizard asked, trying to figure out what the man was up to. What is he doing? Did you fill up 2 bags of gunpowder? By any thought? You don't even have any ammo. Lizardman tried to dissuade the sergeant again, but Aya was adamant. Great, so everyone, close your ears, Yeehaw said as he pointed the gun towards the wolves and immediately fired. There was a deafening explosion, and smoke rose all around. I don't hear anything. The druid babbled. What are you doing? The lizard was indignant. It's over. I thought they'd run away. Thought in Ha. We could all have died. The lizard stopped and saw that the wolf was moving back. Let's get over here. Iha shouted to his companions and hurried to his feet. What? Eh? What? The lizard didn't understand. Why do the wolves run away? The druid asked. I'll tell you everything after we leave here. I ran as fast as I could in Ha. Already on the run, the comrades did not stop asking. What the hell was that just now? The lizard asked. I was just trying to modify something. Modify it. When I did will work much faster than poison or spirit skill. Run away. Wait for me. The lizardmen shouted. They ran a good distance away and tried to catch their breath. I think their aggression has become less, right? Iha asked. Looks like it, since they're not following us. The druid replied. It's true. How could this happen? Really? The smell. Did the smell of gunpowder scare them? The lizard suddenly realized. Awesome. Really? The druid also asked. Yeah, because this game is similar to the real world. Even people find it hard to breathe this kind of air, even more so for wolves. Thank God. I didn't expect this to happen with 2 bags of gunpowder. I was afraid that I would damage my musket. Iha rejoiced. It's unbelievable. Your knowledge and profession are amazing. Master and Ha, have you played Midrose yet? Suddenly the lizard asked a strange question. We're playing it now, Iha replied, surprised by the strange question. Oh, well, because. Yes, that's right. Well, let's go quickly. The lizard hesitated and tried to jump off the topic. This lizard is so suspicious, thought Iha. Gentlemen, I need to move away to call the crow. Could you look away for a second? The druid turned to his companions and was very confused. You won't be able to use the skill if someone is watching. I've never heard of such abilities. Both Ha and Bayani were surprised. No, I'm just a little shy. The druid replied, and suddenly both Ha and the lizard said, I'm not sure. Let's see what's out there. Can I record the screen? Okay, what are you talking about? Ah, good. Even though I'm ashamed. The druid agreed, but he was trembling with embarrassment. Come on, cheer us up. His companions gloated. The crow, I challenge you, the druid said loudly and took a strange stance. Both Ha and lizard were rolling with laughter. What the hell? Ha 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 ha, crazy. Awesome, ha ha ha. If you don't want it, the summoning might not work. Nature worship is a must for druids. You need to put your whole soul into the call. Shin Kong Kong was explaining. After seeing all this, the crow should fly. The lizard asked. This is too much, Mr. Raven. The musketeer said. I've finished. The summoning ability T and my dignity destroyed a level 10 raven. The druid cried. The crow has arrived, so let's get going. Iha said, and the companions continued on to the very top of the sinister mountain. We've finally reached the boss. Chapter 13. A huge eagle soared high above our heroes. Is it an eagle? Iha was startled. How? You see. The lizard chimed in. Awesome. The druid added. This game increases the size of monsters every time, isn't it? What kind of eagle is this? Compared to a rabbit that was about the size of a bull, this eagle was about the size of a mini plane. And then what? With the whole building, monsters will probably be. If ordinary eagles have a wingspan of about 2.5 meters, then this one has at least 4 times more. In short, more than 10 meters is for sure. Iha pondered, and the thought made his head spin. Let's scout the situation and go. Didn't I tell you about the scheme? Bainey asked his companions. Yes, I remember everything. The druid replied. Great. First there will be an attack during the descent. If the eagle grabs Mr. Ha and Ha even once, there is a chance that he will be left without hands. Watch out for a brutal murder from this guy. The lizard explained. How many more times will I have to risk my life in this game? Was annoyed and Ha. Then there will be an attack in the form of a sound wave. Crouching on a tree branch, he will let out a terrible cry. If we are hit by this attack, we will be stunned. And in this case, we will be dinner for this bird. Bainey continued. He can eat us alive. Iha asked. Do we need to do enough damage while he's in the tree? The druid asked. That's right. If his stamina drops below 30%, he will no longer be able to fly up and will launch an attack from the ground. At this time, you, Mr. Jin Gong Gong, will try to uproot the tree, or you will start throwing stones at the eagle. Of course, if we survive to this point, it's impossible to attack first, so I'll first attract the attention of the smaller creatures. Told the continuation of the super plan lizard. No, don't do that. I'll hit it. Iha interrupted. Are you going to shoot first? The lizard asked in surprise. Yes, but it will be safer if I attract the attention of the lesser eagles and we deal with them first. It's safe, isn't it? If we attract their attention one at a time, we can basically kill them. Why take such a risk? The lizard persisted. Meanwhile, the druid pondered the distance. Long distance. Can I get in? What is it? He asked the musketeer, who was taking aim at the air. Let's see the approximate distance. About 90 meters. The sergeant replied. Mr. Ha and Ha, Are you kidding me? It's a whole 90 meters. The lizard was getting angry. Can you calculate it? The druid asked. If it doesn't work out, then you, Mr. Beamy, immediately prepare to attack. The sergeant replied calmly. Well, Ash Stump, the lizard was angry. And you are Mr. Jin Gong Gon. The sergeant asked the druid. Me, he asked. Lie down here and curl up. The sergeant pointed to the ground in front of him. Excuse me. What he was up to, the druid didn't understand. Come on, lie down. You will be the mainstay. The sergeant replied, and the giant had no choice but to obey. Wow, just perfect. And no tripod is needed. The musketeer rejoiced. Thank God. By the way, if you can't breathe, you'll be staggering. The sergeant asked him. He wants me to take my last breath. Is it just me, or is his true nature constantly coming out? The druid was depressed. It moves at a distance of 95 to 110 meters. With each flap of the wings, it rises to a height of approximately 2-3 meters. If the bullet's speed was a little faster, it would be easier. Calculated the circumstances and haw. Alright, start. A little further than the location of the golden eagle. Fire, and haw took aim and fired. Got it. As soon as it goes down, get ready to nap. Before, erasure. Seriously, Haw received a notification from the system. It turned out that he had killed a golden eagle with his last shot. It can't be. Well, his companions, like himself and Haw, were surprised. Did you really take him down with one punch? Super duper. Lizardman and Druid began to cheer. It looks like it. He actually died with a single attack. I still couldn't figure out what happened, Sarge. Yes, I did. But how did this happen? Notification from the system. King of the Golden Eagles, Lord of Candle Mountain is defeated. Level up. The Musketeer's skill is level 4. Golden Eagle Feather received. Achievement, conquering the Lord of Mount Candle. Congratulations. King of the Golden Eagles, Lord of Mount Candle eliminated. The predators that threaten the castle village will return to their ecosystem. Reward, Strength +1, Agility +1, Stamina +1, Willpower +1. The team collected the necessary materials at the battle site. The Druid and Lizardman were extremely happy with their new levels and new skills. Mr. Yeehaw, you're so awesome. This is the second time I've received an achievement, and the skill level has also increased. The Druid thanked his companion. Ahaha, thank God, and Haw answered. I'm not dreaming. Get an achievement in one hit. Perplexed Lizard, characterized by special suspicion. Before the dungeon closes, you need to collect meat. Golden Eagle meat. The sergeant thought. After 30 seconds, an automatic dungeon escape will occur. I have 2 more achievement windows, and I got the Golden Eagle meat. One-hit miracle achievement, King of the Golden Eagles. Congratulations. With just one attack, the Golden Eagle was instantly defeated. For such a veteran, aren't you ashamed to play in the rookie zone? Keep this place young. However, I'm still going to make you another little gift. Effect, Strength +2, Agility +2, Intelligence +2. Leave the place young. Am I already at level 11? Achievement, Etymology of the Sniper. Congratulations, Snipe Shooter. You are a real sniper who has hit the flying beast from a distance of over 100 meters. Then I'll tell you the first wise saying of a sniper. Make it so that even I don't know you're shooting. Reward, Agility +6, Stamina +3, Intelligence +3, Skill Restore Calm in the village. It looks like I hit that eagle while it was climbing up. I can't believe the distance was over 100 meters. We have to leave the dungeon. The portal has opened, the Druid said. Alright, the sergeant said, but he noticed another notification. Hey, another one. You are the second winner of the achievement Etymology of the Sniper. The first 3 registered holders of the achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. The effect obtained before increases by 2 times. Effect, Dexterity +12. Hall of Fame, Happy and Haw. We're done, so here we go. The lizard called again. Oh, yes, I'm coming. With this dungeon, Yeehaw said. We're done, too, Yeehaw said as he walked out of the dungeon with his companions. Already in the village. All stats increased by +1. Did we really complete our graduation quest? It's the first time I've received such an achievement since my first 100% Acolyte Affinity level. Level F, the Druid said happily. Really, this is an E rank achievement. All this time, the Lizardman was watching the dialogue. How did you do it? What is it? He asked suddenly. Hey, what exactly? Yeehaw replied. How did you get into it? How it happened? Cough, cough. With just one punch. And it was a boss monster. Beamy persisted. What's the matter with you? Isn't it a good thing that we've dealt with everything so quickly? The Druid asked the Lizardman. Hell, that's not the point. For our level, for our abilities, it was simply an impossible task. It was the boss. Even with a Druid, it would have taken us a long time. It wasn't a buff by any chance. The lizard suspected the musketeer of trickery. You saw it all standing there. Yeehaw answered. I didn't think I could land a critical hit myself. Then, it was just Crete. An attack. Beamy asked. I was just lucky. I didn't know that he would recoil with one shot. If I did this every time, I'd already be at LV50, wouldn't I? Ha also made excuses. It would be nice, though. The lizardman looked at the musketeer in disbelief, narrowing his eyes like that makes him look even more intimidating. Ha remarked. I'm sorry. I've never seen anything like this before, so I'm so worked up. Beamy apologized and finally calmed down. Me too. It feels like we've won a lotto game. The druid smiled. You could say that. Musketeer replied and thought about the achievements and their descriptions. The first wise saying of a sniper. Even Beamy, who assembled the team, has such a reaction. You need to remember this saying well. He decided and the guys went to close their quests. I knew my insight wouldn't fail me. Thank you, Ha and Ha. The knight was saying. And thank you, platoon leader Mr. Zit. Notification from the system. The feat level for the Pubicil Kingdom has been raised to 30. Level up. Here, take this. This is an invitation to the Brown Bess Musket Academy. This is the best academy on the continent. The commander held out the scroll. A letter of recommendation has been received from the Brown Bess Musket Academy. Received 90 copper coins. Brown Bess, isn't that the same British Empire musket? Yeehaw thought as he recalled a bit of history. I think you've already realized your flaw, but I'm giving you this to make your eyes even sharper, said the commander. Thank you. Yeehaw thanked him and pondered over his words. A flaw. I already received the title knows a little about weaknesses. Is that why he mentioned theft law? If you think about it, I also had a few dogma achievements. Thought in Ha. Ha. The commander suddenly embraced the musketeer with all his tenderness and began to thank him. Thank you for everything. You've done so much for our empire. The musketeer was confused. What? The proximity level is already higher than 100. He thought. I'm the one who should thank you, Mr. Platoon Leader. Yeehaw replied to Commander Zit and under the gaze of the crowd of other players who were gossiping about the NPC's behavior. What was that? Was he hugged by an NPC? Was it a free hug? This is the first time I've seen this. People were gossiping, and the musketeer had army memories. After moving away, the teammates shared their plans. Well, what are you going to do next? Yeehaw asked his friends. My next destination is the Emerald Forest. Professional druid training takes place there. Mr. Chin Kong Kong replied. I'm heading for the Tamba jungle. It's near the Emerald Forest. Mr. Beamy added. I'll go to the capital. I think it's the city of Ale or something. Added in Ha. That's a pity. Our team is so cool. The druid said. Kai, but you're coming with me. Won't you come with me? The lizardman asked him. What are you talking about? I am so glad to go with you, Mr. Beamy. The druid said, and the sergeant hurried to reassure them. What are you doing? It's not like we won't see each other again. Besides, we're friends with each other. Otherwise, I'm going to get too busy. After a brief goodbye, the druid and the lizardman set off. See you later, Mr. Yeehaw. Have a good trip, Mr. Ha and Ha. Kai. Earnestly raise the level, let's create a team next time. The musketeer said goodbye, and as soon as his friends were out of sight, he rejoiced in his solitude. I'm finally alone. Musketeer opened the player status window. Status window. How did this happen in the first place? He was surprised watching his parameters. Achieve the miracle of one hit, King of the Golden Eagles. Achievement etymology of Sniper. The second registered holder of the achievement etymology of the Sniper, and the second in the whole world. Character window. No matter how you look at it, it all seems like a joke. I didn't get anything but dexterity before, and then both my strength and intelligence went over 30. Character window. Name Ha and Ha. Race is a person. Class Musketeer. Level 12. Rank. Knows a little about weaknesses. Achievements 10. XP 540. MP 130. Strength -31. Dexterity 85. Intelligence 30. Stamina 25. Willpower 12. Remaining stat points 40. All my stats have grown so much. Even the 40 remaining unallocated points are there. Okay, let's save these points for now and see what new skill I got. The sergeant happily looked at his parameters. Calm beginner's heart. When you aim at a moving target, you must remain calm. Once you have calmed your mind, your hands stop shaking. Effect. Hit probability increases by 15 for 3 seconds %. Mana 50. Rest time 30 minutes. It's not so. It would be nice if the numbers 3 and 30 were reversed. Novice Musketeer skill. The more you use the musket, the better you can handle it. Increase target hit rate and cooldown rate. Effect. Additional increase in the probability of hitting the target 1.5%. Additional cooldown speed 1.5%. And this, it sucks, for each level plus 0.5% is somehow not enough. Well, I won't show off, though. I'd rather build up my experience gradually. I checked everything and now even somehow it became easier on the soul. Closed all the windows in Ha. The most important thing right now is to report the completion of the quest. Musketeer decided and went to see the famous Madame Lu, the owner of the Sacred Grill. Hello, he greeted a woman of enormous size. Mom is, who is it? And Ha knows a little about weaknesses. How was the hunt? Successful. Madame Lu greeted the musketeer and approached him. Yes, everything went well, the polite musketeer replied and mentally asked, don't call me that title and don't get so close to me. My god, you did it so fast. You're not trying to outsmart me, are you? Madame Lu said slyly as she opened the package of golden eagle meat. No, what nonsense. I have received so much help from you, madam. The sergeant flattered her openly. Oh ho ho ho. Thank you, madam replied. If I tricked her, I would turn into a piece of meat myself. The musketeer remembered the first threats. Dear mummy, what elasticity. It's definitely golden eagle meat, Madame Lu said, handing the sergeant a silver coin. Silver at last, the sergeant said happily. Wait, I'll make you a lunch box. Meet up with Kai Yimai. He was upset because you didn't see him last time. Madame Lu was telling me about her chef. Really? Yeehaw asked. He was sharpening his knife, saying that he would like to meet you because you don't often meet such people. Kayahaha. If it's fast, then I have to go. Yeehaw was terrified after hearing Madame Lu's story. What is the connection between the fact that he wanted to see me and the fact that he was sharpening a knife? Don't say such terrible things with such a happy face. Thought in Ha. Kai Yimai, Ha and Ha. Before Madame Lu could finish, a huge man in chef's clothes came flying out of the kitchen. You say the meat has arrived. Stop it, he shouted. Did he just call me meat? The sergeant was frightened. Great. Very elastic. Myasco of the highest grade. The man held the musketeer's hands tightly as he spoke while looking at the meat behind Wu Yiha. Don't say that while looking me in the eye. Tell that to the piece of meat next to you, thought the frightened sergeant. Thank you so much. I didn't think I'd meet someone who would bring such good meat. The cook hugged the sergeant very hard. It seems that you are very fond of meat. There are no bad people among those who love meat. Kai Yimai, the cook, persisted. Sleep. Please let me go first. Oh my god, someone save me. The sergeant was already giving up his last breath. Did you have any thoughts to start studying cooking? The cook suddenly asked the sergeant seriously. What? The sergeant wondered. Chapter 14. Oh, wait, what? Cooking? The appearance of a production skill. The game does not have a separate class like chef because all classes are combat. However, it is impossible to say that this profession does not exist. There are players who choose warriors to become blacksmiths. I've heard that it's very profitable. Thought in Ha. Wait a minute. Then what skill is cooking? Basic or production? It turns out that the skills associated with cooking are slaughtering, collecting, farming, fishing, and so on. You can learn 2 crafting skills, and it will be more useful to choose those that can bring a lot of money or help in the battle. Cooking is a controversial skill. The lunchbox that Madame Lu gave me was not for sale. But what if I can sell food that will constantly increase stats? There's no point in thinking anymore. After all his analysis, the sergeant finally gave his answer. Alright, let me go, finally. Excellent. You made an amazing choice. Every day you will have a short course of cooking. I'll hammer it all into your head. Chef Kai Yimai was delighted. Vobit, wait, what? Ha was also surprised. Cooking is an art. However, all art begins with the basics. The cook replied. Notification from the system. Daily cooking lessons from Chef Kai Yimifiger. Giants have more refined tastes than other races. Chief Kai Yimifiger likes you. Dishes should not only taste good, but also be good for the body. You will be able to feel the full power of his skills after 1 day of training, but also useful for the body. You will be able to experience the full power of his skills after 1 day of training. But of course you should not think that in 1 day you will get the skills of a chef. Content: cooking lessons from Chef Kai Yimifiger. Reward: cooking skill. Do you agree? Yes, no. Hahaha. If you want to learn everything in 1 day, you'll have to work hard, the chef said cheerfully. After all, the game allows you to master a skill in just a day. And then I was afraid, because it was written daily lessons. The sergeant was delighted. Good, now help me properly. The cook's tone suddenly changed. Help. Yeehaw was shocked by what was happening. Have you ever thought that the fastest way to learn how to cook is to cook yourself? I'll teach you in practice, the cook said in a commanding voice. Okay, show me everything. Agreed, sergeant. And they got to work. During my service, I lived in an army dormitory for quite a long time. and Toding was engaged decently. If it's a simple dish, then no problem. What's more, I'll only have to sweat for a day, and this is not terrible, Iha naively thought as he sliced the vegetables. Why are you hesitating? When removing the skin, make it as thin as possible. Start with the shell and cut. What are you doing? You're only spoiling the meat. Or do you want me to set you an example by cutting your finger? What is this garbage? Food becomes shit after being eaten. And you decided to cook shit right away. Trying your best. I don't need you to try your best, just do it. It's fine. Even a dog won't eat it. Damn it. Do you think this is frying? Bring the priest here. We can still save this rabbit. Mother of God. And I also said that I'm going to teach cooking to this jerk. If only I could go back in time, I would talk myself out of it even if I had to cut out my tongue. Damned. The kid. Chief Kai-Mai raged. UHA ha ha ha. If I shoot that NPC, I won't be able to play anymore, right? The sergeant was already seething at the cook's insults. I want to shoot him. 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 What is it? He thought. The X moment has arrived. The chef tried the dish prepared by Yi-Ha. Well, let's see. He brought a piece of meat to his mouth and chewed vigorously, looking serious. If he still doesn't like something, I will definitely shoot him. Just really, I'll shoot you and end this game. Yi-Ha was angry and tense before the culinary judge's decision. It's magical. I can't believe you could make this in just one day. It's probably because you have a great teacher, isn't it? The cook suddenly praised him. Notification from the system. The cooking skill has been learned. You can use different ingredients and create dishes. And I've been holding back all day, so let's not lose our cool now. Exhausted and barely smiling, Yi-Ha left the kitchen to escape from the cruel chef Kai-Mai. Thank you for teaching me. No, he said. Energy dropped below 30% negative effect activation. Yeah, I thought I was debuffed. Yi-Ha shook as he walked into the hall, where he was met by Madame Lu. Mom is leaving already? Madame Lu asked good-naturedly. Yes, already, so you can close up. Yi-Ha said weakly. Then bring your lunchbox, Madame Lu said. Exactly. Lunchbox. Yi-Ha reached for the package, but the owner of the sacred grill moved the lunchbox a little out of Musketeer's reach. Oh ho ho ho. She laughed. Why? It doesn't move. Yi-Ha couldn't reach. And then Madame Lu, the tavern owner, started a conversation that Musketeer Yi-Ha clearly didn't like right now. I want to ask you something, Ha and Ha. No, she said. Another quest. The sergeant thought. You'll listen to my request, won't you? Ho ho ho. The giant woman asked steadily. It's against the rules not to say what the request is, but to ask you to accept it right away. Yi-Ha replied, trying to resist Madame Lu's pressure. Why are you so cold? Madame asked, setting down another red, wrapped lunchbox. Another lunchbox. Musketeer Yi-Ha thought. He wasn't thinking about accepting new quests right now and was clearly exhausted from the long journey, the chain of previous quests. Notification from the system. Continuation of Chapter 14. Why are you so cold? Asked Madame Lu excitedly. Another lunchbox. I also managed to notice HM before the system received a notification about a new task. System notification, lobby for the second shop Holy Grill in the capital. The food is ready. Candle Castle's meat flavor is the best on the entire continent. This is the last request of Madame Lu, who wants to open a second Holy Grill outlet in the capital city of Ailstoke. You need to give this letter and the lunchbox to my little sister who lives in the capital. However, it won't be easy. I only trust you Ha and Ha. Content, give Madame Chu, who lives in the capital of Ailstoke, a lunchbox and a letter within 1 month. Reward for successful completion. Invitation to the opening of the second point of the Holy Grill. Failure condition. Exceeding the deadline, destroying the lunchbox. In case of failure, minus 50% intimacy with Madame Liu, minus 20% closeness to all NPCs in Candle Castle, minus 15% proximity to all NPCs in the capital city of Ailstoke. It's just a delivery quest. What's so hard about it? Yi-Ha was indignant. And what is the reward? Shouldn't the reward for the last quest in the series be decent? The musketeer thought. However, if I fail the quest, I will be charged a lot. And Ha asked hesitantly, just deliver it and that's it, right? Madame Liu replied with a smile, sure. Yi-Ha persisted. Is your little sister, Miss Chu, by any chance a monster that eats people? Is her home in some deep forest? Oh my god, Madame Liu exclaimed. How can you say that about a child who lives peacefully in the capital? Not understanding what was happening, Yi-Ha asked, then what is the difficulty of the quest? In the person, Madame Liu replied in a calm voice. In a person, Yi-Ha asked, surprised. Madame Liu said softly, the world is not a peaceful place. Is this lunchbox going to be chased by some killer? Said Yi-Ha in alarm. This can't happen. Oh my god. The woman laughed loudly. It sounds good, though, she smiled. Then she added in a half-whisper, covering her mouth, the murder of the stranger who defended the Holy Grail lunchbox. Yeehaw shouted out of indignation and resentment. I ask you to hold back your made-up stories. After all, the one who can die is me. The musketeer's voice was hurt. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Madame Liu said with a smile. However, this is not a bad marketing ploy. Oh ho ho ho. The woman couldn't help but laugh. No matter how you look at it, she's serious. Kei-ha thought resentfully. But the offensive thoughts were interrupted by another thought. 500 kilometers directly to the capital. Walking will take about 10 days. A road plan was already maturing in my head. If from the capital of Ailstoke to Candle Castle is about 500 kilometers, so the road will probably be so-so. So it can't be called a straight path. Yeehaw thought hard. The journey will take at least 15 days. And if I'm unlucky enough to wander into the mountains, I won't make it in time. That was the thought that scared him the most. The actual travel time is about 4 days. But anyway, I have to go. The Musket Academy is also located in the capital. I do not know what will happen to me on the way, but I have to go. Yeehaw said to himself with a smile. I'll do it, said Yeehaw proudly. Madame Liu pointed at the red and violet lunch boxes and said, Ha and ha, thank you. This lunchbox contains golden eagle meat. Give it to my sister Chu. However, it won't go bad on the way. The guy asked warily. Madame Liu said with a smile, it has conservation magic applied to it, so it will be fresh for 3 months. Oh ho ho ho. The woman laughed and added, but even if the lunchbox doesn't go bad, I can't guarantee that the taste will stay the same. You're not going to ruin my dream by delivering a tasteless meal, are you? No, ha and ha. Madame Liu asked with narrowed eyes. Of course not. Ha ha ha, said Yeehaw in confusion. Then I'm counting on you. Oh ho ho, the woman said as she handed over the lunch boxes. Yeehaw took the lunch boxes with trembling hands and said only, yes. The strange and dangerous quest has begun. How delicious. Taking a bite of fried meat from his lunch box, Yeehaw was surprised. This lunchbox has more effect than the one with Black Angus. The guy was surprised when the system started to increase points. Dexterity +3, stamina +1. All my fatigue from cooking was instantly removed. Kei-ha thought. System notification, special lunchbox. A special lunchbox made by the owner of the Holy Grail, Madame Liu. The Lord of Mount Candle even tastes majestic. Not for sale. Effect, dexterity +3, stamina +1. After eating his fill, Yeehaw sat down on the bench and thought, it would be cool if I could make such a lunchbox myself and sell it. Hey, the guy exclaimed, remembering the red lunchbox that was lying on the bench to his right. This box is also interesting to me. If this is a bribe, then perhaps this lunchbox tastes better than the one with the golden eagle meat. Ha picked up the lunchbox and started looking at it. Can you see what it is? Subject information. Holding the bundle to his nose, the musketeer thought, it doesn't even smell. System notification, rare offering lunchbox. Fried dish of a unique class, which contains all the culinary techniques of the Holy Grail. The moment the lunchbox is opened, all breathing living things become Madame Liu's robes. The only drug that is allowed in the state is Holy Grail barbecue. For sale. Effect, strength +5, dexterity +10, stamina +5. Stats can go up as much as 20. And for sale. Yeehaw shouted enthusiastically. The whirl of thoughts in his head made the guy's head spin. Am I not dreaming? It's also a rare item. Where else is there an item that will raise your stat level by 4 just by eating what's inside? Yeehaw's inner voice said in an angry voice, I'll hide it first. How much will I get it if I sell it? Cold sweat trickled from his forehead and down his cheek. The system returned new data. 89,557. Premium sale, selling a one-handed special class sword of level 180. 89,556. I sell 50 gold coins my $$ $. 89,555. I will buy 50 silver coins. Please hurry up, we need it right now. 89,554. I will buy a great sword of outstanding class 80 level. The appearance of the sword doesn't interest me. 89,553. I sell leather shoes of level 100. Movement speed +15%. Dexterity +6. 14,000,001. 89,552. I will buy 30 gold coins. I want to complete the transaction as quickly as possible. Just like before, for 1 gold coin, 100,001. An outstanding class one-handed sword that increases movement speed by +15% and agility by +6%. Tin plate, 14,000,001. A couple more trickles of sweat ran down my cheek from the strain. After logging out of the game, Yeehaw sat in his wheelchair and searched for information on the internet. Madame Lu's lunchbox has no class restrictions, and it doesn't need any equipment. You can say that this is a cheat item that raises your skills if you just eat it. Such an item will cost a tidy sum. One thought followed another. The guy searched for any information that might interest him. Can I put it up for 50 million won? No, I can sell it for 100 million won. He read in a whisper. 100 million in cash. 100 million. 100 million. Yeehaw shouted. Then the man who had caught his breath calmly began to reason. Out of the 2 billion that is needed for treatment, 100 million is 5%. Get a grip on yourself, ha and ha. A gunslinger shouldn't indulge his emotions, a commanding voice said in his head. If I sell this lunchbox, the 100% proximity level will disappear, and as soon as I arrive in the capital, I will be hit by a wave of anger. However, does it compare to the 100 million won I can get? And the musketeer closed his eyes for a moment and imagined the players judging him. Even if I fail the quest, my relationship with the NPCs will simply be ruined. I don't care if I quit the game after that. Yeehaw stared intently at the computer screen. Although I'm not going to give it up after I earn 100 million. Damn thoughts and Ha intertwined in an incomprehensible tangle of contradictions, and he went back to the game. While I was going through all the stages of loading, and Ha thought, at least they would give me a normal reward for completing the quest. What kind of nonsense is this? Just some kind of invitation to open a second store, and it's worth 100 million won. If I go there, will they give me 1,000 gold coins? Maybe I should just send this item to hell and sell it and betray Madame Lu. A woman's scream interrupted his thoughts. No way. What a betrayal in the game. Ha and Ha, help yourself while it's warm. What's wrong with this picture? Musketeer remarked, exiting the game again. She's just an NPC. It may be realistic, but it's still just a program. Yeehaw's thoughts were getting crazier and more contradictory. When she said beware of a human, she didn't mean someone else, but me. In the stream of thoughts, the mother's native voice was heard, son. The boy turned at the sound. Why is such a young man sighing so much? Something happened. Oh, Mom, are you still awake? The son asked. I wanted to drink some water. Why aren't you in bed yet? Very busy, my mother said indignantly. I'll be going to bed soon. Don't worry, Yeehaw replied with a smile. Good. Tomorrow there will be a lot of guests who have made a large order, so I may be late. I'll make you some snacks, so don't forget to eat, Mom said, closing the door behind her. Why do I doubt it? Thought the guy while again loaded into the world of virtual reality. We need to think more simply. Besides, I can doubt it later. But anyway, I have to go to the capital. Fully loaded into the new location, and Ha went to the next store. Master, the youth shouted. Ha and Ha, are you here? The salesman who was standing behind the shop shouted enthusiastically. Seeing and Ha, the seller was delighted. Bajichki, have you collected anything today? The musketeer began to justify himself. Recently it is difficult to find puak grass. I'll look for her, so please wait a bit. The salesman mumbled, why, of course. It is clear that you will not find this grass so easily. What about the wholesaler? Yeehaw asked. The salesman frowned at the guy and replied, now the sun has just risen, why should he be here? After a pause, he added, I mean, he's already here, on the way. And then he said with a smile, KHYM. Would you like to enjoy a cup of coffee? And Ha, I like this suggestion. It would be nice. But he thought sarcastically to himself, look at him. He stopped bullying me. And then he added with narrowed eyes, well, of course, his nature is not so. And asked aloud, you sell cards, don't you? The salesman holding out a hot cup of aromatic coffee replied, yes, of course. Taking the cup the guy asked, and how much will it cost? The seller did not take long to answer, with the vicinity of the castle candle 80 silver coins, and the one with the entire Pubial Empire 5 gold coins. And Ha asked again, 80 silver and 5 gold. By this time they had reached a large picture covered with a cloth. Behind this rag is a very valuable piece of information. Yeehaw thought. The salesman began to explain. The cards were originally high-end items, so, of course, they are not cheap. Musketeer began to remember, so that's why there was so much fuss about some people getting parts of the map online, printing them out, cutting them out, and then gluing them together. I mean, it wasn't a lie that they made a Tidonjido map. Tidonjido is a map of the Korean peninsula created by Kim Jong-ho during the Joseon era. I'll leave the question about the map for now. I'll save up some money and buy it later, Yeehaw thought as he finished his refreshing coffee. Suddenly the door opened and a man appeared on the threshold. Master, the product has arrived, a man reported loudly. The salesman muttered in surprise, oh, Bob. And you're early. The wholesaler lifted the cartons and wheezed heavily from exhaustion. So you said you wanted to introduce someone to me today. Turning to Iha, he added with a smile, you know that a merchant never comes to meetings late, so that's who it is. The wholesaler smiled as he looked at Iha. The musketeer only smiled back. Chapter 15. The musketeer approached the wholesaler and held out his hand. My name is Ha and Ha. The wholesaler shook it, smiling. Is it true that you're going to buy so much gunpowder? I just want to buy it at a wholesale price. Iha replied. We'll do everything then. The wholesaler promised confidently. Thank you very much. The guy answered with relief. How much do you need? To begin with, I brought 500 sets. The wholesaler replied proudly. So much? Even though this is a wholesale price, 500 sets will cost upwards of 50 silver coins. I was surprised and ha. IKEA. KHYM. Well, the product must first be put in order. Follow me. A shop assistant ran up with exclamations. The guy thought to himself, even if I shake up my entire fortune, I can't afford it. The wholesaler mumbles while pushing Iha out of the shop. It's not worth a single silver coin. The musketeer turned to the wholesaler and asked in a serious voice, then how much? The wholesaler snidely replies, 1 set with gunpowder 4 copper coins, and the bullets are 1 copper coin each. Iha turned to the salesman, set with gunpowder for 4 copper coins. The salesman shook his hands in fright. Iha widened his eyes in anger and yelled, did you pretend to be a tough guy and fuck me for 15? The salesman replied in a confused, trembling voice, and no, it's not like that. I also have to live on something. With anger in his voice, Iha shouted, then you will search for the puwak grass yourself. And I don't care if you get mauled by rabbits in the process, or not. The clerk in hysterics, tears in his eyes, clung to the musketeer's leg and shouted at the top of his voice, ah, idea. Mr. Ha and Ha, setfire to it. Forgive me, I can compensate you for the damage with something else. Just don't leave. The salesman pleaded. Other people? The guy asked, intrigued. Yes, in this, whatever you want. The shopkeeper pleaded. In your gun shop. Got a musket. Protective gear. Already sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, Iha hissed defiantly. The salesman bowed his head and whispered, you need to go to the tailor. It's in a shop with rings and necklaces. After a moment's thought, the salesman added, you said you'd give me anything. Was it a lie? The salesman could no longer contain the emotions that were surging through him with renewed vigor. I understand you. You can choose one from my store. Will this work? Choose one. Then, I think you take something inexpensive. The salesman chuckled. The salesman approached the card covered with a cloth and offered it, pointing at it. Will be even for the map of the kingdom of Pubiel. 5 gold coins equals 500,000 won. And Ha, sitting on a chair, shook his head, inexpensive. Don't rob. Without having said one sentence, the guy yelled at the whole shop. No, then, get the puwak grass yourself. The salesman hissed in anger, damn you. All right, I get it. The guy, getting up from the chair, loudly declared, oh well, at least I rested a little. Now it's time to hit the road. After leaving the shop, Iha recalled the words of the wholesaler, I look forward to our next deals. The guy, holding a bag of loot in his hands, thought, so much gunpowder and bullets are basically enough for me. When he went to the bank, he remembered the instruction of the wholesaler. It will be easier to make payments through the bank vault. Grinning, he thought, the same thing as online payment. As I approached the window of the public bank vault, I heard the cashier's voice, your account is open. Outside the bank vault, Musketeer thought, by the way, I haven't spoken to Kai Jong in a while. Should I ring it? So Ha did. Hey, Ki Jon, Hyun, still up? We need to earn money. What are you doing? I'm currently hunting with the guild members. Lucky, he has a team and meet and Ha. I've reached level 12 and I'm heading to the capital right now. Can we meet again sometime? Are you already at 12? Could you catch a golden eagle? My brother was surprised. Sure, bro, I already got it. Boasted Iha. You're fast. In general, I congratulate you. Well, when you get to the capital, Hyung, we'll hang out together. Oh, right, Hyung. Did you say KZDL Castle? Did you happen to see Ram HWA Jong there? Ah, I saw it. Damn, you should have dialed me. Are you in her fan club too? Actually, I am. Feck, we have to get these fucking girls out of here. Kai Jong suddenly said fiercely. The HWA was shocked, but he didn't show it. Really what? They got you too, didn't they? Bloody sisters. Oh, wait. What happened between the two of you? Iha asked, and thought, Kai Jong doesn't usually put it that way. What's wrong with him? Man, I don't even want to talk about it. Why do you think our guild has put a bounty on these two? Seriously, if I'd known they were there, I'd have killed them on the spot. Why do you want to kill that little thing? What happened at all? Ha asked. The little thing. Hyung, she's really crazy. You haven't seen her use magic, have you? What kind of youngster is this cruel girl? She's a real witch. We were just sitting in an ambush with the guild members, and she froze us all. You can see and feel everything at this time, but you can't move. She smiled as she tore off each of our heads. Word to the anchovies. Don't be able to connect to the game for 48 hours and lose your LVL. This is just another flower. After I started having nightmares about not having a boss, I couldn't log into the game for 5 whole days. By all means, they must be caught. Shared his acquaintance with the Ice Girl brother. Iha was surprised to say the least and couldn't share his story with him. Ha ha ha. So much for post-traumatic stress disorder. He thought. Sorry to be wrong, Hyung. Kai Jong apologized. No, it's okay. I understand you. You're looking for them. Musketeer tried to get off the subject. He was sitting on a bench in a pretty square, surrounded by green trees and bushes. And this isn't just happening to our guild. Ram Hwa Young spends a lot of money. We can say that a large enterprise has entered the shopping alley, and this is killing all small businesses. You can't leave it like this. I won't back down. We need to remove them even if we have to die ourselves. We've teamed up with 5 guilds to do this. The guild of those 2 will soon be ranked 5th in the world, Kim Jong said. Iha tried to make sense of his story and thought, oh, her. And he contacted a huge number of people. If I join the guild of those sisters, I might end up being beaten by Kai Jong in reality instead of online. Okay, I get you. I'll call you later. Iha finished the call and got up from the bench. Good. Have a good trip. Kai Jong said goodbye. A game is a game, and reality is reality. However, they are strongly related to each other. Maybe it's better not to join any guild at all right now. I'm so happy that I got an offer to join from the rankers. However, what should I do if I go against my younger cousin? Iha panicked, but quickly gathered himself. There's no point in thinking about it now. Maybe something will be decided when I arrive in the capital. I will worry in my spare time. Musketeer decided and opened the map on the taskbar. Ooh wow, cool. It's just GPS navigation, isn't it? There are no routes here, but the locations and directions are clear. During my time in the army, I read maps to the point of nausea. Can it even be increased or decreased? If you give a card to the shooter, consider it the end of the game. Happy and haw. I know the way, so there's no problem now. Even if I don't have any money, I can still get myself some resources along the way. On the road, and Ha was packed well. My fortune is 27 copper coins, a musket, 3 buns, a map, 100 sets of gunpowder and bullets, a lunchbox that can cost me 100 million won. A level 12 musketeer Ha, who thinks he knows a little bit about weaknesses, goes to the capital. After 3 hours, and Ha ran through the grass and thought happily, what would I do without the beginner runner skill? It's been a long time since I've run. Then, all of a sudden, he came across a wooden sign that read in large letters, "Be careful. A zone with a huge number of surprise attacks." Ah, so this is the forest where the monsters attack first. You need to be careful, decided Iha, standing in front of a large and dense forest with a backpack on the edge. There was a sudden commotion behind him. Let's start the fight. The target is a brown bear. Instant provocation skill. A man wearing armor and carrying 2 shields attacked a huge bear. The bear was huge and angry. I've got his attention. He shouted to his companions who appeared behind him, and to be more specific, a girl with 2 blades and a bald man with huge beads around his neck and dressed apparently in a monk, as if from a Tibetan monastery. Watch out for the green snakes, shouted the girl attacking the bear. The monk seemed to be praying at this time. Iha watched this battle from afar and thought, it turns out that there are so many classes here. Since he only has 2 shields, he can't attack. But then another noise caught his attention. Boo, brown bear. If we get caught, we'll die. B. Let's run. Hurry up. This is Paul's boss. Because of it, we will lose all items. A group of players ran away in different directions, while another group approached the combatants. Assemble a strike force. Create a group and send out invitations. 1 hell of a melee attack, 1 hell of a ranged attack, and 2 tanks. A knight with 2 suits of armor shouted to everyone. Please accept us. We have 3 of them for a close range attack. And here are 2 hills. New recruits were coming up. Gather in one place. The knight gave the command. Where did they all come from? Have they been here all this time? It looks like a 20-man squad is needed for the field boss. However, such a spontaneously assembled team, due to problems with interaction, can simply lose to the boss. And I may also be under attack. Therefore, it is better not to join them. Besides, it's the melee DDS that are most needed to capture a bear, so I'm definitely not here. Already turned around in the other direction and slowly drove away. And ha. I'm the leader of the Kim Flower group. Please join us. We have already assembled 3 teams. Heard and Ha conversations, Ah and Imechno. Let's drop all our desires and just go our own way. No sooner had Iha moved to a safe distance when a scream rang out. The boss is coming. Tanks come forward. A man also dressed in knight's armor gave the command. I'll just watch a little bit and then I'll go. Interesting after all, Iha decided and hid behind a large rock. Make a formation before the monster gets close. Healers, treat everyone in order. DD melee, stand a little behind the tanks. A knight with 2 shields issued commands. Hulu. For the newly assembled random group, they work perfectly. Iha was surprised and even blushed slightly in amazement. Since their team was assembled from already existing groups, the ratio is good. However, it's a pity that there aren't many magicians. The sergeant remarked. And the battle was almost at its height. Coming up, prepare for an attack. Voices came from the battlefield. Iha was at a safe distance of 70 meters, so he was calm. Well, let's take a look at the boss of the field. It should be safe at this distance. He thought and began to observe carefully. I'll get his attention. Someone shouted and fired a bow. Apparently, the task was completed with a bang. A huge bear appeared and growled loudly, so much so that all the attackers almost fell from the sound wave. The wave even reached the sergeant. He was dumbfounded and saw the answer to his silent question. Oh, stop, why? The distance is too great. Only after seeing a notification from the system. Oso's cry of agony. You can't move for 2 minutes. XP reduced by 10%. Stamina reduced by 30%. The notification read. The range of a normal magic strike is around 55 meters. Why did the attack reach me? I couldn't understand and The bear was really big and showed its full height. It was standing on 2 legs with its upper legs hanging down. His eyes were glowing and smoke was coming out of his mouth, probably after his first attack. There were 2 large cross-shaped scars on each of the bear's paws. Damn it. Yes, he is the size of an elephant pole. It's definitely a bear. I was nervous too, Chapter 16. While hiding behind a rock, Iha noticed an unpleasant sensation. But my legs won't move. Heck, damn it. Why even in the game am I supposed to feel this shitty feeling? Iha couldn't move, and these memories after his injury in real life came flooding back to him almost immediately. Meanwhile, the field boss was on full alert. There are 2 minutes 3 left until the effect of the attack subsides. I beg you, it would be so nice if they caught the monster in that time. The sergeant was nervous, but on the battlefield, the attackers themselves were also not happy. Someone undo this debuff. Start with the tanks. Faster. The bear is looking this way. Start here. There was a complete commotion on the field. Players who did not expect 2 minutes of defenselessness were stunned, and the healers did not have enough time to release everyone. Hurry up. No, it's coming, someone shouted, and everyone saw a huge bear with sparkling eyes charge straight towards them. Then a knight with 2 shields appeared in the way of the boss and blocked his attack, holding him down with all his strength. Kapitten. All the players who were on the field were surprised. The captain was thrown out of the way, but kept his balance. I can withstand 2 more of his attacks. Tanks that have been released from the debuff, get ready to turn his attention to yourself. Chimeras, free the other chimeras from the debuff. He gave orders to his companions trying to restore order among the players. It's coming again. The bear swung a huge paw straight at the captain. High protection. He shouted as he activated his skill and blocked the attack again. However, this time, his shield started to crack. Attack. The captain gave the command and arrows and magic spells, fire, ice needles and all the rest flew at the bear. The bear covered itself with its paws. Melee DD. Stay behind. Other tanks with shields gathered in front of the bear, and behind them were players with melee weapons. Tanks, keep your positions. By that time, Iha, who had been released from the attack effect, was analyzing the situation on the field in full. Oh, I think they'll catch the bear, the sergeant decided happily. Captain, I need a break. Someone get the monster's attention. Bliznix shouted, while the ranged players were already discussing their victory. Seeing how fast the HP of the boss drops, we will defeat it in no time. Can we make a video? If it is from the battlefield, then you can earn money from it. Hearing their conversations, and who is literally behind thought, some people have already stopped being nervous. Those in the back, stop chilling out. Prepare for an explosive attack. Its HP has increased by almost 20%. Thus, we must defeat him at once. The commander shouted. If its HP drops below 20%, the monster uses a new roar, and then we'll all be in danger. He warned his subordinates. The Dalniks reacted rather carelessly. Well, we'll just get caught up in another status effect. We almost got him. Let's take it easy. I'm not just chilling out, I'm replenishing my mana. I spent too much mana on healing. We need to restore it. The strength of the shield has been greatly reduced. I'll also step aside for a bit. What happens to everyone? Let's finish him off already. We're almost done here. The team was not so cohesive and many people began to disagree. Looks like the team has reached their limit, Yeehaw thought as he watched them from his hiding place. Everyone get ready. The monster's HP will drop to 21% soon. The commander warned and took on another attack from the bear. The marks of the beast's claws were left on his shields. Arrows and magic attacks rained down on the bear. It's alright. Before the captain could finish, the bear let out another deafening roar. Its XP has dropped to 19.9%. This time, his attack ignited the entire area. Fire magic. Can a bear use magic? All the attacking players suddenly started burning up. Me, I'm burning. Heal, hurry up. Heal doesn't work. This isn't just a simple fire magic. The healers couldn't save anyone present, including themselves. Holy shit. Everyone retreat. Back, the commander shouted. On the field, everyone was burning. A bear covered with an unusual flame was walking in their direction. Take me away. Help, asked the players burning alive. The group is disbanded. If you don't want to die, then run, the commander said to the last survivors, and then noticed Yeehaw, who was hiding behind a rock. What are you doing there? Didn't you hear what I said to leave? The commander was angry. I didn't even attack. Yeehaw was afraid of a sudden hit and run and answered. I didn't participate in your battle. Let's not be hostile to each other. Yeehaw smiled, trying to smooth things over, but the answer was the following. When he's in Oso's agony, regardless of whether you attract his attention or not, he'll attack anyone who comes in sight. He can chase the player for several days, so it's better to run to another hunting field. Commander Yeehaw shouted. What? A few days? The sergeant asked in surprise. The shortest time is 10 days, and so it can even be in this state for more than a month. So here we go, said the captain at the end and quickly retreated with the survivors. 100. Wait, you started it all, and now you're just leaving. Aren't you supposed to finish him off? The musketeer shouted after them, dumbfounded. In other words, I won't be able to use this road for about a month, but then I'll fail the lunchbox quest. Ow, why the hell did they put him in such a state? If I can't get to the capital in time, then I'll give this Kim flower all its petals for fuck's sake. Yeehaw was angry as he watched the rampaging fire bear. No, you need to think calmly. What options do I have? 1. Build a raid. I'm not sure. 2. Wait until some high LVL player manages it. I'm not sure. 3. It's impossible to get past the bear without being noticed. Nothing fits. I might not even be able to sell this expensive lunchbox. Then you need to come up with something else. Yeehaw raged and came up with the 4th most likely solution. To take down the bear yourself. And Haw drew his musket. No matter how you look at it, if a month passes, I won't sell the lunchbox or complete the quest. All or nothing. His HP is below 20%, so I have a chance to win. I don't have much time with so many people who have aggro hanging on. The distance is 70 meters. The wind is southeasterly. About 2 meters. Yeehaw stood up and took aim. Excellent. 3, 2, 1, and Haw fired. And the bear fell. Hit it. Right in the head. The musketeer rejoiced. At this time, the flower commander was already thinking about new actions. Maybe we should build a new raid. Since the monster is in such a state, even 20 people won't be enough. 6. No, with 7 teams, I think we have a chance. Mr. Kinflower. Mr. Kinflower. His players responded. We can't stop until we reach the village. We don't have time for a ball. Kim replied irritably. Oh, I don't mean that. Look back. The man who was hiding shot at the monster. The hill girl told him. What do you mean, shot? The commander said and turned to see Yeehaw standing with a gun. He was a musketeer. If I had known earlier, I should have included him in the team. The commander thought and asked, where did he shoot? Did he hit a bear? In the head? Yes, I got it right. The girl replied, the musket's attack power is the greatest in the game. If you attract the monster's attention, then perhaps you can defeat it in this way. The commander mused. Didn't the distance exceed 70 meters? How was he able to hit it from such a range? His companions noticed. If he was able to hit a monster from such a distance, then he obviously also has good skills. The commander decided. If we join him, can we take down the boss? There are almost no people left, so the drop will probably get a lot. 2 companions of the commander have already discussed new options for the outcome of events and their own benefits. Stop talking nonsense. We need to leave, the commander said and turned around. What? But the same player hit the bear right in the head. The girl started to protest. Yes, that person's skills are good. However, that's the end of it. The knight replied. The end? It takes a minute to reload a musket. You said he already fired, right? Therefore, it is most likely that he will die in this minute. The commander gave his verdict. At this time, Yeehaw only realized what a mess he was in. I got hit. It was a headshot. But why isn't he dead yet? The bear stood up and roared an attack again. I received a notification. Oso's cry of agony. You are subject to the effect fear. You will not be able to move for 2 minutes. XP reduced by 10%. Stamina reduced by 30%. Damn it, he stayed alive even after the headshot. I was overconfident, and what's more, it caught his attention. Iha was afraid, and a huge bear in a blazing flame ran straight at him. Chapter 17. CHERT, hurry up. Iha's hands were shaking, and he was frantically pouring powder into his musket. At this time, on the field, the last surviving tanker was fleeing from a bear that was catching up with it. UWAA. Not, don't come near remove those flames. Let's run. The player was all on fire and imminent death almost reached him. He's not stepping on me. The fear effect makes my hands shake. Iha struggled to load his musket, and tried to insert an iron bullet. However, in 2 minutes, the monster will have time to kill those players, and me to boot. Musketeer thought, and suddenly began to call for help from the recently retired commander, Luchniak and Hiller, the shield commander who was just here. Help, can you hear me? I'm sure I can make another attack. Get the monster's attention. Iha shouted at the top of his lungs, but it was no use. Hell, he's probably already gone. The sergeant demanded angrily. Burning people were also calling for help on the field. Somebody help me. HHH. The bear was waving its paws, killing one by one, and everything around it was in flames. If this goes on, I'm dead. Iha tensed up, but immediately gathered himself and took aim. All in a bunch, Ha and Ha, don't be afraid. What could be worse than death? Let's see if he can take a second headshot. There is only one goal. The bear was already looking in his direction, and Ha tensed up and fired. The sound of his shot rang out across the field and was heard by the flower commander. Again. What is it? He asked. Tin, that player got hit again. And again in the head. How is this possible? His companions noticed. When they turned around, they saw both Ha and the wounded beast. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such an attack. How could he? He has a cool marksmanship. The commander had nothing to say to that comment from the Hiller girl. Mr. Kim Flower, are you sure you won't come with us? He had already shot the bear twice. Obviously, the monster's XP is almost at 0. Let's finish with the bear, divide up the items, and eat. Hiller and Archer pleaded with the commander. How can you two talk so thoughtlessly? Other users will die soon, and then it will be the turn of that arrow. The commander replied. Then let's go back to the battle before the musketeer dies. If you, Mr. Kim Flower, will dance. Suggested by the players. If we get involved in a battle, I'll be the first one to die. I am. Plus, one of my shields is broken, so it's going to be hard to tank. Can you guys dance too? Do you think tanks are just meat shields? Kim Flower snapped back. An argument Hiller and Archer had nothing to answer. I'm sorry about that, player, but we have to go to the village. I'm serious this time. The knight threatened. So you just want to drop that shooter? Hiller asked. I gave him some advice recently. If he fired and didn't run away, it was his fault. That's all the flower commander said. Vaw, that fucking bear is breathing fire. The last member of the team just died. Geez, the musketeer's running away too. Observed by the commander's satellites. Come quickly, we have to find people. Kim Flower was just leaving. We'll assemble a new team in an hour and return. He suggested, and he thought, great, the musketeer, you've done the hardest work, and we'll get the benefit. It can't be helped. In life, everything depends on choosing the right moment. The commander smiled at the thought of easy profit. Already in the village. Really a brown bear. The field boss. I've heard it's pretty damn hard to catch. The players crowded around the commander. See, even my shield is broken. Only we were left alive. We must defeat the monster before it regains XP. We are recruiting the team. Oso's almost caught agony. We need 7 tanks, 13 DDS and 5 Hillers. Who came first? That's the place. Loudly announced the commander and wanted around him gathered order. I'm a Hiller. I'm an excellent attacker. Once the team is assembled, it's time to go, said the commander. After 30 minutes, it's here. Everyone be careful. The monster can appear at any time. In front of the newly arrived players, the battlefield was all torn to shreds. Here and there, players' bodies were still burning. The ground was covered in huge beast scratches, and trees and rocks were destroyed. WAAH. Hard. Anyway, a boss is a boss. Tinplate. What huge paw marks. Players shared their feelings after what they saw. But where is the bear? Someone in the crowd asked. He killed all the users here. Obviously, the monster has changed its location. Be careful. Since it is large, it will not be difficult to find it. Shout as soon as you run into it. Kim Flower commanded. Players searched for the bear for 2 hours. It was already quite dark and everyone was on edge. Damn it. Where the hell is this monster? Maybe we were all lied to. 2 hours later. Where's the fucking bear? You said it was the size of an elephant. Why isn't he anywhere? Are you trying to trick us? Users turned against the commander. Oh no, you've got it all wrong. He was definitely here. You can see the traces of the battle. Its XP is almost 0, so it's just hiding somewhere. The commander justified himself without understanding what was happening. We'll look some more. But if we don't, you're the captain, a dead body for us. How infuriating. What do we do? It's been so long, and we haven't even started hunting. Users were angry and went in search of it. The commander was cornered. Damn it, where's the fucking monster? The musketeer couldn't have killed him. What the hell happened then? The commander convulsively sorted out the thoughts in his head. 4 hours ago, Iha's eyes widened and he couldn't move. The same. Tin plate. No, he said. Where is it seen that even after 2 headshots, the monster remains alive? Thought Iha as he watched the monster kill the next remaining user from the previous team. This is just a scam. First of all, it's time to get out of here, thought Iha after freeing himself from the debuff. Turning around, he saw the commander and his companions at the bottom of the clearing. Damn it, those people made a mess and just left. They were already far away. I was angry and but then I tore the bag of gunpowder with my teeth and decided, well, my wailing won't change anything. Charge your weapons on the go. You need to do everything the same as in practice. I've practiced this dozens of times. Just like in training. Soothed himself and loading the musket quickly. Loaded, great. Another headshot. Divided by let's see how you can handle a third shot. Fucking Mel. After all, while Iha was aiming, in an instant, the bear was very close and ran at him with all its paws. In an instant, just as Iha was thinking, he was immediately hit and sent flying. Holy shit, this is much more painful than I thought. Does the assimilation rate of 20% hurt so much? The assimilation coefficient determines how much pain and other feelings a person will feel compared to real ones. Thank God that at least he didn't die, damn it. What the hell is wrong with my vision? Is this all because my XP is practically at 0? I can't even see the damn bear. Iha's eyesight has noticeably worsened. He is almost blind due to the low XP percentage. I can't hear his footsteps. Can he really walk without making a sound? Fucking monster. He really almost killed me. I can barely even feel the energy of the flame. Is this the limit of 20% assimilation rate? I need to pull myself together. Focus, If I get it from him again, I'll definitely die. However, the monster's life is also bursting at the seams. Both the bear and I can die from a single attack. I have heard of blind assassins, but here are the blind shooters. The blind shooter. That sounds like fun. Iha mused in the pitch darkness, the last thought making him smile. Here, found it, and and shouted. Calm heart. The bear was very close and was already leaping at Iha with an attack, but the musketeer managed to shoot. Despite being hit from very close range, the bear only bled, but it remained on its feet. He's not fucking dead yet. You can't go anywhere, you fucking bear. Don't attack. Chapter 18. And ran at the bear with a knife at the end of his musket, and with all his strength he pierced it. Please, die at last. With that, Iha cut through the bear's flesh and fell unconscious at the same time. I seem to have fainted. Hell, if he's still alive, I'll kill myself. Where is this brown me? When Iha woke up unexpectedly, a whole bunch of notifications from the system fell on him. Level up, 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 level up. Well, I just got 9 levels at a time. Notification from the system. Musketeer skill level increased to level 5. The level of the skill attack with a gun and sword has increased to level 3. Musket level increased by 1. And gun attack level increased by as much as 2. I killed a bear. That's why I raised as many as 9 levels. Just got to the musketeer. In front of him lay the lifeless body of a huge beast. Iha climbed on top of him and started shaking him. Serves you right, brute. You seem to have enjoyed seeing Didi's fear of ranged attack. Give me my items. The musketeer gloated, filled with pride and happiness. Since it's not an ordinary bear, but the boss of the field, I think the reward will be holo. New notifications have popped up before Notification from the system. Achievement. Lord of the solo game. Congratulations. You single-handedly defeated an enemy with whom you have a difference of 50 levels. You who fought with the determination to die in battle will have a brilliant victory waiting for you. You are the first registered user of the achievement Lord of the solo game. The first 3 players to receive this achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. The resulting effect increases by 200%. Effect, 30 stat points. Am I the first person to receive this achievement? Notification from the system. Title, Who Knows No Fear. You get stronger by fighting someone stronger. Effect: plus 10% to attack power. The effect increases by 3 times when fighting an enemy whose level is 20 higher. Plus 10% to attack power. Notification from the system. Achievement: Flaming Headache. Congratulations! The hunt for the king of all bears, Agony Osso, was a success. May the blessing come with the one who got rid of the headache of the southeastern plain of the kingdom of Pubiel. Reward: Strength plus 4, Stamina plus 5, plus 70 defeat level for the kingdom of Pubiel. If you put it all together, I have 45 stat points. Okay. Character window. Couldn't wait for Happy and Haw to see their updated stats. Name: Haw and Haw. Race: human. Class: musketeer. Level: 21. Rank: knows a little about weaknesses. Achievements: 12. XP: 750 MP 175. Strength: 35. Agility -88. Intelligence 30. Stamina 32. Willpower 12. Remaining stat points: 135. The remaining ones. Stat points: 135. Are you sure? I don't think so. My stat points are already almost equivalent to level 30. So if I distribute the remaining stat points, I can raise my LVL to 27th. So, let's see what's going on. I think then I would be able to defeat anyone with level 50 who doesn't have achievements. Used aloud and Haw distributing the newfound points. Great. I'll spread out my glasses. Now it's time to use them. 168 dexterity points, 62 stamina points, 1350 XP ranged attack master with tank-like survivability. Haw turned around on the battlefield and saw complete destruction in weapons and objects lying around. 10. You can go crazy, a place of brutal murder. My god, how could they die and leave such expensive things behind? You probably need to work hard to buy all this stuff. How unlucky. Someone will pick up this weapon, which means I can't just leave it lying there. I will use it as it should be. I collected and Haw joyful items and weapons on the field. And finally the most important thing. Brown bear items. Notification from the system. Excellent. A coat made of flame bear skin. Protection 15. Effect: plus 30% strength, fear-inducing attack resistance, plus 4 stamina. Required conditions: strength greater than 30, agility greater than 50, stamina greater than 70. A warm coat made from the skin of the Bear King, Agony Osso. It contains a warmth that can melt even the fear that makes your blood run cold. Pawns will respect the king. Additional effect: 3 item set bonus, 30%. To the strength of fire resistance. 4 item set bonus, 40% of the fire resistance power. 5 item set bonus, 50% fire resistance. Excellent ones. Boots made of flame bear leather. Protection 60. Effect: plus 4 movement speed, plus 2 agility, plus 10% fear-inducing attack resistance. Required conditions: dexterity is greater than 80. Dark red shoes. They are made of elastic and durable leather, which does not cause inconvenience when moving. Additional effect: 3 item set bonus, 30%. To the strength of fire resistance. 4 item set bonus, 40% of the fire resistance power. 5 item set bonus, 50% fire resistance. Excellent. A hunting hood made from the skin of a flaming bear. Protection 50. Effect: plus 3 to dexterity, plus 10 to fear-inducing resistance. Required conditions: dexterity is greater than 100. Dark red hunting hood. Thanks to the fact that the fabric does not limit visibility, the user can see into the distance. Additional effect: 3 item set bonus, 30%. To the strength of fire resistance. 4 item set bonus, 40% of the fire resistance power. 5 item set bonus, 50% fire resistance. All 3 items are excellent grade. Even though there were no weapons, it was still fucking awesome. The musketeer was delighted with the new clothes. Even if you take all the clothes I'm wearing right now, they don't compare to a brown bear coat. And how did I even survive in my old clothes all this time? You need to raise your stamina to 70 and put on a new coat as soon as possible. Decided and Haw, and quickly put on new things. How cool. This is only the first day, and I'm already so lucky. In the new flame bear leather clothes, Haw looked completely different. The coat was large, and the musketeer's hood had animal paws on his shoulders, and what looked like fangs on his neck. The shoes also matched the rest of the wardrobe items, and Haw looked serious enough. Go to the capital, Haw said resolutely and set off. Meanwhile, in real life, Commander Flower was under obvious pressure. His account received emails from other team members. A user named Kim Flower, please take a look. If you give me back the items I lost, I'll turn a blind eye to this incident. I understand that our raid was made in a hurry. But do you think it's normal to run away alone and leave your comrades to die? I watched the video and it felt like he ran off with a few other people at a convenient moment. How does it differ from the RC? 10. So he assembled a team of special forces to kill all his comrades. I think he came back to the battlefield later, single-handedly finished off the bear, and snatched up all the items on the sly. It wasn't me. Fucking assholes. The commander slapped the table and read all the angry comments. It looks more like a weed than a flower. Haha. Kim Flower has assembled a team once again in the village of Oren, and this new raid of 30 people spent 3 hours searching for a brown bear. There weren't even any dead players on the battlefield, let alone the bear itself. A waste of time. Return other users' items in a nice way, thief. Damn it. I'm already pissed to death that I didn't find the brown bear, and they're still accusing me of stealing their items. Smash the keyboard in a fit of rage. Commander, I'll get that goat out of the ground, you bastard. And if I can't find the culprit, they'll make a scapegoat out of me, and I won't be able to enter the game again. Who was it? Is he hiding somewhere? That musketeer couldn't take down the bear. Just get caught by me. I'll tear it to pieces, thought the commander, trying to find a way out of this situation. At this moment, an unsuspecting Iha was walking through the forest, humming happy songs to himself. Since these are set items, my resistance power has been increased by 30%. My clothes are so awesome. I think that with this equipment, I can even resist Ram Hwa Yon's magic, thought Iha as he stomped happily through the forest. Oh, that's right. Ram Hwa Yon and Ram Hwa Jong. Then he remembered how his younger brother had recently talked about his hatred for the Ram sisters. Difficult. Map. Let's see where they are. The musketeer opened the map and examined it. Emerald Forest and Tamba Jungle. Both of these places are quite far from the capital. Where are the Kamshaban? Maybe they're in another country. They don't even show up on the map. The musketeer's stomach rumbled. Damn, I'm starving right on time. Well, in order to eat, you also need to hunt. Let's find our own loot. Iha walked past a sign that read "Watch out for the bear spawn area." He was already at least 5 days on the road and had reached level 25. Well, let's see. There must be one somewhere nearby. The musketeer moved on his haunches and very quietly among the bushes. Looking around, he came across a bear that was standing on its hind legs against a tree. Found it. The distance is approximately 60 meters. There is no wind. And Haw fired, but the bear didn't die. It would be convenient for both of us if that bear died with one shot. Well, I'm sorry, but he's a monster after all. It must hurt. Saurian. The bear growled angrily, dropped to 4 paws, but did not budge. He doesn't attack back. Surprised and Haw. Aha, this is all the effect of Bear King skin. Musketeer realized and was right. The bear was being buffed by the new Agony Also skin clothing. Rest in peace. I took down the bear and Haw. Bear meat. Bear meat. Well, at this rate, I'll probably take 30 LVL before I arrive. The musketeer rejoiced as he headed for his prey. Then there was a rustle behind him. And Haw turned around and saw the sweetest, fair, little bear. What is this lovely creature? Admired Iha, and then suddenly the bear cub hugged his leg and was so cute. Khoo. Dangerous. Feeling remorse and emotion together, the musketeer was smitten. Woo, said the bear cub, and Haw tenderly held it by its tiny paws. Damn it, and how can such a miracle be killed? Iha said, pawing the most beautiful creature at the top of his voice. Caillou, the bear said plaintively. Are you hungry too? Should I give you something to eat? Bear meat. It won't do, but I can offer you some bread. The bear cub started eating right from Iha's hands. Eat well. It looks like you are very hungry. It tickles, little brother. He's even. He licks my hand. Then Iha suddenly stood up abruptly. No, not again. Let's break up before I get too attached to you. I must hurry if I want to reach the capital on time. And I'll need to catch a bunch more bears on the way. I'm sorry, but let's not talk anymore. The bear cub gently hugged him by the leg and tilted his head to the side. Cute. Stop. Why are you so cute? Where did you learn to tilt your head like that? Is that an instinct? And Haw was defeated, smitten to the heart, and the bear cub didn't even know what he had done. Geez, what am I supposed to do with you? Musketeer picked up the bear cub. In the end, he took it with him. Chapter 19. The first thing Iha did was call his brother to clarify the question that was bothering him. Kijon. Hyun. Already in the capital. No, we're still on our way. I'm already tired of walking. Be careful. Bears are very strong. With your LVL, you won't even be able to escape from them, so just follow your path. Yeah, Iha replied, though he thought, rather, it's the bears who should be afraid of me. By the way, why aren't you sleeping? Don't you go to uni? Iha asked. The exam is tomorrow. I plan to stay up all night and then take the exam. I just decided to go out for a raid a little later. What do you have tomorrow? Couldn't believe what I was hearing. I can't help it. The raid is more important. Hyung, you know that too, right? You need to set priorities. My aunt is clearly not going to like this prioritization. Maybe we should talk Kai Jong out of it. Iha thought, turning on his brotherly responsibility. By the way, why did you decide to contact us? Kai Jong asked. Oh, I was just wondering. Can I tame an animal? At that moment, Iha was looking at his little bear. Why do you need it? Do you want to buy a horse? No, I'm talking about monsters, animals that live in the field. The bear cub felt the tension in Iha's eyes and decided to hug his leg. Do you want to train an animal for hunting? If your class isn't trainer, then you can't tame a monster because they instinctively mistake a human for an enemy. This can be considered impossible as long as you can't control the monster completely. Kai Jong replied. Are you sure? So I won't even be able to tame a monster if I feed and care for it from the very beginning of its childhood. Iha stroked the cub's head and marveled at its behavior. Since I was a kid, have you seen a baby monster? It is very difficult to find them. You know that despite the fact that each monster has different XP, experience points give the same. Cubs don't have many XP points, but they have the same experience. What do you think will happen then? While Kai Jong was telling all this to his older cousin, Iha gave his new pet a big kiss. What is it? Iha asked. They're being brutally murdered here, said Kai Jong cruelly. Little XP, the same experience is a big advantage. Iha was stunned by what he heard. Okay, I'll tell you all about it when I get to the capital. I have 5 more days in Midrose to reach my destination. Iha ended the conversation, thinking, how can you kill such a cute little animal? And he hugged the bear. Not cool. I should have given you money for a scroll or something. Good luck, Hyung, come quickly. I want to see you. Kai Jong said goodbye. Yes, and good luck to you. Iha replied and put the bear down on the ground. You can go crazy. I killed his parents and siblings, but I can't touch a kid like that. But if I leave him here, someone might kill him. What should I do? Thought Ha, and squatted in front of the little animal. By the way, the bear cub also sat in front of his man on his ass. I don't know anything. Come what may, decided Iha, grabbing the bear cub by the scruff of the neck. So, go ahead baby, decided Iha, and hugged the little kid. Went on the road. The next day, Iha took down another bear on the hunt and leveled up. Great, I'm already 24 Latvian lats. The level rises at a good rate. He was happy looking at his prey. But then he turned in the direction of the bear cub, which was clearly already twice as big, cheerfully looking at everything around. The fact that the level rises quickly is certainly good, but why is the monster growing so fast? Worried Ha, he went to pick up items from the corpse of a recently killed bear. 2 pieces of meat and 1 claw. Beautiful, the musketeer rejoiced. Woo, questioningly say bear cub standing on 4 legs behind Ha. After I sell it all, including that abandoned weapon, I'll get a lot of money. With overcoming the difficulties at the beginning of the game, it's much easier now. While Iha was doing his own business, a yellow snake crept up on him unnoticed. And being a musketeer isn't so. What is it? A snake. Was I bitten by a snake? A snake bit his leg and suddenly Iha became very ill. His vision blurred and he saw a notification from the system. You are poisoned. For 3 minutes, XP will decrease by 50% every 10 seconds. For 3 minutes every 10 seconds, minus 900 XP. My current XP is around 13.0. So, in other words, I might just die from a snake bite. Yes, in such thickets of snakes horseradish see. And, while the musketeer screamed in panic, the bear cub had already caught something in the thick grass. Did you catch a snake? Cool it. In front of the musketeer stood a contented bear cub with a yellow snake in its mouth. Well done. You helped because you were worried about me, right? Ran to his savior Ha, but the bear cub violently shook the snake and ate it. You're so beautiful. Did not have time to finish the speech Ha, struck by the picture he saw. Eating. Can you eat it safely? The sergeant was surprised and picked up the bear cub in his arms, holding it in front of him face to face. By the way, I think you've grown a little more in that time. Nuo, you're not bamboo. You can't grow up that much wood. You increased. The bear grew a little more right in the musketeer's arms. I guess I'll be able to ride it very soon. This is not a bug by accident, thought Ha. The next day, the bear cub has already grown into a big bear with a light coat in such a short period of time. And Ha was sitting on top of it. I really got on it. The musketeer wondered. Stupid developers. At least they didn't make the mob growth rate realistic. Well, otherwise there wouldn't be enough bears to hunt. Growth rate lesser than hunting speed. But it's already fully grown. Iha looked at his already adult and not at all small bear. Moreover, my bear was attacked by players almost 6 times today. Iha recalled the attack of a passing user team. He can die at any moment and not even have time to blink an eye. I need to make some identification mark. And Ha put a wooden "my bear doesn't bite" sign on the bear. That's not enough. Is there any other sign that will be more conspicuous? I think there will be difficulties with it when I arrive in the capital. Lunchbox and a bear. Maybe you should save your worries for later. Iha decided and went to the nearest village on the way to check the reaction of others. They had just appeared at the entrance of the village when everyone started shouting. Why, me, the bear. 4. Why did you bring a monster here? People were alarmed. That's all. It's alright. This bear is obedient. And it doesn't bite people. It's just that it's a little bigger than a normal bear. Look at it, explained in Ha. Are you sure? One of the guards asked. And then our bear, in a fit of tenderness, stuck his head and Ha in his mouth. He was bitten by a bear. A whole head in one bite. Is this the boss of the field? Let's run. People have scattered everywhere. And these escaped. Well, I understand them. The dimensions of my bear are quite frightening. However, I don't feed him that much. Why has it grown to the size of a van? It can't be helped. It will probably be difficult to get into the village. Let's go, Iha said as he walked over to his new pet. Ew, said the bear. There was some talk, and the musketeer listened. It really was. Bear rider. Isn't it possible to ride a bear instead of a horse? It turns out that you can ride a bear, shoot a musket. A bear instead of a horse, thought Iha after listening and realized that someone was discussing it. Kid, can you run? He suddenly turned to his bear. Why? The bear mumbled questioningly, and then abruptly started running. So you could run. No, I can't believe he can understand orders. I should have tried it earlier. I clung harder to his fur in Ha. Let's go to the capital. Stop it, he shouted. Ooh, the bear answered him. But, can't we take the deserted road? Iha asked. Woo, the bear growled questioningly, but didn't stop. They ran for quite a long time, a full 2 days' journey, but they finally reached their destination. This is the capital of Ailstock. We arrived in 2 days. Iha was happy and thinking about his own affairs. Lunchbox, Musket Academy, Tijon. Again, a lot of things to do. They were standing on a cliff face and in front of them was the majestic capital of the kingdom of Pubile Ailstock. Iha was already walking towards the city, with his bear cub stomping nearby. Well done. We're almost there. Now let's go on foot, he said to his pet, and thought otherwise we'll make a big fuss. Phew, said the bear happily. But unfortunately, the hype still started as soon as the bear was spotted at the entrance to the city. Such a big monster is here. Awesome bear. Hey, you, stay away from the bear. It's dangerous. People who noticed them advised him. What should I do? The hype has already started. We just got here, and people are already panicking. Scratched his head and Ha, not knowing how to proceed. This, the average boss. It's about the size of a field boss. Asked the surrounding people with their weapons ready. And Ha tried to explain everything. I raised him since he was a child. It doesn't bite people. Just me. Sorry, can you hear me? Covering the bear, Iha tried to settle the situation. Anyone below level 60, get inside the checkpoint as soon as possible. Such a monster can kill with a single blow. Is there a team that can kill this bear? Invite us. Gentlemen tanks, come forward. People were preparing for battle. Prepare for a boss battle. Sentries organize a defense. NPCs are joining in too. The NPC guards came forward and put up their shields. Behind them, a whole crowd of players had gathered, sharpening their weapons against Bear and Ha. Sentry NPCs. It looks like bad business, Iha thought. Prepare to attack. Start casting spells. The archers drew their arrows, and the mages cast their spells in the direction of both Ha and the bear. Your mother. No, now listen to me. Nobody move. Start attacking and I'll shoot. I pointed my gun at them and Ha, but no one was listening. Flame strike. Aura arrow. Na and Ha sent 2 magic spells, and not knowing what to do, he shot a magic flame ball flying at him. He didn't understand what had happened. Chapter 20. Holy Shield. Someone in knight's armor put up a magic shield and a bullet from Iha hit the shield, cracking it. Scatter area. Another knight directed the technique at Iha, and the mages attacking him. And in an instant, all the magic spells were dispelled. A stranger riding a bear. They turned to the musketeer. And Ha didn't immediately realize what was happening. Put down your weapons. No one is allowed to cause trouble in Ailstock. 2 knights in shining armor and white robes were addressing Iha. Anti-magic. Only the surrounding people realized what kind of technique was used on them. Holy Knight Squad. Someone in the crowd said, lower your weapons, stranger. The current situation is the result of a misunderstanding. The knight who had put up his shield earlier turned back to the musketeer, and Ha lowered his musket. Therefore, the penalty will not be applied to any of the parties. However, if you open fire again, There will be no forgiveness, the knights continued. Actually, they started it first. Iha pointed at the two female magicians. We know. The knights responded. In any case, you are also responsible for creating this misunderstanding. They pointed at Miss Ka, who didn't understand why they were pointing at him. Therefore, we will turn a blind eye to the incident. One of the knights added with an active wink and haw. Okay, I understand you, the musketeer replied. Thank you for your cooperation. The knight smiled. His partner went to join the attacking and haw mages. In the capital, it is strictly forbidden to use offensive magic for those who do not have the appropriate permission. However, since you have used magic to ensure the safety of civilians, we will simply forget about everything that happened. He told them. So, the dissolution. You are blocking the passage to the checkpoint. Please disperse. The knight with bangs shouted, and people began to happily disperse while discussing the situation that had happened earlier. This is the first time I've seen the flame strike and aura arrow. The spells of those two were cool, but the magic of the knights who cancelled the spells was even more awesome. The musketeer was already moving on. Anyway, thank God everything's all right now, he said to his bear. Why? The bear would say. The knight noticed their distance and called out to Iha. Mr. Stranger, can you follow me for a moment? Well, what else? Iha replied irritably. You're not going to secretly kill me after I go with you, are you? Or kill my bear for safety measures? The musketeer asked bluntly. In the name of one of the holy knights, I, Sir Cindergaard, take an oath that I wouldn't hurt you or your bear. Will that work? The knight replied majestically. Well good. And Ha had no choice but to take his word for it. What do you mean it will go? He thought at this time. Sir Digram, I have received the consent of the stranger lord. Please accompany him. He turned to the other knight. Yes, Sir Cindergaard, the second man said. Is this like a way of greeting knights? Iha thought as he watched the knight's strange gestures. Follow me. I'll escort you. The knight Sir Digram said politely to Iha. Okay, let's go baby. Iha agreed and led his bear along as well. The knight who had put up his shield during the battle stayed and thought while looking at the cracked shield. I can't believe the amazing holy shield that protects against physical attacks has cracked. Who is this guy really? At this time, a notification came to Iha. Notification from the system. Achievement, respect for the Holy Knights Squad. Congratulations. This is the defense squad of the Knights of the capital of the Kingdom of Pubiel. One of the Holy Knights has sworn on his own honor before you. You can build good relationships with people who recognize your skills. Reward, total reputation on the continent plus 50. Achievement, a defensive unit of the Knights of the capital. I knew they weren't easy people. A good relationship. Iha thought as he followed the knight along with his bear. If a knight squad member respects me, then the knight commander respects me too. Up to this point, the total reputation on the continent was only 30, and now it's already 50, thought Iha, but his thoughts were interrupted by the knight accompanying him. I think we'll stop here. No, he said. What? Taken aback and Haw. Why is this bear with you? The knight asked him bluntly. What? Excuse me. Tried to dodge the answer in Haw. You don't need to be so vigilant, stranger. You're an honorary member of Candle Castle's Public Peace Squad, right? The knight who accompanied him asked him. Just then, the second knight's voice came from behind. It was hard for me to believe that such a gentleman would cause trouble in the capital. And, what? So you knew. Ha was also surprised. Of course, we know how much you work for the good of our kingdom of Pubiel. The knights replied. Is it the level of exploits for the state that has made itself felt? Or my reputation? Thought in Ha. So that's what happened. He began his story about the bear cub. Huo, did you raise a bear cub? You're not a trainer. While I was on my way here. In general, we realized that he would not attack people. There was a huge fire-breathing bear. Oh, the agony of Osso. I think I've figured it out now. I understand that the bear will not suddenly attack people, but it is forbidden to enter Ailstock. You remember what happened earlier. Therefore, despite the fact that you raised this bear, there may still be a panic in the city. The eldest knight gave his verdict after hearing the story. Then what should I do? Iha asked. A man to a human village, and the bear in the bear. Isn't that logical? The knight replied. You mean I should let him go? Musketeer Iha asked. Yes, and only then can I enter Ailstoke. That's right. Since he asked me if I trained him, it's obvious that trained monsters have some special designations. If the NPCs didn't understand this, then most likely the users won't be able to either. And then my friend will be in danger again. Iha mused as he stroked the bear's head. Okay, I'll let him go. The musketeer agreed. Thank you for your cooperation. The knights replied. Then I'll let him go and come back. Turned around and haw. Wait a minute. A stranger, that is, an honorary member of the Public Peace Squad. May I ask your name? The knight said to him. am a musketeer Ha and Ha. The sergeant introduced himself. Mr. Ha and Ha. The knight repeated after him and placed a clenched fist on his heart to show his respect. We remember your name well. The knights flew into the air on translucent, white angelic wings. That's funny. That is a good name. We wish you a great trip, they added as they flew away. Why are they so cool? Heck, is it all because of their equipment? Hee-haw said, clearly angry at the entire squad. Let's go. Kitty turned to the bear and they left the capital. I think it's quite far from the capital, thought Hee-haw, stopping near the forest. It was already night, with a bluish full moon hanging in the sky, and Hee-haw was trying to explain the circumstances to his friend. Now we must part ways, but I don't know if you'll understand what I'm saying. It's best for both of us. Woo. The bear hugged Hee-haw tightly. Enough, come on, go quickly. Little brother, I'm telling you, go. Musketeer recalled all the moments spent together with the bear cub. It was really hard for him to part with his friend. I'll shoot you if you don't stop. Hee-haw shouted and pushed the bear away. The beast was upset and out of nowhere, it bit the musketeer's shoulder. Bro, it hurts. What's wrong with you? The musketeer was angry, but the bedwood only licked the bite. Suddenly, the bear began to glow with a blue light. Hee-haw closed his eyes, unable to open them. Chapter 21. The glow around both Ha and Bear stopped and a notification came from the system. Achievement, a kindred spirit. Congratulations. You who, despite the dangers, appreciate the living creatures of Midrose. A companion animal has appeared that is connected to your soul. Even if you are far away from each other, your companion will never forget you. Reward, Intelligence +4, Willpower +5, Skill Soul Link. Another one. Hee-haw was surprised to see a new pop-up window. Notification from the system. You are the first registered owner of the Soulmate achievement. The first 3 users who receive this achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. Also, you get an additional 200% of the real effect. Effect, Intelligence +8, Willpower +10. Related. A soul. Hee-haw thought. The bear was bursting into tears. Woo. No, he said plaintively. Oh my god, baby, and I'll never forget you. Take care of your health. Don't let anyone hunt you. Although with your size, you're more likely to be a hunter. You're a little smaller than the field boss, Hee-haw said while stroking his bear, compared to how small a bear he was when he met him. The beast had indeed grown to a huge size. The friends went their separate ways, and Ha to the city of people, Bear to the habitat of bears. Bye baby, Hee-haw shouted at the end. Woo. Bear drawled, and Ha walked sadly back to Ailstock. Somehow the mood dropped. What's wrong with me? Even when I broke up with Beamy and Jin Gong Gon, it wasn't so sad, Hee-haw thought as he kicked rocks on the way. The bear sensed, apparently, the sadness of its owner and suddenly let out a loud roar. Hee-haw was startled and immediately received a notification from the system. Connection of novice souls. You can summon a kindred spirit. A summoned soulmate forms a physical body before dying and receives a buff proportional to the user's strength. Effect. Summon a kindred spirit for 30 minutes. Additional gain -1/2 from the user's level. Mana 200. Recharge time is 24 hours. Can I summon a kindred spirit? Does it form a physical body before death? This, so I can summon it even after death. Although there are some restrictions, I can meet him whenever I want. And since the achievement mentioned the word beginner, it means that I can raise the rank of the skill. And Ha was delighted with the new ability, which will allow him not to part with a friend forever. Get stronger. You'll do just fine, Hee-haw said into the air, thinking of his pet. The bear at this time, having returned to its native territory, was standing on a steep cliff, while other bears obediently bowed to it. It's already afternoon. I can't believe it's already afternoon. How far did I go? Took all night to get back here, and this is just the entrance. Hee-haw stood exhausted in front of the entrance to Ailstock. Well, anyway, I've arrived in Ailstock. The city was quite busy and there was a whole crowd of users walking around. Wow, there are so many people. How will I find Kai-jong here, thought Hee-haw, and called his brother. Hyung, are you in Ailstock yet? Kai-jong asked. Yes, but why is there such a crowd? The musketeer asked. When there is nothing to do in the game, the place where users usually gather is the capital. Hehe, did you forget that Midrose has 100 million players? The younger brother replied. Where are you now? Hee-haw asked. I'm at the south gate. And you're Hyung, aren't you? I've been waiting for you since this morning. Kai-jong replied. Where's the south gate? Somewhere. My brother only replied. Are you kidding me? How am I going to find you here? Angry and Ha. Then he heard Kai-jong's voice, not through the system, but right next to him. It's okay to get lost here. The south gate doesn't have any landmarks, so you just need to rely on your luck.